should be sent.
Okay, we're just counting heads here. We've got everyone. Okay, so with that, it is Tuesday, April 6th, 2021. Welcome to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. It is 9:01. Could we get a roll call by the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you very much. Could we call for any additions or corrections for our closed session calendar?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. This morning, the clerk of the board received a written threat of litigation from an Andrew Sandoval regarding a meeting of the Hospitality Ad Hoc Committee with a demand to cure. Because there's no meeting next week, I would request that the board add this to closed session today. We'll need a motion and a vote on that.
Okay, so we have a request to add an immediate threat of litigation to the closed session agenda. Is there any discussion from the board? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion, and then we'll go to public comment. I don't have the hand. Can you tell me if someone is right? Okay, I'll go to, is there any public comment on this action before we take a vote? No public comment. Okay. Would anyone like to entertain a motion to add, make a motion to add this to our closed session agenda for today?
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair. I have similar concerns as expressed by Mr. Sandoval, and I have expressed those to County Council, and I will discuss those when this item comes in the afternoon, 1:30 p.m. session, and an open session. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a motion to add this
Yes.
threat of litigation to close. I'll second that motion. And could we get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Okay, so we have closed session. With that, the motion carries, and we will add this to our closed session calendar for this morning. So we have closed session items number 1A through G, plus the addition of this additional item. Is there any public comment on closed session this morning? We have no one in chambers, and it does not appear that anyone has their hand raised on Zoom. So we will close public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion. Or no motion. No motion. Yeah, okay, very good. So with that, the board will recess for closed session agenda items, and we'll be back here at 10:30 a.m. for our morning items. And just for anyone who's paying attention, we will begin our board budget workshop right at 1:30 today. But we have some resolutions and other business to take care of at 10:30. So we'll see you back here at 10:30. Thank you.
Hi, Diego. It's Valerie.
Good morning, Valerie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, good. Oh, there you are. Okay, perfect. That's what I was looking for.
We're going to set you up to accept to go in as the interpreter via Zoom. I'm going to try to get her to take a break at 3:30 for about 10 minutes, but sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't, but just text me. But
Okay.
just so you know.
All right. So I'll go in the Spanish room.
Yep. You can
Hit
go
okay.
right now.
Yeah, I'll hit okay and then Spanish room.
Okay, I think Edgar set you up, so you should be able to go in and accept it now. Perfect. Thanks.
difficult time understanding what that reason was, but trying to look at it as a positive and understand that I
You're here in English.
All right, welcome back. It is Tuesday, April 6th at 10:41, and we are reconvening for our morning. Could we get a roll call from the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. Could we do our announcement of our Spanish interpretation services today? Thank you for joining us, Jocelyn.
Intérprete de español, se les anuncia que hay interpretación disponible en vivo vía Zoom. Al pie de su pantalla, si presiona el icono del mundo y selecciona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso. En estos momentos, este servicio no está disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta.
Thank you very much. And for anyone who's watching us online, we have our webinar ID number on Zoom is 224-397-747. I would like to welcome Bianca Zamora to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Bianca Zamora is a proud queer Latina writer and social justice educator. Bianca serves as a coordinator for California State University Monterey Bay's Otter Cross Cultural Center and leads National Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion workshops. She utilizes intersectional and arts-based approaches to explore the issues of power, oppression, and identities. Bianca is a leader for various community organizations and coalitions and engages in advocacy through her poetry. We are so pleased to have you join us today. Bianca, if you would be able to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate all of the work that you do in our community, and yeah, hopefully someday we'll be able to gather together here in the board chambers again. But thank you, Bianca. All right, we are moving into any additions or corrections of our public agenda. Anything to report?
Yes, to add to adjournment, and that is to adjourn in memory of Leslie Garris Gerard and Josephina Aceves.
Wonderful, thank you. We will make that addition to our agenda for today. We do have a few ceremonial resolutions. We have about 30 minutes set aside this morning. We're a little late back into open session, but if we could hold each presentation to about 5 minutes and allowing 5 minutes for board discussion, that'll keep us on time. Our first resolution today is national, well, actually, let's go ahead and I'll entertain a motion to adopt our resolutions, and then we'll go ahead with the presentations.
Lopez so moves.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Lopez, a second from Supervisor Phillips. Is there any public comment on our resolutions today? This would be public comment on any of our 3 resolutions, items number 2 through 4. Seeing no hand raised. Oh, seeing no hand raised, we'll move for a roll call. Christy, we'll do a presentation. We'll include you in the presentation portion. Okay, so doing that, we'll do a roll call vote to approve our resolutions.
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, so our resolutions are adopted officially, and we'll begin with a presentation for resolution item number 2, a resolution designating the week of April 5th through the 11th, 2021 as National Public Health Week in Monterey County. And I'm pleased to welcome our Health Department Director, Elsa Jimenez, to share a little bit about this resolution.
Good morning, Chair Askew, members of the board, and the public. Thank you for affording a few minutes this morning to be able to recognize and celebrate National Public Health Week this year. As stated in the resolution, National Public Health Week started yesterday and it goes all the way to the 11th. Each day is composed of a different theme, and so the health department will be putting as much as we can out on social media and celebrating the work that we're doing based on the themes of the week. You know, yesterday we launched off National Public Health Week with a joint press conference with the county and Congressman Panetta, really helping to elevate the funding that has been provided by the federal government for our local federally qualified health centers to help in their infrastructure building, but also in their response efforts for COVID-19. We'll highlight additional activities tomorrow at the board's press briefing, or the county's press briefing tomorrow at noon. And really, I just want to acknowledge and celebrate your local health department staff, particularly those that have been integral over this last year in terms of responding and helping our county address COVID-19, from those that have been serving as contact tracers, case investigators, to those individuals that have supported your COVID hotline, to those individuals in the laboratory that have been instrumental in helping to provide a local resource for testing, and now for identifying variants and the strains that are circulating throughout our county, to everybody else who's been instrumental in working with our permitted businesses to ensure that they understood the rules and can resume operations in a much safer manner. And, you know, I think if the public wasn't aware of what your local health department does, I think this last year has really helped to elevate the critical role that local health departments play in communities, and really just how disinvested in they've been over the years. And so we do hope that there's this continued elevation of local health departments and the critical role that public health plays, and continued investment from the federal, the state, and the local level. And I'm not sure if I have other colleagues on the Zoom that would like to say a few words.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Christy Mishi, and I'm your Assistant Director of Public Health. Dr. Moreno was unable to be here this morning. However, he and I would like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank all frontline public health workers. In the last year, the COVID-19 pandemic brought public health to the attention of the world, dramatically altering both the personal and professional lives of public health workers. We want to acknowledge all public health workers who have fought this deadly pandemic, managing long hours, risk of exposure, physical distancing, remote work environments, social turmoil, and more. The important contributions of your public health team made an impact by slowing the spread of COVID-19. We'd also like to recognize other public health teams working to improve public health on many fronts, whether it's addressing health disparities that disproportionately affect communities of color, helping teens make healthier life choices, or providing first-time mothers with skills necessary to help their children thrive. There are a myriad of challenges public health workers will continue to face in Monterey County in 2021. The skills, resilience, and tireless efforts by your public health teams deserve to be celebrated during National Public Week. Thank you, Public Health Week. Thank you for adopting this resolution.
Thank you so much, Elsa Jimenez and Christy Michi. I'll take it over to my colleagues on the board for some comments. Supervisor Phillips.
I just want to say it's unfortunate it took COVID for us to really appreciate and step up how much the health professionals do for us. And but I do think it had one positive effect of us looking and really being thankful for what you're doing. So congratulations, and move forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. And an unbelievably heartfelt thank you to all of the people who work in our own public health department and all of the frontline workers that we have throughout the county. This has really been an eye-opener. But I think more than anything else, it's just a total tribute to the commitment that people who enter the field of public health bring to the field. And I think we have seen such tremendous examples of commitment to public health in our own county by what we've gone through. And watching people like Elsa, like Christy, like Dr. Moreno, and so many others just work 24 hours a day. And I just feel that it's wonderful to have a week to proclaim National Public Health Week, but I think we all know that it's a lifetime. And I just offer my sincere thanks on behalf of the people who live in District 5.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share a few words. I know that, in my opinion, when I think about what's the difference between public health and the rest of our health system, it's the shift from the I to the we. And really, when we look at our whole community holistically through that lens of we end up in the realm of public health. And I know that our team has done a lot with that lens on our community in the last decade, and especially through this pandemic, a lot of that came to light. And I just want to share my appreciation for every single member of our public health team, staff, and folks all the way from the ground to the top. I know this last year or the year before last, 2020, I got a lot of unique opportunities to spend time kind of digging into what happens behind the scenes, especially with our folks in the lab, with Donna Ferguson, and that commitment to the commitment to the entire community was something that really, to me, stood out. And so here today in this forum, I just want to congratulate our public health team for the work in the last year, but really say that this is beyond that. This is really a focus on the work you do every day and day in, day out, year in, year out. You guys really help keep our community moving forward. So thank you for all of your efforts.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, did you want to add anything? All right, well, I'll just make a couple comments. If we've ever had a question about the value and the need for strong investments in public health systems, I think that this past year has left everyone with a newfound appreciation and also a recognition of what happens when we fail to really make necessary investments in the public health infrastructure. When we need it to operate effectively and function at its highest level. And so with that, I would just like to say thank you to every single one of our county public health team members who have worked so incredibly hard this year. I look forward to some of the information that will be continuing to be pushed out this week to help educate our community about what public health is and why it is so important. But thank you so much. We really value and appreciate you. If we were here, we'd have a photo and we'd have a big presentation for you, but we will make sure that gets delivered to you in due time. Thank you.
I just quickly want to on behalf of all my constituents in District 1, the people of Salinas, I want to thank all our public health professionals for really being true heroes during this pandemic. So just wanted to quickly offer my salute to them as well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, we'll move right along to item number 3 on our agenda, which is a resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis in Monterey County and pledging to promote equity, inclusion, and diversity in housing, employment, economic development, healthcare, and public safety in Monterey County. I'd like to once again welcome Health Department Director Elsa Jimenez for a brief presentation.
Good morning. Once again, thank you for giving us this opportunity and garnering your support. I hope to adopt a resolution that really helps to declare racism as a public health crisis. I think it's been a long time in the making. We recognize the critical role that place plays in terms of your ability to achieve positive health outcomes. And I think we need to continue now to elevate that also the person's race also helps play a critical role. And I think that we, by adopting this resolution, will join many other government entities across the state and across the nation that have really galvanized around this issue and continue to elevate it and will continue to elevate race as a public health crisis so that it gets the attention that it needs. Because we recognize that racism in many cases results in structuring of opportunity and assigning a value based solely on an individual's skin color, which really helps to create and further push unfair disadvantages to some individuals and communities and unfair advantages to other individuals and communities. And so by your board coming together and declaring racism as a public health crisis, it really helps to elevate the importance that you put on race, and really as an organization, hopefully affording your departments the opportunity to be able to identify, what role we as a governmental entity can play in terms of recognizing some of the institutional and structural racism that may exist within our own organization, and really galvanizing with the community to help elevate that and create change that is needed so that we can continue to ensure that individuals, regardless of where they live in our county, will have an opportunity to achieve their fullest potential. And with that, because we're limited on time, I'll say just a few comments and want to hand it over to my colleague, Krista Hani, who is our manager over the Health Department's Policy and Evaluation Unit. And we have some community partners as well that would like to say a few words. I do want you to recognize that this is a resolution that was crafted by your staff in partnership with some of the voices that you're going to be hearing from in a few minutes. So Krista. And I don't see Krista, so why don't...
She may need to be unmuted.
We're working on it. She's on her way in.
Okay, thank you.
She's coming in as a panelist.
Okay, I'm here now. Thank you, whoever did that. That was wonderful. So thank you, Director Jimenez. So I would just like to point out that as in our resolution highlights that we have significant health disparities within our county experienced by our racial ethnic groups. And that's similar to what we see nationally, where Black women across socioeconomic status are 3 times more likely to die within 1 year of childbirth, that American Indian, Alaska Native, Black, and Latinx youth graduate at high school rates significantly lower than white youth. In addition, Black, American Indian, and Latinx Americans all have a COVID-19 death rate that nearly triples that of white Americans. Nationally, we see those disparities in our county as well. We definitely must address these disparities together. We must transform our systems and dismantle policies and practices that uphold racism and continue inequities. And we have to make racial equity central to health equity. And the resolution today acknowledges that the systems are a result of history, but our future is going to be the result of the collaboration across multiple sectors and with multiple partners to enact the resolutions, policies, and programs that address racism as a public health crisis. And so I think it's very important that we have our collaborators, our public health collaborators, to speak for a few minutes. I'll turn it over to Rosemary to talk about some important work that this county's doing.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Rosemary Soto with the County Administrative Office. I just want to, first of all, commend and express my gratitude to your board for the continued support and commitment to the dismantling of institutional and systemic racism in Monterey County through the support of the Governing for Racial Equity Initiative. I often look to for inspiration to continue this work because it is not definitely not for the faint of heart. And Martin Luther King Jr. spoke of the 3 evils in his 1967 speech, which was originally titled America's Chief Moral Dilemma. Those 3 evils he spoke of were war, racism, and poverty. And it's not lost on me that the communities he spoke of in that time are still to this day very much affected by the legacies of marginalization, segregation, and the divestment of resources. And it is why this resolution comes before you today, seeking the affirmation of the commitment that you made years ago to dismantle systemic and institutional racism. One of the core principles of Governing for Racial Equity as an initiative is to center community power. To do so means to consistently work towards uplifting, educating, and empowering our communities so that they, as experts of their own lived experience, are given space to voice their concerns and be heard, to voice their needs and be met with actionable solutions. To remain true to this commitment, we are specifically reaffirming that we are committing to creating spaces and developing pathways that would give power to the people of Monterey County so that they, in reality, may be those who are in control of their own destinies. And true to what our late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, the problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power. So thank you. I will turn it over to Andrea Manson.
Hi, my name is Andrea Manso. I serve as the Regional Equity Director for Building Healthy Communities, and I'm responsible for convening this ecosystem approach to racial equity called Toward a Racially Equitable Monterey County. And currently, as Rosemary mentioned, community leaders are developing a learning to action cohort where residents and organizers are offering and leading bold solutions to rectify those racial inequities in Monterey County. That's based on a shared vision and priorities for racial justice among those local residents, leaders, and key institutions. We have a diverse planning team that includes folks from the county providing leadership to the development of this cohort, and that is focused on developing effective, sustained partnerships among all these folks involved. And we're developing issue area teams that are centering voice and leadership of residents. And these teams are comprised of residents, youth leaders, CBOs, and system leaders that are diving into conversations that acknowledge this historical violence on communities and really look at systemic analysis on how to address those root causes. And so much like the conversations you'll be having later today around the budget, around how do we prioritize the well-being of our community, are great opportunities to do that work collectively with community. And while we have a long way to go, recognizing racism as a public health issue is a great step forward. It's a powerful symbol, but the real work comes later, right? And so we are welcoming any leaders that want to be part of this transformative change, and residents are currently inviting folks to join these teams. And so if you are interested and haven't heard of this, Rosemary is your go-to person, but really looking forward to doing some real systemic change for our community where residents actually feel that change. Thank you.
I think I'm speaking next. I'm Francine Rod, and I'm the Executive Director for First 5 Monterey County. As an independent public agency, we have had an opportunity to participate in the Governing for Racial Equity cohort since 2018. We had representatives in the second and the third cohort, and all of First 5 Monterey County staff and Bright Beginnings participated in the 2020 Racial Equity Learning Series. Our staff is very diverse. About 43% are Anglo, 43% Latino, Latinx, 7% African American, and 7% Asian. And our commissioners have a similar composition. It has been amazing to see the growth in the staff and the commitment now to looking at changing systems. And that's one of the things I wanted to emphasize in terms of thanking you for this work and building healthy communities, and the California Endowment for also supporting it and looking forward to its continuation. In their own words, some of the learning has been not understanding about privilege acquired by birth and systemic inequities that have kept people from being at the same starting place from birth, having no idea about the data and the statistics, but some also knowing about the data and statistics, but it's staying in our heads and not moving to our hearts or to our hands. The stories and the small group conversations that existed in the learning group, the Racial Equity series last year, really brought home the need to look at systemic inequities and make changes in ourselves and in our systems. Went from recognizing that the normalization and discussions around racism are so important and are like the stages of grief. Staff went from awareness to denial, to anger, to bargaining, to depression, to acceptance. And that movement from head to hearts to hands to action has led to major changes in our way of being. First, to recognize the need to turn the mental models of school readiness on its head, to ask ourselves not if the children are ready or the parents are ready, but are the systems ready? Are we designing and implementing systems that are centered on R, race, E, equity, D, diversity, I, inclusion, or a new way of looking at readiness? And second, to really advocating to anyone who would listen and looking at our own internal approaches, processes, and procedures, that recognition that in order to dismantle racism and inequities, we had to ask ourselves 3 questions. Who are you doing this with? Whose power does it serve? And is it reinforcing the status quo or creating new conditions that support social justice? Really being aware of intent versus impact. And I'm hoping that as you go through the day-to-day and thinking about the budget, that you'll hold those questions in mind. Really, really appreciating the opportunity for this space, the learning, and the pathways to change. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Elsa.
So thank you to our community partners for helping to support the need for your board to adopt a resolution today, really declaring racism as a public health crisis and really providing us as an organization and all of our community partners. And of course, the community residents helping to lead the efforts that will really help to further advance your promotion of equity, inclusion of diversity in housing, employment, economic development, healthcare, and public safety in Monterey County. As Rosemary indicated, your board has been supportive of this, and I think by us now adopting a resolution, it affirms your commitment to advancing racial equity in our county. And really gives your staff the opportunity to help elevate the need to continue to address the systems and the structures that are in place that continue, again, to disadvantage communities of color and advantage others. And so thank you to our community partners for helping to support the need for us to advance this resolution and hopefully for your board to adopt and help to, in the future, fund initiatives that are needed to really help dismantle the institutions and systems that individuals in prior positions in county government have really helped to institute, whether intentional or unintentional, doesn't matter now. It's really what we're doing to go forward to ensure that everybody has an opportunity, regardless of where they live in our county, to be able to achieve their fullest potential. And so with that, back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Is there an echo? Does our sound okay in here? Okay. Thank you so much, Elsa. Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Francine, for all sharing in the presentation today. I would like to invite my colleagues to make comments. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to join in support of this resolution. I know the National Public Health Association has also been tracking the communities that have passed these resolutions since 2019, and so I'm proud to that Monterey County will hopefully join in on this effort, because it's not only important to address overt racism, as we've seen different communities of color experience recently, and it's made national headlines, whether it's the Asian American community, Latino, African American community, not to mention the police brutality that has been shocking time and time again throughout recently and throughout U.S. history. At one point in the United States history, there was de jure and de facto discrimination against communities of color. But this resolution is beyond that. It's the systemic racism that we see that often has major implications on the lives of our most vulnerable and communities of color in our nation, in terms of employment opportunities, health access, which in the end also impacts not only the health but life expectancy for our residents. So I think this is another of those examples where Monterey County can lead and make this a goal, so that when we do make budgetary and policy decisions in the future, we're also keeping this in mind, along with our governing for racial equity lens. So I would be proud that Monterey County support this resolution with the other municipalities that have already done the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you so much. It's just such an honor to be able to work with so many people of such great eloquence and such great humility as we talk about this really critical issue. I feel like I've learned so much from people just in the last couple of years that has really been eye-opening and just touches my heart very deeply. When I think about the importance of racial equity and fairness when it comes to our public safety, when it comes to housing, when it comes to simply access to food. I think of food deserts that we have. There's so many things that we need to address in a much bigger scope. And to be able to be part of a team, part of a group, part of a county that keeps this in its focus, I think is just making our world better, a much better place. And it's just an honor to be able to endorse this resolution and to say thank you so much. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Elsa, for bringing this forward. It's important that we do this. You would think it should be by this time unnecessary, but as we've seen lately, we've seen the overt racism throughout our country, and I saw it firsthand when I was stationed in the service down at Fort Polk, Louisiana, and we all went down there because Fort Ord was they had the meningitis, and we were all from California, and we saw real racism there that most of us never thought we saw again. And I got to say, people my age don't see this systemic racism on it. And so my work with the California Endowment, as we worked with Rancho Cielo and on our board, they made us more aware of some of the systemic racism that, like I said, a lot of people my age are unaware of. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. I take some pride in our county reaches out and speaks out about racism, whether it's overt or systemic. So thank you again.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to thank all of our speakers for bringing this forward. I'm, proud to support this resolution because when we look at the work that's left to do, it's still an incredible task that lies ahead of us. I look back on some of the things I studied when I was in school, like community redlining, and think about, wow, a lot of that is gone now. Well, there's still things within our policies that we need to fix every single day. And so for that, I want to say thank you to my colleagues. And I want to be clear when I say colleagues, I don't just mean the 5 people who traditionally sit on the dais. I mean every single member of the county family and of our CBOs, of our community partners who help push us in this great direction, because the work that we have ahead of us is significant, as I opened by saying, but we know that it can be done because of everybody's willingness to do the work, which starts with introspection, but ends with real action. And so looking at this call today and having listened to every one of the speakers this morning, I just want to share my appreciation for you guys standing shoulder to shoulder with each other and with us to continue this work as we move forward to really make the change here in our community. And so just want to say thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I recognize some of the speakers. I missed Krista Hani. Krista, thank you also for your work in bringing this forward, and just for the work that you do day in and day out to build healthy communities, which ultimately begins to address some of the historical disparities. I just want to read a couple of the statements from the resolution, and it is posted online, and I would encourage everyone to take a moment to read the full text. But the killings of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd, recent incidents that do not stand alone in our nation. They've galvanized government entities around the country to assess the impact of racism on people of color. We do this again and again and again. Long-standing systemic health equities and social inequities have put many people identifying as people of color at increased risk of incarceration, severe illness, and death from COVID-19. In Monterey County, only 21% of our Latino children and 37% of Black students, compared to 43% of white students, are socially and emotionally prepared by our systems for kindergarten. This resolution is unique in that it's not simply ceremonial. It includes some very specific resolutions and of this board to take action moving forward. In the Now Be It Resolved section, we make a commitment to actively participate in the dismantling of racism. We encourage each of our 12 incorporated cities and towns and I would add all 24 of our local school districts to adopt resolutions affirming that racism is a public health crisis and to take their own commitments to action. It takes bravery to have these conversations, and I just want to recognize and thank our health department for taking the lead and bringing these conversations forward. I want to thank every single county employee who's participated in the Governing for Racial Equity work, and I look forward to where we go from here and how we can continually recognize and look at the policies and look at the very specific actions that we're committing to in this resolution as we move forward. So thank you, Elsa. Thank you to your whole team for bringing this to us. And I personally look forward to sort of continuing the conversation and finding ways to recommit to the work that we know desperately needs to continue to be done. So thank you for that. We will move along to our next resolution now, which is item number 4. It's adopting a resolution proclaiming April 10th through the 16th, 2021 as the Week of the Young Child in Monterey County. We do have a brief presentation from Francine Rod with First 5. I would love to welcome Francine.
Let's see, actually, I think Supervisor Lopez was going to say a few words, and then Sonia Kohler was going to speak on this one.
Fabulous. Supervisor Lopez, thank you for representing us on the First 5 Commission. We're happy to have you take the helm here.
Thank you, Francine, and thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to go ahead and call out the fact that we are proclaiming April 10th through 16th as the Week of the Young Child here in Monterey County. And in our I think we did have a minor typo at the top. We forgot to have the word child, but I think we can correct that if we haven't already. But when we look around at the support network for young families, specifically young children in our community, it's important to recognize the people that do the work. It's important to recognize the need, especially in the middle of a pandemic, for our families, for the assistance that's provided by the people that do this incredibly difficult work. And to share a little more about that, I'd love to turn it over to Sonia before sharing my thoughts. Sonia?
Thank you, Supervisor and Commissioner Lopez. Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable supervisors, and my fellow constituents. Again, I'm Sonia Kohler, Director of the Countywide Bright Beginnings Early Childhood Development Initiative. And I'm grateful to be here today just to share some of my reflections on what the Week of the Young Child means to me personally and to us as a community. First, from my heart, I commend you in passing this resolution to join the globally recognized Week of the Young Child, side by side with health and racial justice. I recognize and thank all of you who have worked with dedication to lay the foundation for this to happen, such as Supervisor Lopez as sponsor and First 5 Monterey County, and all champions of early childhood. This resolution and Week of the Young Child comes at a time of year that brings hope and renewal, something we may all need to carry us beyond 2020 with its pandemics and the effects it will have on generations to come. For me, looking into the eyes and smile of a young child is like spring. I see hope, joy, trust. I can tap back into that energy to keep going. I turn not only to the children that are close to me, but I also turn to the 36,000 young ones in Monterey County who are in that precious formative time as a newborn to age 5. The 36,000 children and families we together serve. Adults often think of children as our future leaders. What if instead we see our children as our current leaders, our current role models? They meet life's challenges with curiosity, with a beginner's mind to find the way forward. These are some of the traits we need as we seek the systemic change that uplifts those that have been held down through racism, sexism, ageism, ableism, all the other isms, as we seek to change those old ways of thinking and being and doing that do not serve the children of the future nor the children of today. As we celebrate this Week of the Young Child, we must also celebrate those that hold them, raise them, teach them, take care of them. It's important to note that the field of childcare and education is known for its low wages. Perhaps not surprisingly, it is predominantly made up of women of color. Yet, these women with low wages stayed open even in the hardest of times during the pandemic, caring for our children. Just think about that. Investing in early childcare is investing in people. It's racial justice, it's gender justice, it's economic justice, and all our futures depend on it. As our lives were disrupted by the pandemic, it was immediately visible how we as parents, as employees, as an economic engine depend on an often unrecognized system of childcare and education. Let the Week of the Young Child remind us that even if spring and renewal is here, As schools and businesses open up again, it's not a time to think the work is done. We have just the momentum we need to build systems that are just and whole, systems that families can navigate and access what they need, regardless of the language they speak, the color of their skin, where they live, or how much money they make. There's a saying from those native to this land: it takes 1,000 voices to tell a single story. This is a resolution that lets us weave our voices, our intentions, our actions together to support those that cannot yet vote, those that are most vulnerable, those in whom we trust our collective future. Join us next week in celebrating young children and celebrating the young child in all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. I'm not typically a whereas type person, but there were 3 in a row here that really spoke the entire sentiment to me, and I want to share those. Whereas over 80% of licensed family childcare providers remained open during the entire pandemic, providing essential services for children and families, and currently 95% of family childcare providers and 82% of licensed childcare providers are currently operating. Whereas the availability of quality childcare is key for COVID-19 recovery efforts, and childcare providers are helping children and families build the resiliency they need to weather this challenging time. And whereas it is important to give thanks and recognition to early childcare providers, educators, family, friends, and neighbors, and other organizations working with young children for the critical role they play in the lives of young children in Monterey County. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn back the microphone to you.
One more panelist for comment on this, Sonia Jaramillo. Sonia,
Yes.
are you on the panelist side? Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
So I was originally told that you were not going to see my face. So I will keep the camera covered. I had surgery, so I am not ready to display that. So good morning, everyone. Monterey County Supervisors, and not sure you have any audience, but I don't see those numbers. My name is Sonia Jaramillo, and I am the Senior Director for the Monterey County Office of Education Early Learning Program. And I'm also the local Senate appointed Early Childhood Policy Council member. In my role, I oversee 30 Head Start and state preschool classrooms countywide. I wanted to let you know that during the years, all of us childcare providers have been focusing on childcare needs. I've seen dedication amongst all of the different providers, and I've always impressed. As you can see, and you've seen all of the data showing the needs of childcare services for children 0 to 5. And as a result, Governor Newsom's master plan for early learning and care has been prioritizing childcare expansion and preschools for all of our little ones, and those different initiatives. The pandemic, though, was something unexpected for all of us, and I see it as a very strict teacher. And we have had to adjust how we provide services for our little ones, as we don't want to flank. We have modified our facilities to meet current and social distance requirements. We have seen parents, volunteers, all of them adjusting to the changes. We want to make sure that this provision of services continues because our little ones deserve that and more. Our sites continue to provide services to half of the number of children, but nevertheless, we're trying to do that remotely and center-based. Now more than ever, we know that we must continue to work on servicing the whole child and allowing them to be part of a holistic approach where the adults pay attention to their needs, physical needs, personal needs, social needs, emotional needs, all of the different aspects so that they can focus on learning and being ready for the critical transition that we have. In Head Start, which is one of the programs I oversee, we call this comprehensive services. And I've seen the impact of comprehensive services, holistic approaches, helping the whole child. All of it amounts to the same thing. Our little ones need that extra focus and support. Everything that Ms. Calder mentioned amounts to how can we serve the little ones. Our sites, for example, in Monterey County, for the Monterey County Office of Education, have been open since August. We have been providing services for the little ones, and we have seen some of our little ones lose their parents to COVID, Others lost their jobs, their homes. The struggle is real for them. And from observations, nothing more than mental health is needed right now. We need to find a way to support and continue to provide those services. And I'm glad to see that our supervisors are focusing on the needs of our students. I appreciate Christopher support and Mr. Lopez support and providing the services for our centers, visiting and always being there. So that is really making a big difference. And I see that throughout from all the different supervisors, and we appreciate that. We have to be making systemic changes and working and making those delivery of services to continue to impact the lives of our little ones. The collaboration amongst agencies and different providers is more than ever needed. Financial support for grants for our providers so that they continue to be open and continue to impact the lives of our little ones has to be at top of the agenda. We want to make sure our little ones are ready for the transition to kinder, because once they're in kinder, it's a different world. I've been a kinder teacher and I've seen the impacts. So please continue to focus your agendas on impacting the lives of the children. This initiative is great. I thank you for the time. Francine and Sonia are always focusing on the needs of our students, and they're much appreciated. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sonia. All right, with that, we'll bring it back to my colleagues for any additional comments. Supervisor Adams.
I can't help but I have to just say some things about this. I'm so delighted by it. And when I read The Week of the Young, I thought, wow, that's a really different way of, looking at it. I sort of liked that. But I just want to talk about this just for a little bit, because I've been around since First Five started. When I think it was in 1995, it started, the government entity that it is was started by a bigger government entity when a proposition was passed to raise the tobacco tax to focus on children, on First Five, and that's how it began. And I'll tell you that I feel like we are seeing the results of this effort over the last 25, 26 years since First Five has been in place. As I look at the way fathers, particularly today, treat their children. I'm looking at Chris. What an example. The focus that has been paid to understand how to raise a child, how to communicate it with a child. That First Five has done so much, and many of the other programs as well, but I'm thinking of First Five particularly because that was the focus. We're seeing now young men who had the opportunity to learn from that, and now the way they treat their children is just amazing to me. It's, in a sense, I feel like it's just changed the world, and I'm delighted that we have a resolution. I'm so happy to be part of it. More than anything, though, I'll tell you, I just think it's when you spend time and money focusing on ensuring that a child starts off right, you don't have to worry about them in prison. It doesn't happen. We're investing in the child. We're not investing in what happens when the child goes astray. So I just thank everyone who's involved with the work that has been done. And as I said, I love First Five so much. I can't not talk about it because I was there and, when we got it started.
Wonderful. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. So keeping us moving along, thank you again so much for bringing this forward, Supervisor Lopez. Thank you for serving and representing the county on the First Five board, and really recommitting and reminding us about the importance of investing in children when they're young and families with young children. You read the whereas statements that I had pulled out that I found to be very significant today. And I think that's also significant as we move into this budget workshop to keep in mind the significance of prevention and the significance of making these early investments. So with that, we will move along to our consent calendar. We have items number 13 through 16. I believe that staff had hoped to pull item number 15. Are there any board members who would like to pull any items from today's consent agenda? Supervisor Adams.
I was going to pull 15, but it sounds like staff is doing that, so that's great. Thanks.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled for comment or question from the board? Any items to be pulled by members of the public for today's consent calendar? Seeing no hands raised, I'll bring it back to the board. Why don't we deal with 15 and then we can, well, actually, we'll pull 15 for separate conversation. If we could entertain a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll move approval of consent other than item 15.
Second.
Great. Great. We have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Phillips for consent items 13 through 16, with the exception of 15. We already asked, is there any public comment on consent? Seeing no hands raised, we'll bring it back for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. With that, our consent calendar carries, and we will invite, I believe, Annette D'Adamo for some additional discussion about item number 15.
Thank you, Chair Askew and members of the board. I'm here today to make a staff recommendation that the board authorize the County Administrative Office to work with the county's federal legislators on potential earmark requests through the FY 2022 appropriations and the surface transportation reauthorization processes to advance Monterey County projects and programs. As you know, it was recently announced that members of Congress would have the opportunity to submit earmark requests through these processes. And Congressman Panetta's office reached out to us and requested information from the county regarding potential projects and programs for his consideration on or before April 1st. And due to the short time frame for response and there not being any board meetings or legislative committee meetings scheduled by that deadline, the County Administrative Office met with county department heads to create a potential list of projects and programs. And we tried to focus on known board priorities and projects where funding could be spent down relatively quickly within the next year or two. There's a list of those projects in your board report. We did make an additional project for Chular sidewalk project that was also part of what was sent by the county administrative officer via a letter that he sent to Congressman Panetta with short descriptions of each of these projects. Then last Friday, staff from the Congressman's office reached out to our housing department staff and discussed with them additional potential projects that we might want to add to our list. So we have Melanie Beretti on the Zoom call, and she'll be able to describe some of those projects. And I know that at least Supervisor Adams and maybe other board members may want to make other additions to the list that we submitted. Part of the staff recommendation is to gain your authorization to continue to work with Congressman Panetta's office to refine these requests if he chooses to submit any of them as part of his 10 allocated requests that he is able to make through his office, and to similarly work with Senator Padilla or Senator Feinstein if they allow us to make these same requests with their office. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Brent Haberly, the county's federal lobbyist, he can provide a little better explanation of how the process is working, and then he can turn it over to Melanie. I believe we also have representatives from all the other county departments that have requests on this list on the Zoom available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Annette. Just briefly, and I think Annette kind of gave a good overview of the process that we're engaged in right now. But we have submitted a number of projects to Congressman Panetta's office. He had asked for those projects by the end of last week. We're in the process of talking to his staff. We have a number of meetings set up this week to answer additional questions they have about a number of the projects. But going forward, what Congressman Panetta will do, he will look at all of these projects that he's received, and obviously not only from Monterey County, but from a lot of other entities throughout his district. Santa Cruz County, a number of the special districts would have been eligible as well to submit projects, as well as nonprofit organizations. So he will likely have quite a few projects to sift through. And of all of those, he'll have to choose his top 10. And that's the number that he's limited to ultimately submit to the House Appropriations Committee. And he will have to do that. There's different deadlines depending on what the project is, but basically it's towards the end of the month. So we'll have a few weeks to figure out his top 10. So that's the process we're engaged in now. A little bit kind of behind that are transportation related projects that we can also submit to Congressman Panetta for him to submit to the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee as they put their legislation together that is focused just exclusively on transit and highway related projects. So that's the process we're engaged in right now. As we put our projects together, we tried to be a little strategic about it, understanding that many other entities will be submitting projects as well, and also understanding that there are a number of different areas that can be earmarked. So, you know, the idea is to try to spread out these projects and not have, 10 transportation projects that we submit, knowing that we're not going to get that many. So that's been kind of how we've looked at this holistically. And this will start to unfold over the next week or so with Congressman Panetta's office. So happy to engage any questions if you have any.
Thank you. I saw Supervisor, or I saw Melanie Brady's hand raised. Were your issues addressed, Melanie? If not, please raise your hand again so I can call on you. But Supervisor Adams, you had also asked to have this item pulled. Did you want to speak to anything in particular that hasn't already been covered? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I do. I appreciate all of the work that has gone into this, and I can understand working against a deadline as you had to. I did not see the Carmel River Free project on the list, and I'm hoping that this is now an opportunity for us to be able to put that one forward, evaluating which elements of the project would be eligible for inclusion in the earmarks program. So I'm very thankful that Congressman Panetta's office is working so well, and thankful for the county for doing so, working with them as we look forward to refining these. But I did want to ask that we include the appropriate elements from the Carmel River Free project to be included on the list. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. And maybe that's something that Melanie is prepared to speak to. Melanie Brady.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Askew, Supervisors. Let me first speak to, since Carmel River Free was just brought up, let me briefly speak to that. My understanding is that those discussions have been happening, but with the Big Sur Land Trust directly with Panetta's office. And so what I would ask is that we work through Brent Heberly and coordinate with the Land Trust just to clarify whose request it's going. I had not included it on this because I thought it was going through the Land Trust. So we will loop back and make sure that the request is included either through the Land Trust. I guess I have the question, do we want to specifically ask it on the county if as long as it's covered with the Land Trust? Just making sure that that's an okay approach for the supervisor.
Well, clearly I would prefer, since it's with us at the county, that it would be through the county. So,
okay. So I'll coordinate on that and follow up with Brent as well, and make sure if that's the will of the board, we'll go that then we will do that. The other item, I was able to send over a memo flagging one specific project for housing that we would request to add to the list. And that is specifically for pre-development costs for affordable housing development next to the county's newly constructed homeless navigation center in Salinas, and that is county-owned property at 845 East Laurel Drive. There's good opportunity there for citing additional affordable housing or supportive housing. I did want to mention there has been discussions with the Coalition of Homelessness, and there was an ask to consider as well on the county's list the possibility of a $2 million request for site acquisition
for a site that could focus on youth homelessness and safe parking. There's been preliminary review of county sites. There does not seem to be a county site that would necessarily be acceptable. And so, and my understanding is there's a good deal of youth funding, youth homelessness funding that is going to be coming down. And the coalition has been working very hard to pull together and will be coming down, and this would be leverage funds for that. So I did want to raise that as a possibility for the board's consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about projects, we're wondering what the status of was. I'm wondering if there was a reason we didn't include the potential dam spillway modifications, Interlake Tunnel. I mean, when we're looking at major projects that have the ability to impact long-term here in Monterey County, those seem to make sense. I'm just wondering if there's a reason those weren't on the list, and if they were just an oversight, if they can be added.
Yeah, I can address that, Supervisor Lopez. The ability for Congressman Panetta and for all House members for that matter to earmark, the House Appropriations Committee has identified only specific accounts in each appropriations bill. So we had to look very carefully to see which of our projects would meet the eligibility criteria for these accounts, these specific appropriations accounts. And unfortunately, the Interlake Tunnel and any other kind of infrastructure related projects associated with the dam, for example, did not qualify. There were very limited accounts within kind of the water resources area. The Army Corps of Engineer projects was one of them. So the Pajaro might be eligible. It definitely is eligible, but it might be a candidate for funding. On the Bureau of Reclamation side, there were only specific projects that had already been authorized by Congress could receive earmark funding, and the Interlake Tunnel is not one of them. So it's a very defined set of Bureau of Rec projects throughout the West that can receive that funding.
So I appreciate that. I think for us as a county to throw it forward, if these particular earmarks aren't the right way, but there's another way within the coming packages to do it, having it on the list early and identifying it as a county rather than saying we self-excluded that, I would feel more comfortable knowing we put it on the table and let them make that decision to exclude. I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Alejo.
I wanted to agree with Supervisor Lopez. I mean, member earmarks are basically they're very flexible, and there's no set and fast rules of what qualifies and what doesn't. I mean, basically, if they're almost any district project, the same was in the legislature, the same is in the Congress. There's no criteria that says a member of Congress can only request certain projects and not those. And especially here, you can't say we're gonna apply for and put the Pajaro River levee in and not put the Interlake Tunnel project. I mean, that's just not that's not how earmarks work, and we could certainly make those requests. The reason this is frustrating is because we passed a water bond in 2014, and there's reports coming out. We're now facing a new drought. So almost 6-7 years later, out of that water bond money, absolutely zero water storage infrastructure projects have been built in 7 years. And here is our project, which is almost shovel ready. The analysis has been done. The projected additional water we would save, the numbers have been worked. All we need now is to acquire additional funding that could offset the amount needed that would go into a 218, which is the local funding for a project. If we don't prioritize at every opportunity our water storage projects, nobody else is going to do it. If we're not raising awareness about this with our members of Congress, no one else is going to do it. So I think it's imperative that the Board of Supervisors continue to be very proactive and trying to utilize every opportunity to draw down additional dollars for probably the only shovel-ready water storage project in Northern California, if not the entire state at this time. So
So I know Brent knows about this very, very well, but I think we should certainly keep it active on our list and let Congressman Panetta know. He might decide differently, but at least he knows this is a top priority and that it cannot be ignored by him as our federal representative.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other supervisors with hand raised, so I have I wanted to thank our county staff for responding so quickly to turn something around. I love it when bureaucracy can move as fast as you did. It did create a flurry of activity in my office. I just want to be very clear that anyone who had concerns about the Davis Road Bridge widening project, that we've been able to clarify some of the concerns that were raised about that being a component project of an East Side Parkway. We have additional information that we can provide to answer any questions that anyone has, and we do have the details and the mapping that really do show that this is a very specific project for floodplain and bikeway safety improvement, not connected in any way to an East Side Parkway project. So it looks like Charles McKee has some comments, and I don't know, Melanie, if you need to have any clearer direction about how to move forward from this board. But Charles, I'll let you jump in.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the board's support of the speed and efficacy with which Annette and Brent worked on this, and as usual, they're professionals in trying to get this stuff done within the kind of the guidelines that we think the board is hoping to put up as far as parameters. So what I'd request is that if the board wants to add or delete anything from the list, that you make a motion to do so. It's not just that, oh, this is what we want, single board member saying this is what we want or don't want. I'd appreciate if we can have a motion that includes those specific items to add or delete from the list that we have on the board report.
Charles, should we have to do that for the entire report? Project by project by project?
No, the report's already as it is. I mean, it's already written as part of the agenda, consent agenda here. So if you wanted to delete anything or add anything to the list, that would be saying this is what I want, and then which would be the motion would be to support the list with the inclusion or deletion of some other items.
So if I could, Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Lopez, and I would make a motion that we approve the list as set forward by staff with the inclusion of the Interlake Tunnel and modifications to the spillways at the dams down south in southern Monterey County, and the CR-free project as requested by Supervisor Adams. That would be my motion.
Second.
All right, thank you for the motion from Supervisor Lopez, a second from Supervisor Alejo. Annette Diadama, do you have additional information for us?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Askew. I would ask that we also include in the motion, because it was not included in the board report, the Chular sidewalk project that was part of the letter that we submitted to Congressman Panetta, and then also the 2 housing projects that Melanie spoke to.
That's my arm on Chular. Sure. Yes, absolutely. I agree.
Yes.
Supervisor Leo. Awesome. Thank you.
Fabulous. So we have some friendly amendments that have been accepted for that. I think we need to go out to public comment on this before we vote, but we do have a motion on the table. Is there any public comment in regards to item 15 or the motion that's been made to include some additional items? I don't see any hands raised for public comment, so we'll bring it back to the board, and I'd be happy to ask for a roll call from the clerk.
Supervisor Alejo? I think I heard him. Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right, and once again, thank you to our staff for just jumping into action and also for all of the preparation work that went into having these projects ready to go so that when we have the opportunity to submit them forward, we are prepared and ready to respond. So with that, we have completed our consent calendar. We will move into general public comment. It is 11:50. We do have a lot of additional information to review in closed session over lunch. And I do just want to briefly, before we go into general public comment, explain our process for this afternoon. Our budget workshop will begin right at 1:30 with a presentation from our county administrative officer that will be about 5 minutes. We'll then go into an overview of the 2021-2022 budget workshop presentation with a 10-minute presentation from our budget staff. At that point, I'm going to open it up. It's not listed on the agenda, but I will open it up to general public comment on the budget presentations for anyone who has a brief comment that they want to make so that they can get on with the rest of their day. For others who would like to stay and participate in the rest of the workshop, we will have individual presentations from departments for a good portion of the afternoon, at which point we do have at the end of those presentations another opportunity for public comment for anyone who wanted to stick around and listen to the staff presentations and make comment at the end. We would ask that you choose one of those two opportunities since we won't have, it'll be this single opportunity for public comment, so you get one chance. And we'll be giving board members an opportunity to make brief comments after each of the department presentations. We will have a hard break at 3:30 for 10 minutes. We have some staff who need to take a quick break, but we will be trying to work our way through the budget workshop. We have one other item at the end of the day, which is the right to recall ordinance. So that will occur at whatever point in time we make it through our budget workshop. So just reviewing the process for the rest of the day, but with that, I'll open it up for general public comment. Is there any general public comment today for items that are not listed elsewhere on our agenda? We will allow 3 minutes for public comment. And just please remember that we are limited to discussion on items that are included on our posted agenda, so we may not be able to respond directly to your general public comment. I don't see any hands raised. And we have no one here in chambers. All right, with that, I will close general public comment. We will recess for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30 for our budget workshop. Thank you all for joining us this morning.
Be open 5 days a week. Yeah.
our producer, Andrew Bradley, saying they've come to Augusta to finish
All right, we'll be reconvening in just a moment.
What is it happening?
There's an echo going on.
No.
Wendy, your personal laptop's microphone is on. I think that's the issue.
I can't turn it off. Is that better? No.
Nope.
Nope.
There you go.
All right, we're better.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, that was fun. Okay. Okay, now that we've sorted out my technology, we are going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. It is 1:48 on Tuesday, April 6, 2021. We are running live on Zoom. No, we're live on Facebook and YouTube, but if you'd like to join us so that you can comment and participate in our budget workshop, we are at Zoom webinar ID number 224-397-747. Could we get a roll call by the clerk?
Mike. Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Wonderful. We have Spanish interpretation services available for our guests today. Anyone in the audience who would like Spanish interpretation, we have headsets up here at the front. Hector Guzman, would you like to announce Spanish interpretation and how to access those services?
Thank you.
So, my name is Hector Guzman. I'm here to provide Spanish-English interpretation. Mi nombre es Héctor Guzmán y yo estoy aquí para proveer de servicios de interpretación en inglés y español.
Great, thank you very much. So if you are watching us on Zoom, we do have the interpretation globe at the bottom of the screen, and you can click on that to access Spanish interpretation. We are going to begin our budget workshop for the 2021-2022 budget year. If you have an agenda, you'll see that we have item number 5 and item number 6, which are general overview presentations from county staff. We will then open up for public comment for anyone who has comments that they'd like to give the board, that a general comment. So we'll give those who want the opportunity to share that with us. For anyone else who wants to stick around, we will then have individual presentations by our department heads. We've asked everyone to keep those to no more than 5 minutes so that we can move our way through the agenda today. At the end of each department head presentation, I will invite board members to share any brief comments or questions. And then at the end of all of our department head presentations, we will once again welcome anyone who didn't already share public comment to make any final comments before the board has discussion and deliberation to provide any direction that we would like to our staff moving forward. And then we have one final item on our agenda this afternoon, item number 12, which is a worker right to recall ordinance that we will discuss at that point. And then we will be potentially returning back into closed session at the end of the meeting. So just so that we're all on the same page as far as process moving forward, I would like to invite our County Administrative Officer, Charles McKee, to kick us off with a brief presentation about the budget process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those who don't know, I'm Charles McKee, the County Administrative Officer for Monterey County, and I have the pleasure today of starting off our budget workshop. I know that the budget topic is not something that everybody looks forward to. It's a challenging situation. I want to begin by thanking the county staff. We have a lot of people that work for the county, no doubt, but they are it should be recognized that they are just tremendous assets. What the county does as an organization is to provide services to our citizens and our residents, and we do that through our staff. I mean, we provide those services by utilizing county employees and some contractors and local community organizations. And the budget is our way of trying to identify the resources and needs that are for our county staff to be able to provide those services to our community. And I think that it's really important to recognize the way that our staff has stood up during this really trying time of the pandemic, of the COVID-19 pandemic, that started just over a year ago here for Monterey County. And it's put a lot of strain on the organization. It's put a lot of strain on our residents. But what we know is that it highlighted the exemplary work that we find in Monterey County and the exemplary assets that we have in our county, which is our county workforce. And as we move forward, as the board is asked to identify priorities today, as the department heads are articulating the needs for their departments, what they're articulating is how we can provide those services to our county in a way that is most effective and efficient. And we know that there are going to be some desires, some needs that aren't going to be met. But we know that it's done in identifying the priorities from the Board of Supervisors down through the organization in the best way that we can provide services to our county and recognizing the challenges that we have. One of the things that became clear early on in 2020 was that there were going to be some real budget hits potentially, but it was important that we didn't overreact. I want to thank Mr. Woods and his staff for advising that let's not overreact. Let's make sure that we do things prudently and let's address the budget challenges prudently. And we're going to move into the 22 budget year, hopefully in the same way, that we look at where our real needs are, where our resources are, and try to allocate them across the organization in a way that can be most effective. And where we start with that is trying to look at some of the state and federal funding resources that we have and trying to leverage those with the county dollars that we generate here locally. So trying to put in perspective, how do we make sure that we get the best out of the monies that we can get from the state and federal government? How do we get the best bang for our buck by leveraging those resources? And then finally, I want to thank all the county budget staff in the budget office, the finance managers throughout the county, the department heads and their staff who put these documents together to try and to get a coherent strategy for the county to adopt a budget. You'll have another chance in the beginning of June, I think, is when we're going to have our budget hearings to finalize, to put your final stamp on how you want our budget to look in the future. And then finally, at the end of June, the board will adopt its budget. But remember that this is a work in progress that has started. It starts in the fall, and then it starts to build steam in the early part of the winter. And it's led by the county budget staff, but it's really a collective effort from all our county employees. And I just want to thank everybody for the effort that they put in to make sure that we have resources for our community. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Woods and Mr. Vega.
Thank you, Charles. My name is Dwayne Woods with the County Administrative Office. I'm an assistant county administrative officer, and one of my functions is to oversee the budget function for the county. At this time, we're going to start our budget workshop, and I think it's important. Our budget workshop was initially conceived by a supervisor who no longer is on the board, Supervisor Parker, and she back in the day had the foresight and tenacity to say, let's do a workshop. And as we've done that for I don't know, probably 8 to 10 years now, what I've realized is the budget workshop is not just an opportunity for the budget staff to talk about numbers and to present numbers to people. It's actually an opportunity for the departments to communicate to the citizens what it is we do on a daily basis, because we touch so many lives in the community, and I'm not sure that the citizenry really knows all the functions that we do. So what I hope to have happen today through all the departments' presentations is for the residents to really listen to what these departments do and understand that they're very meaningful, and they've been developed over years and years of need that the community has sought from their government, their local government, and these are their core functions. Having said that, today what we're presenting is the preliminary baseline budget, and for that purpose, what it basically gives us is a baseline that we can present to the board and to the public about what it would look like if we only used the resources that we knew we had in a historical fashion, and what would not get funded. And that's in the context of what each department does, and that presents some complexity, some challenges, but it also presents opportunity for the community, and especially for the board to advise staff what it is the priorities are. What is it you would like us to go as the budget finance staff, go back, and how is it you would like us to build the recommended budget? So more than anything today, it's an opportunity for us to listen to the board. It's an opportunity for us to listen to the citizens of this county and to see and try to fit into the limited resources that we have available those meaningful priorities that are communicated after today's meeting. And I do definitely would like to thank all the department heads, all the staff throughout the county, and indeed the board's budget committee. They provide guidance on an ongoing basis throughout the year. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ezekiel Vega, who is the budget director of the county, and he leads a fine team of budget staff, and they're going to present just a brief overview of what the baseline says to us after the departments presented it to us for consideration. After this presentation and after this workshop, these staff will go back and try to take the priorities directed and try to build a balanced recommended budget to present back to the board early June so that we can get the final guidance in the budget hearings. With that, Mr. Vega, I will turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. So I'm beginning to share the PowerPoint presentation. I think that you and Mr. McKee already have provided a lot of the background information and also given thanks to the appropriate departments for providing the information. So I'll jump right into the presentation itself. So good afternoon, board members and members of the public, staff members. As indicated, my name is Ezekiel Vega, and today I'm going to present the baseline budget for the county for fiscal year 21-22. The baseline budget always starts with the process of estimating current year estimates and also doing a forecast so that we have a preview of how the county is going to face its current challenges for the current year, and also how it anticipates meeting some of the challenges for the next fiscal year and 2 out years. So the first slide here is something that the Board of Supervisors has already seen and many members of the public. So the takeaway from this slide is that we project or anticipate that the current year estimate would close the year with a positive note to the bottom line of approximately $0.8 million. And that would not have been possible without the good management and direction of the board members and the department directors. And also due to the fact that the county received a significant amount of money from the federal government in the form of CARES revenue, which helped the county respond to the pandemic. However, when you look at what we anticipate will occur for fiscal year 21-22 as part of the forecast, we began projecting a deficit for fiscal year 21-22 of approximately $40.7 million and growing to 43.6 and 45.6 respectively on the out years. So the main reason for that projection is that we anticipate or project that expenditures are growing at a faster pace than revenues are, therefore creating this imbalance. As you know, the county budget is approximately $1.6 billion on an annual basis, but of that $1.6 billion, there is a a smaller portion of that is called discretionary revenue, which is the revenue the Board of Supervisors has discretion over to direct to the different departments on how to allocate those funds in order to provide services in the community. From this slide that you have in front of you, you see that for the current fiscal year, we are estimating that we will receive approximately $266.4 million of this type of revenue. But of that, approximately $28.1 million corresponds to the CARES revenue that I made a reference to earlier. When you take out of the equation that one-time revenue of $28.1 million for the current year, you look at a growth for the following fiscal year of approximately $10 million compared to the $238.3 million for the current year. So that leaves a significant challenge for the county, as you will see in some of the next slides, where expenditures are growing at a faster pace than discretionary revenue. One important aspect of this discretionary revenue, or the most important revenue for discretionary revenue, is property taxes. And as you can see from this slide, property taxes are also projected to increase, but the rate of increase slows down over the next few fiscal years. And also, we don't know if the pandemic is going to continue to affect the county, even though vaccines have been rolling out at a great pace throughout the nation and our county. But we don't know how much longer the pandemic will be with us, and if the overall value of commercial property or residential property will be affected. But as of right now, we anticipate that property tax will continue to grow over the forecast years and also into the next fiscal year. Another important revenue of this that makes the discretionary revenue for the county is the transient occupancy tax or hotel tax. This transient occupancy tax was projected to decrease significantly due to the pandemic for the current fiscal year. And then we are projecting a conservative growth estimate for the next fiscal year and also for the 2 out years. And when you compare this to the high point of fiscal year 1819, there's a reason for that discrepancy on revenue. Obviously, the pandemic is creating a significant impact on the economy, but also in fiscal year 1819, we had a one-time event where the U.S. Open came to the county and generated additional revenue that was considered one-time in nature. But overall, the message on this slide is that TOT, as an important component of discretionary revenue, was significantly impacted, and we anticipate or project conservatively that we will start growing over time. Another important aspect of discretionary revenue is also cannabis assignment. Cannabis assignment is currently estimated for the fiscal year 21-22 at $15.4 million as part of the baseline budget, although program staff at the cannabis program estimate that we will be receiving closer to $19 million. So there is approximately $3.5 million that are not included as part of the baseline budget, then where the board will have some discretion as to how to utilize those additional dollars. It is also important to note that in order to respond to the unprecedented times in the pandemic, the board had to utilize all the cannabis assignment. As you see on the slide itself, cannabis assignment had grown from fiscal year 16-17 to a high of $26.9 million for fiscal year 19-20. But during the current fiscal year 2021, due to the unprecedented challenges the county was facing to respond to the pandemic, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to use all of the cannabis assignment for specific programs that will respond to the pandemic. On the converse side, expenditures continue to grow, as indicated earlier, and one of the main cost drivers that continues to affect the county's finances is the rise in pension cost. And as you can see, just comparatively, from fiscal year 14-15, the county was paying approximately $31.7 million in pension costs, and it is projected that by fiscal year 21-22, the county will be paying more than double that amount. So that has created a significant challenge for the county, and it will continue to be a challenge for the county. So part of that challenge is also the continuous growth of the unfunded liability component of pension costs. And as you can see in this chart, that unfunded liability has continued to grow over the last few fiscal years to the current high of $762 million. That is $47 million above the fiscal year 2021 general fund annual operating budget. And the funded percentage of all the plans for the county is currently at 72.8%. Given that this is an important aspect of the county that will continue to affect the county finances over the next few fiscal years, the county budget's office will be bringing to the Board of Supervisors, as discussed during the presentation of the current year estimate and forecast, a policy and a plan to start addressing this unfunded liability component of the county's finances. Another important aspect that is affecting costs is workers' compensation and general liability program, where those expenditures continue to grow on an annual basis, and it is something that also the county has to address in order to continue to be a financially viable organization into the long run. Another important aspect of expenditures as well is health insurance cost. As you can see, these health insurance costs also follow a similar pattern of what you had seen also with pension costs, where the county was paying approximately $38.4 million in fiscal year 13-14, and now it's estimated to pay approximately $62.4 million for the upcoming fiscal year. So it is a cost that the county has to address to ensure that it continues to be financially viable in the long run as well. Another important aspect that affects the overall ongoing expenditures for the county is the contribution from the general fund to outside agencies. It is estimated that the county will be contributing to outside agencies approximately $7.1 million and also contributing $5.5 million to the route fund as a requirement of maintenance of effort. So that was just a brief overview of where we were with the current year estimate and the forecast. Now we are focusing on the baseline budget. As indicated before, the baseline budget is the work of the many different staff at the county level, finance managers, budget staff, where they prepare the initial baseline budget, where they look at available resources at the departmental level. They look at resources of discretionary revenue allocated to them by the CAO's office. And then if they identify a gap, then they submit what is called augmentation request. And this augmentation request will be summarized for you during this presentation today, so that you see what the existing funding gap that has been identified by departments as part of this process. Those two components together, the baseline budget and the augmentation request, is what is called the requested budget. And this requested budget is presented as a whole to you for your consideration today, so that you could get more details from departments as to where we are currently and what the needs are, and be able to provide some guidance to the budget staff and also to departments as to what the priorities would be for potential funding. Those priorities will be summarized and brought back to the Board of Supervisors during budget hearings the first week of June. And then if everything goes well, then we will have an adopted budget by the end of June. So overall, for fiscal year 21-22, the baseline budget stands at approximately $1.6 billion, where revenues and expenditures are balanced. Overall, for the general fund, the picture also stands at $720 million in expenditures and revenues of $716 million. The revenue and expenditure differences are explained by the use of some fund balance at the departments that you see on the slide, like the health department, social services, and the sheriff. So overall, as the departments submitted their baseline budgets, a funding gap of approximately $55.9 million was identified, with the largest gap identified in the general fund, amounting to $54.9 million, the majority of that coming from that fund. And further breakdown of these funding gaps by department shows that the largest request is coming from the county administrative office, where the majority of that $28 million requested from that department is coming from the request for capital funds. Also, the sheriff department is being affected significantly, as well as public works and facilities and other departments as well. Each of those departments will have a presentation for you explaining the specific details, but on this slide, you can see those major projects that are being requested as part of the CAO's budget request for capital projects. The amounts that you see in front of you amount to approximately $24.7 million, of which only $18.4 million have been identified as funding needed for fiscal year 22, but the rest is estimated for future years. A further breakdown of these augmentations requests from the departments gives you the different categories of funding being requested by all the departments. And as you can see, we highlight a couple of items for new positions that are being requested. Also, the status quo field positions is a need of $2.2 million. And also some of the status quo vacant positions overall requested by the departments amount to $6 million. There are many important services that are being requested throughout these categories, but at this point, we're going to be focusing on those that affect the status quo positions. Those requests that affect the status quo positions are summarized for you here on this slide. And as you can see, 23.15 positions are being affected, amounting to $2 million, and the overall requests for funding gaps related to the status quo positions amounts to $8 million. Further breakdown of that, those positions needs throughout the departments is shown to you on these specific slides, with the largest impact coming to the Sheriff's Department, affecting a total of 30 FTEs. Although those positions are vacant, there's still a significant impact to positions that are important for the delivery of services. So this slide here just shows you more information so that the board and the public is better informed as to where the specific funding gaps are coming from. So what you saw on all the preceding slides about gaps show that overall need of approximately $59.7 million. Of that gap, the county, as you had seen also on some of the slides, does not have sufficient resources to be able to fund all those important services being requested. However, in order to prioritize those requested augmentations, we will be looking at what the direction from the board is today. And also we will be looking at the criteria that you see in front of you on the screen. And I will not read every single item for you, but obviously we will be looking at maintaining and retaining those positions that are filled to ensure that we sustain employment for those positions that are currently being identified as potentially being affected. So what is the funding source that will be available to potentially fund some of these gaps? We do have some cannabis revenue growth. If you recall, I had mentioned earlier in the presentation that the cannabis program is estimating approximately $19 million in revenue on an annual basis, and we are only using $15.4 million as part of the baseline discretionary revenue estimates. Also, the Board of Supervisors may look at other one-time funds to be able to look at funding some of the augmentations. And as well as everyone is aware, we have also been notified that the county will receive approximately $84 million as part of the American Rescue Plan. This is one-time funding, which has specific restrictions on how those funds could be used. Those restrictions you could see are in front of you on the screen. But one of the important things that on how this fund could be used is for the county's response to the pandemic itself. Also, in order to help the county to replenish some of the revenue reductions that the county has experienced as a result of the pandemic. And also this revenue could be used for infrastructure projects. It is also important to note that this revenue is going to be received in 2 installments. One of them we anticipate will be received by the county sometime at the end of May. And the other half of the funding we anticipate will be received the following fiscal year. And all this funding that we will receive is could be used over the next 3 fiscal years. So the next steps at this point will be just continue to receive information today from the different departments. And the board will receive this preview about the different funding needs for the county. And then we will be presenting the recommended budget to the Board of Supervisors on June 2nd and 3rd. So this concludes my presentation. And unless there are some questions, we will, the next steps will be going to the departmental presentations.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Ezekiel, for putting some of this in context. I'm going to bring it to my colleagues for some initial comments and questions. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation, Ezekiel. And I do have just a couple of questions. Can you tell me what the process is going to be on determining how the ARPA funding is going to be allocated? Is this the board's only opportunity for weighing in on these decisions?
No, this will not be the board's only opportunity for that. In fact, since we have not received the funding yet, what we anticipate that is that we will bring a plan, but when the budget hearings happen, June 2nd and 3rd for the Board of Supervisors on how to potentially use those funds. But today you have an opportunity to provide some of your priorities as a board on what the important services that we will have to continue to fund going into next fiscal year using any type of funding. That will maybe cannabis growth or any one-time funding like the ARPA funding that you refer to.
And so when we go through the budget, the presentations from the different departments, will you be able to tell us which projects are eligible for ARPA funding as we move through the presentations?
We will be able to provide you some general guidance based on the information that we have right now from the federal government. You saw on one of the slides I presented that there are 4 specific categories on how this funding could be used. So we could try to look at how that type of funding could be used to fulfill some of those needs. For example, on one of the slides I had shown some large capital equipment requests that the departments have submitted. So this type of funding could be appropriate to use for that type of purpose. And it's very clear that this type of funding will be used for that. And if in some instances the board decides to use it for other purposes, you could provide some of that initial direction for some of these needs that the departments will present, and then we will make sure that it meets the requirements as outlined by the federal government.
So you had indicated that one of them was government services provisions. That was one of the things that we could use the ARPA funding for. Can you tell me what that means? What is that?
Yeah, provision of government services for revenue loss. I think that's why the way they read. So maybe I'll start with go back to the presentation to make sure that we look at the specific language on the slide, but so that I am not misspeaking.
I could also help you out, Ezekiel, here.
Please.
So if we have a revenue loss that was a direct cause of the pandemic, it is our understanding now, and they haven't got any regulations other than the legislation language, that if we had a revenue loss or reduction,
like TOT as an example,
like TOT, so then we can take those some of that ARP money and backfill for that loss over the period of time. We would want to be careful when we do that, so that we have a plan in place, because it's really one-time money, but it should help us get through the downturn.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. That's just what I needed to hear. And then finally, how will we be funding the replacement to the strategic reserve?
It is. Go ahead,
so I could also. So also that funding, a lot of, if not all of the things that the board did authorize for that use of those funds for the strategic reserve were pandemic related. And so that would fit in that category. So as long as we're not precluded from this activity, what we would expect to do is substitute and use the ARP money for the pandemic related expenses, thereby not requiring a withdrawal from the strategic reserve or even the cannabis.
So will we be, as we had indicated then, will we be replacing the funding that was taken from the cannabis assignment account with ARPA funding?
Well, actually, back in the day when we did this, but it wasn't the day, it was just a few months ago. Time flies on Zoom. But what we said is we were not going to take the money out of those accounts because we wanted to wait and see. So we won't even have to put it back. We just won't use it and it'll remain there. And then we'll just utilize the ARP money in the first place.
I see. So for the strategic reserve and the cannabis assignment account, those are still whole as they were before?
They're reserved for the purpose that the board told us to use them for. But back when we did it, we said we're not going to use the funds because we want to make sure there's not other sources. And now this other source came, we will go to that source and not go to the strategic reserve or the cannabis.
Thank you so much. And then finally, this is probably for you, Dwayne, regarding the baseline. How is the baseline prioritized by department? How do you prioritize who gets what for the baseline?
Yeah, the baseline is just a basic beginning point and is prioritized based on prior board directions as far as allocation for discretionary dollar. So it's an incremental increase. So as we have incremental increase in discretionary revenue that is applied in a standard methodology to departments based upon their share of the prior year's discretionary dollar. So it's incremental, and it's not a wholesale change, so to speak. But that is only a beginning point. It doesn't mean that they retain that amount. It's all about the building of the recommended budget and direction by the board.
Okay, thank you very much for your help. I appreciate that. I'm done.
Thank you, Mary. Did I see Supervisor Phillips' hand also raised?
Yeah, I did, but I had some of the similar questions that Supervisor Adams had, so I got the answers. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss you.
Thank you.
Any other supervisors with questions following this initial portion of the presentation? Seeing no hands raised, what we're going to do is we're going to go out to public comment. So anyone who wants to make a public comment to the board for the workshop related issues, who doesn't want to stay and make their public comment at the end, we will give you a chance to make that public comment now. If you're on Zoom, you'll need to raise your hand so that I can call on you. Alternatively, we do welcome emails to cob@co.monterey.ca.us. So if you want your comments to be considered as we navigate further, please do send them to us in writing. And if you're participating via our Facebook or YouTube Live and wanted to join us on Zoom to be able to participate, the Zoom webinar link is 224-397-4747. We do have 3 hands raised, so I will invite Bernie Gomez to make some public comment now via Zoom. Yeah, we do have a lot to get through today, so we will allow the full 3 minutes, but just encourage people to help us keep things on track moving forward. Thanks for joining us, Bernie.
Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Bernie Gomez. I'm with Milpa, and as we go into the listening to the department's proposals, I do understand the maintenance of effort for these departments. I do understand that some of these also departments are getting way above. They're overly funded, above like twice as much above the maintenance of effort. But as we go on, I really ask and urge the board to really, think about, governing through a racial equity lens, through the lens of health and well-being, making decisions that will impact the success and healing of our communities that have been struggling, especially through this pandemic, but not just the pandemic itself, but also the lack of resources that have not been, that are well underfunded, regarding the maintenance of effort for these departments that actually provide services to the community. Also, just want to, say that there is, we the community, and I speak for myself and hopefully the community that's behind that, some of this jargon, budget cycle stuff is, it's really difficult for some of us to understand or even comprehend at times. And I think there's a need also to continue to provide these type of budget presentations and actually breaking it down a bit more to have the community fully understand what's going on. Because right now it seems like the folks that are doing the budgets are speaking to the board through that jargon, and I for myself am like kind of left at a loss sometimes at these at some of the terminology and stuff. So I just want to say that much, and I will look forward to watching these presentations and seeing how the board directs some of the staff to move appropriately in the direction of funding actual community needs and values. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Is my microphone working? Can you guys hear it in the back? I'll just speak up and get a little louder. Next up, we have Megan Mattioni.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to
share my voice. My name is Megan Mattioni, and I am with the Monterey County Office of Education. I work on the Quality Matters initiative, which serves our 0 to 5 community through supporting ECE educators in learning best practices to support their programs. And I'm here today to just really highlight the work that Bright Beginnings has been doing. I have the opportunity of working really closely with Bright Beginnings as well as other local agencies here. In particular, we've collaborated recently during this pandemic on several projects, the COVID Response Recovery Coalition, the Child Care Accessibility Project. We've also worked collaboratively organizing educator-focused vaccine clinics. And I'd just like to say it's been an honor working alongside this team. They're dedicated, passionate people who are just focused on making a positive impact in families' lives. And I say this as a county employee, but also as a parent. I have 2 young children myself, and all of us, I'm sure have been deeply impacted by this pandemic. And it's just comforting to know that there's agencies out there like Bright Beginnings who advocate for families in terms of mental health and just overall well-being. And we really do just need that voice right now. It truly does take a village to raise a child, but to raise up an early childhood education system, it takes even more. So just thank you, Bright Beginnings, for being that voice for all of us. And thank you, board,
Thank you,
for allowing
Megan.
me to say that.
Thank you, Megan. Next up, we have Brianna Hernandez. Brianna, it looks like you're unmuted and you may begin your public comment. Okay, we can't hear you, Brianna, so we're going to move on to Olivia Martinez, and we will circle back to Brianna. Olivia, you have 3 minutes on the clock, and we appreciate you joining us to share your thoughts with us today.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Olivia Martinez. I'm actually the new Region 2 Director for SEIU Local 521. I believe we have approximately 4,000 employees under our bargaining unit in Monterey County. I want to thank you for all the work that you guys have been doing as a board. We really appreciate your leadership. Why I want to comment today is because we had a presentation this week from Mr. Ezekiel to our bargaining team that's already meeting for the successor contract. And one of my concerns is the fact that the county received $44.9 million in CARES Act money. And under his presentation that he provided us, there's still a deficit that he is saying that many of the departments have as we go into negotiations. We also know that the county is receiving half of the $85 million in 60 days and the other half in next year. One of our concerns is that it doesn't seem that SEIU will have, will be able to provide any suggestions of how to use this money after the fact that 560 of our members were either exposed or contracted COVID-19 in 2020. We're very concerned that we didn't hear much of the presentation, how some of this money has to be used for essential workers. And most of our workers, most of our members worked in the front line, sacrificing their lives every day. So we hope that the board considers the efforts and the sacrifices that our members made as we continue in negotiations. I look forward to meeting you in person and hopefully meeting with our bargaining team so we can let you guys know our bargaining principles. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your comments. Next up, we're going to try Brianna Hernandez again. Brianna, if you unmute yourself, let's give this another shot. All right, we're still not getting any audio for you, Brianna. So we're gonna move on to Luis Juarez.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors, Monterey County, and to those that are able to join us in this time of in this time that we've been in this past year. It's obviously so many issues have surfaced. Our county has been impacted in so many different ways, economically, culturally, and in terms of the efforts that one of the folks that we heard from earlier, Bernie Gomez from Milpa, the efforts in terms of preparing your constituents, our neighbors, in participating or at least having our voices heard in this process of finalizing the budget. We are this is an exciting opportunity. And I just wanted to express how exciting that is, because we haven't seen our neighbors engaged, or we haven't seen them as interested in the life and in the civic structures of our county, and more so our cities and our school districts, since this pandemic had hit. And along with the murder of George Floyd by a police officer last May 25th in front of the whole world, these are the moments that help us shift and transition collectively. And I like Bernie had mentioned, this need for helping our neighbors, our residents, the rest of us, to help understand and be able to read and access spaces of engagement during this time. We understand, or we feel and we believe just how impactful and how positive that exchange is and can be for us, for first generation, for the generations that have already been here. We have people that have in this county that have been here for 6-7 generations. And then we have native, those of the Esselen Nation, the Ohlone, Amamutsun, Salinan, and the Rumsen. So thank you very much for allowing this to happen.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Veronica Miramontes, we've got you up next for some public comment.
Mute. Great. Hello. Just hope you guys can hear me. My name is Veronica Rani Miramontes. I actually am a part of MILPA as well as operations associate. I'm also an elected official from Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. I just wanted to hop on today and say hello and thank you all for hosting this. So just thank you to the Board of Supervisors and for the community for their time on being here. I really appreciate the planning workshop opportunity to allow civic engagement to take place. So my hope is really to see the community come forward and take advantage and have their voices heard. I know that there's a lot of money out on the table, but also a lot of that money is already allocated to certain funds due to laws and restrictions. But my hope is also to see the Board of Supervisors hear what the community has to say in regards to what we can possibly do to support those that are most disadvantaged in our communities. I definitely feel, as we think of it as a team, if we can support individuals that need the most help, then overall we're going to be more successful as a community. So those are just some words of encouragement. I did want to echo what I heard Bernie say in regards to understanding all the nuances and the jargon and the language. Even for myself as an elected official, hearing some of the conversation that we've heard so far, I still feel a little lost. So my hope is as the planning workshops, unfold and improve every year, that we have opportunity to kind of break things down a little more to be understandable by all of our community members. And that's going to help us determine how to best allocate our funds. Definitely think that if we move forward to consider where some departments get a lot of funding and others do not. What does that look like, and what that means for every individual in our county, regardless if there's someone that's either formerly incarcerated or just someone that's actually had opportunities in their life to not have to face certain hardships, and why that happens. So those are just some words that I wanted to provide, and thank you all so much for your time and trying to find solutions for everyone. I know it's not easy, and I appreciate having this planning workshop for us to determine what that could possibly look like today, tomorrow, and for our future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronnie. Next up, we have, let's see here, I don't have a full name, Aram.
Yeah, it's Aram. Good afternoon,
Aram,
everyone.
thank you for joining us.
Yeah, no worries. I got you on that one. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aram Coronado, and I'm also from Milpa and also a resident in Monterey County. I just want to address the board that you all will keep seeing us. You will see us show up every budget hearing. As you know, and previous excuses that I've heard from board members, like, oh, you guys have to engage in the budget process. Well, guess what? We've been doing that. We will continue to do that till our communities, our community needs are being.
Is that her? I mean, we're losing reception for you. You've cut out on us. Do you want to try one more time?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
We had some bad reception there, and you cut out. Do you want to pick up again and continue? We'll see if we can keep you connected.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll go ahead and start all over again. My name is Aram Coronado, and I work with Milpa, and I'm also a resident in Monterey County. I just wanted to address the board that, the previous excuses that we heard from the board is, you guys have to start engaging in the budget process. Well, guess what? We've been trying to engage in the budget process, and we will continue engaging in the budget process till our community needs are being met. Now, it is time for the board to start prioritizing and investing back to our community. Our community has been hurting even prior to COVID. I'm asking for the board to please start prioritizing and investing in housing services, mental health, reentry programs, and Esperanza care. If you drive through Monterey County, you will see the racial disparities. So please, I'm asking for the board to please meet the needs of our community as we will continue to show up. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and thanks for bearing with us through the technology challenges here. Next up, we have Brianna Hernandez. We're going to try again. We see you connected on 2 devices, so let's see if we can get this to work.
Okay, great. Can you hear me now?
We can. Wonderful.
Okay,
Thank you for persevering. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Brianna Hernandez. I'm the assistant coordinators for Mujeres en Acción.
Brenda, try unmuting again. We somehow got muted.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
My name's Brianna Hernandez. I'm the assistant coordinator for Mujeres en Acción and also a community health worker for the VITA project. We support community members that are struggling with COVID. And I wanted to speak on Bright Beginnings. There is an essential program to the community. Many families are struggling during these times in the pandemic. And this program has been a huge help to us in the VITA project and to these families. We've come across dozens of families in a short amount of time, and these families can't seem to, they don't have the essentials to provide their children with their necessities. For example, Bright Beginnings has provided diapers, wipes, and formula, and shelter-in-place boxes for children. Many families can't qualify for other programs or due to their document status or other reasons. That makes it more challenging for them. They don't know where to reach out to for this help. This has been hard work for the CHWs in this program, along with their own struggles during the pandemic. It has been stressful. Bright Beginnings offers reflective practice circles that has been helpful for everyone in the VITA project in dealing with the stress. We are very lucky and happy to have Bright Beginnings to help us and these families in need. These families are very grateful, and thank you for your support for these programs.
Thank you, Brianna, and thank you for working with us to get you on here. Next up, we have Alexis Magdaleno.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
We can, loud and clear. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Wendy. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alexis Magdaleno. I'm a Lead 47 specialist with Milpa. I wanted to make a public comment to support what many of my colleagues are saying today and support the letter that was delivered to the Board of Supervisors in regards to our budget demands. This is something that's critical and important, not only for us as community organizers, but also as residents and as what we see in our community. This is we carry the message of not only the people that signed, the organizations that signed, but also the community members that don't have access to these Board of Supervisor meetings, that know that there's a lot of things that are needed in our community, but don't necessarily have trust or guide or confidence that their voice will be heard at these meetings. So we try to bridge that gap, and that's what we bring today. Those messages for those 6 demands to be met, to be funded, and to be prioritized. So we urge the Board of Supervisors to listen to the community members, listen to the community organizations that are making this effort, putting their time and energy and resources to, hopefully get their voice heard, hopefully get their demands met. This is something that's critical and important, and it will have a lasting impact on our communities. Here in South Monterey County, we still struggle, receiving mental health services, receiving social services. It's something that's important for us, and we know that is very hard to access. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carla Lobo. Carla, you'll need to, you've been given permission to unmute yourself, but you'll have to unmute yourself on your end. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for joining us.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Thank you for.
You're good to go. Thanks.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here as a community member of Monterey County. I'm deeply involved in my community, and at the grassroots level, I'm the co-chair of the Central Coast DSA, and I'm also the data analyst for BHC in the VITA program. In the VITA program, we did help a lot of folks, and we continue to help a lot of folks. I think this is one of the most collaborations that I've seen where you have communities coming together. But within this program, we also saw a lot of disparities, and we also saw the deeply rooted division that we have within the Monterey County, and also the funding that goes within our county. I come today as a concerned community member that our voices are being silenced at all ends of the spectrum when it comes to Monterey County as far as stakeholders. And it's important that we start identifying that, recognizing it, and including the community at a level where we are included when the planning is happening, not just being presented budgets on all levels, particularly at the educational level. The prisoner pipeline is real. The prisoner pipeline in Monterey County is astonishingly unbelievable that it still is happening, that we are still allowing our children to fall through the cracks. So I urge that this board really think about the leadership that it has employed right now, and that it really pays attention to the community, because COVID only amplified what we already knew. And particularly in the school district and the school system. Again, it all starts with informing and educating and preparing our children, and that's where it is. So investing heavily in our youth is important, and it's needed. We know the decline of families are happening here locally, and that's because we can't afford to live here. That's a big thing that we need to address now. Our homeless population is suffering, and also our youth. And I definitely want to amplify that. And also those programs that are already in place at the grassroots level, and also the organizations that have programs that are effectively working in the community. So again, I urge this board to really pay attention of how many folks are out here and what they are actually asking this board to do is give us what we already know we deserve and not leave us behind. We are humans and we need to be treated as this. And the disparity is plainly physical and emotionally and mentally, and we can see it, and our community is suffering. And I really need to make sure that you see that. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Carla. Diana Crosco, thank you for joining us today.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Diana Nancy Carrasco Cortez. My parents are from Michoacán, Mexico. First generation, I guess, here, de este lado del muro, construido por hombre. And I speak in Spanish because, you know, even though it's another colonizer's name, like, aquí estamos, you know, this is the way we relate to the land, the way we relate to our family and our friends. And I may be, you know, like, speaking from the heart or from a very emotional place, centered. But I also just want to continue creating space for emotion, because when we are addressing the budget, when we are addressing a legality of issues, we think of a very logical stance, and that is deprives us from our whole humanity, from our whole essence of being. And it's something that I feel continues to be robbed of our youth, of our elders, of our familias, right? So you might hear some construction, some drilling in the back, but you know, it's part of this. It's part of this moment, and and I guess I just wanted to come here and speak on the need for stronger and honest, intentional support for our language, culture, and art, the diversity and richness of that. I was very surprised when I first saw the budget, like within the last year or so, you know, 3%, less than 3% at a county level is allocated for culture, language, and art. And that to me is just, it does not make sense. I mean, it makes sense, right? When we look at history, when we look at the structure of our government, it makes sense, right? The genocide, the violence inflicted on the land, right? Our language is informed by our relation with the land and the people. And if we are robbed of our language, if we are deprived of practicing our language, then that connection with the land and our relations is also deprived, ¿verdad? So I would like to see that taken as a priority, and also invite whoever is in a position of power, authority, to maybe take a moment to reflect on how you may have to rethink your position as a representative or not, and see how we can deconstruct the idea of professionalism and education beyond our standard of knowing, essentially. Algo así. So thank you all for being here and listening, and to the community. Gracias.
Thank you, Diana. Yahara, we have you ready to go. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yahaira Garcia Mesa, and I am a resident of Greenfield, resident of South Monterey County, since I lived in all different cities. Once again, thank you to the board for being here and listening to me. And I come here as a student. You know, I am still in school. I've been through different schools within South Monterey County, and I have witnessed the firsthand lack of funding within the school districts, the community at large. And you know, and it's not until you leave the area when you realize the disparities happening in your town, and that every time you want something, you know, for the youth, whether it's social and emotional services, recreational activities, the response is always, it's due to the lack of funding. There's no funding allocated for recreational activities, for services for youth. So, you know, as your constituents, you can't be forgetting the youth voices. And we are here. We are here to let you know that we demand funding. We want funding. We need funding. Obviously, there's other departments that need to be funded, but it is time to start divesting funding to the most marginalized communities, especially in South Monterey County, where it's always left behind. We're always left to not just be on our own. So thank you again for taking time to listening to me and listening to my concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us and for sharing your concerns. Is there anyone in the audience here in the board chambers today who wanted to comment now instead of later? I don't see anyone standing up, so I'm going to take that as a no. We have one more comment from Lavisha Franklin.
Hello, my name is Lavisha Franklin. I'm also known as Queen Tay. Hi, Wendy, and everyone, Mary, everyone on the call. I'd like to start by saying I am a community organizer for BHC and also a CHW worker for the VITA project. We also partner with MILPA, Back in 12, and Mujeres in Action. There is little to no Black representation in the conversations of budgeting. As you can see on this call, there's very little Blacks even present on this call. So my concern is the lack of Black representation, the lack of funding being allocated into the Black community. Black residents feel left out, neglected, and I believe that Monterey County has an obligation to create opportunities to invite more Black residents into rooms, into the information, the budget, not as being presented to here, this is what the budget is, this is what we're allowing, but where more Blacks are allowed to be a part of the decision making. So the Black community on the Peninsula District 4 needs a bigger presence in these conversations. And like I said, just based on the public comments here, the lack of Black representation is what has resulted in the neglect of the Black community. And it seems like after the conversations are over, there's crumbs spread amongst the Black community, just enough to survive and not to thrive. And now more than ever, now that racism has been declared a state of emergency, this is the pivot point. This is the moment where Blacks need to be more visible in these conversations and in these rooms. And I would love to see this change implemented vastly and beautifully and courageously, fearlessly, in order to see a great change. And Monterey County can be an example to the entire state of California. And thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Hector Calderon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the space. My name is Hector Calderon, and I'm here to, already amplify what's already been said from many of the community residents that have, voiced their concerns and suggestions on how we can be more inclusive of bringing more residents to these, very complex conversations around the budget and its hearing, in which need to be broken down, like as you already heard, and be more accessible during times when residents aren't able to really all partake in these sort of hearings, to give input of real demands that are indeed needed, such as, physical, mental, behavioral health, as well as, giving positive youth development and prioritizing our overall holistic well-being of our youth in the Monterey County. funding job training programs and other community-based and educational programs that are needed in our communities. Housing, which has been some of the biggest things that I consistently hear being a huge issue, primarily around farm workers, and having the investment in affordable housing for folks of color, Black, Indigenous, and peoples of color. But also realizing that this county is a farming community, right? And it's a rural community. There are a lot of rural communities within it. And I think that we need to also bring in their voices. And we also know that there's a huge history around agriculture in Monterey County, given that it sells billions of dollars worth of agricultural products, from cannabis to strawberries to leafy greens. And it's by far the largest industry in the county. However, the industry needs laborers on the ground, and tens of thousands of people plant, pick, pack produce that travels across nations to feed millions of mouths. And we need to really value and bring to notice that Monterey County can make huge changes to all of its residents, but also to agricultural workers who labor day in, day out on a lot of these particular issues that we're all touching on, and all of these residents and colleagues of mine who have called in to really demand specific things that we're all looking for. And we're hoping that we can get those things through our voices, and hoping that you guys can take in consideration that we are trying to make these budgets so that they reach the communities that are really in need. So I appreciate you listening to me, and I hope that you guys can really consider all these voices that have been on this hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing your comment. Next up, we have Louise Olive. Can we give Louise Olive the chance to unmute and share some thoughts with us today? Louise, you'll need to manually unmute on your side. We've given you permission to unmute yourself, but you'll have to push those buttons. Perfect. Nope, we lost you. I'm so sorry. All right, we have one more call-in caller for public comment, phone number ending in 000. I believe you'll need to press *6 to unmute so that we can hear you while we work on that. Okay, looks like that's not working, and we lost Louise. So I don't see any other public comment for this portion of the meeting. And as I mentioned when we started, we will again allow public comment for anyone who didn't have a chance to already make their comment at the end of the department head presentations. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to join us today. We'll close this portion of public comment. And this is the process. This is the first time that the Board of Supervisors is receiving all of this information. You're here receiving it with us. It's not a fast nor an easy process. And I invite you to, everyone who spoke, I invite you to stay with us for the duration of this afternoon, to join with us in studying the budget recommendations, and studying how the mandates and programs that we're required to deliver on work. I invite you to take a hard look at the recommended budgets from previous years to gain better understanding of the work that each department does. And I invite you to stay engaged with us as we learn together and try to figure out how to make the highest and best use of limited discretionary county dollars. So with that, we will begin our department head presentations. I believe we're starting with item number 7. For anyone who's in the board chambers, I think we do have copies of the presentations at the front, so feel free to check those out. If you're online, you should be able to click to access the department presentations that will be presented today with more detail. I will invite Steve Vagnini to join us. I see you ready to go. And we will do our best to stick within 5 minutes for department presentations so that we can make our way through everyone. But thank you so much for joining us, Steve, and we are grateful for all the work that you do and look forward to hearing what you have to share with us today.
Thank you, Supervisor. Good afternoon, members of the board, county staff, and members of the public. My name is Steve Vagnini, and I am now working on my 19th budget. Along with my two assistants, Alicia Sotella and Marina Camacho, and my finance manager, Karina Morgan, I am now working on my 19th budget. During this period, I've been very fortunate to have collaborated on county budgets and county finances with the same group of professionals, including Assistant CAO Dwayne Woods, Treasurer Tax Collector Mary Zeeb, and most recently, the Auditor Controller Rupa Shah. During this period, there's been a great deal of turnover on the Board of Supervisors and the county department team. The one constant during the last 2 decades in the budget is the budget and the finance team. This has been a good thing. Since we have some new board members, essentially new board members, I'm going to give you a little primer on property taxes. My first slide explains the different functions of the elected financial departments. Since as my time is limited, I will not go into great detail. Simply put, the assessor's office determines the ownership and value for over 135,000 properties in the county annually. The auditor in August then applies the various tax rates to all of the properties, and the tax collector sends out tax bills in October, collects the revenue in December and April, and finally the auditor distributes the revenue collected to all of the various public entities. Each department has a myriad of other functions as well. Some of my other electeds will talk about those a little later today. The revenue that we collect and distribute in Monterey County alone is over $750 million. That's $750 million. The second slide, which you're looking at today, briefly discusses Proposition 13, which is unique to California, insofar as we are the only state in the United States that reassesses property only when there is a change of ownership or new construction. The next slide briefly describes the property tax cycle. The lien date in California is January 1st of each year. The assessor's office enrolls a value for every property in Monterey County as of the lien date. The tax roll that we are currently working on, the lien date is January 1st, 2021. We analyze all of the new construction, sales, and transfers that occurred during the prior year. We then close the tax roll every year at the end of June, which is the basis for tax collections that occur in this year, December 10th of this year and April 10th of 2022. I want to stress that coming up with the fair and equitable value of over 135,000 properties annually entails a great deal of analysis by a group of highly trained professional appraisers and support staff. I'd like to thank my staff for all the work that they do, and especially during this challenging year. Every year, we have closed the tax roll on time in the face of a myriad of challenges. This year, of course, has not been an exception. The next slide is a history of assessments in Monterey County that you may find a little difficult to read, that shows that the total assessed valuation and the corresponding percentage growth in assessed valuation. Every year, the assessor works very closely with the county budget staff and finance managers for school districts and fire districts and all the other districts in the county to project assessed valuation growth so that they can build their budgets accordingly. A lot of these districts rely heavily on property taxes for their revenue. As you can see, during the last 5 years, the assessed valuation in Monterey County has grown by more than 5% annually. They've been good years. Nevertheless, if you back up a little bit, you can also see beginning in 2009, we entered into a 5-year period of slow growth. And for 2 years, for the first time ever that I'm aware of, we experienced negative growth in assessed valuation. I point this out today because this could happen once again. The next slide goes into the factors that go into projecting assessed valuation growth. New sales, new construction, transfers, Prop 8 assessments, and the inflation factor. This year, the CPI inflation factor will only be 1% rather than the customary maximum 2%. Consequently, I am basing a modest assessed valuation growth for this year of 4%. So why is all of this relevant to you today? As you heard a little earlier on today with Mr. Vega's presentation, the 2020, the County of Monterey collected $252.6 million in discretionary revenue. 182 million of that discretionary revenue comes from property taxes, which means that 72% of the money that the Board of Supervisors gets to decide where to spend comes from this source, which is, as I'm trying to convey, far from guaranteed. Now, you heard a lot of great comments just prior to my presentation from the public talking about the need, which are tremendous needs, but you also see that at a $1.6 billion budget that we're talking about, you get to decide where $252 million go. And as you know, that has to do with a lot of the departments that you'll be hearing from today. The next slide talks about Prop 8 briefly, which requires the assessor to load taxes on properties when assessed valuations fall below market values. This is what happened in 2009. During the peak of the recession, the Monterey County Assessor's Office lowered the taxes of 35,000 properties and in turn removed $6 billion from the tax roll. $6 billion. This year, we are currently analyzing certain commercial property values that may have been impacted by COVID-19. Should the residential real estate market peak and eventually decline as it did during the recession, we will need once again to lower the value of residential properties. One has to ask the question as to how long this current real estate market will continue at the pace, and of course, when and if the bubble will burst. The next slide shows how property tax revenues are distributed. Mary Zeeb, my counterpart in the tax collectors, pointed out that this slide is a little outdated. I apologize for that. But the main point is you can see school districts receive the lion's share of the pie. It's also important to note that not all counties receive the same percentage of overall property taxes. Monterey County gets 15 to 17% of the property tax dollar. Some counties get 25%. Next slide, please. The next slide touches very lightly on Proposition 19, the recent initiative passed by voters in November that could have a serious impact on property taxes in Monterey County. Unfortunately, most voters really weren't sure what they were voting for. It passed, and it will impact Monterey County in a lot of different ways. It will certainly impact the workload of the Monterey County Assessor and the County Clerk Recorder. The final slide shows the combined budget of the Assessor, County Clerk, Recorders. As you can see, the Recorder's Office has a negative general fund contribution, which means that we bring in more revenue than our expenditures. This has always been the case, and with the dramatic increase in recordings and corresponding revenue, it will allow the Assessor, Clerk, Recorder to balance our budget next year without requesting any augmentation. So I'm not asking for any augmentations from the board today. Next year, when I come before this board, we could be looking at an entirely different reality. I hope that you have found this very, very brief summary to be informative. What I would like to leave with you, if anything, is the message that future discretionary revenues are not guaranteed to grow as they have in the past 5 years. Core county expenses continue to increase faster than discretionary revenues in normal times. As we all know, these are not normal times. In my professional opinion, as an elected official and the Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder for the last 18 years, the County of Monterey now needs to support more than ever our county core services. And I will remind you and the public that these county core services are what many of the members of the public that spoke before me are talking about. These are core services that the county provides to this public. Now, you'll hear these presented by the fellow department heads today. We need to support these core services in order to maintain a strong, sustainable organization so that we can continue to serve the people of Monterey County. Thank you for your time, and I'd be glad to answer any questions if you may have any.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for the presentation and all the information. Are there any board supervisors who have comments or questions? Seeing no hands raised, we will say thank you, and we will move on to our next presentation, which is from our Auditor Controller, Rupa Shah.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Rupa Shah. I'm the Auditor Controller. I have the slide presentation. Ezekiel, if you don't mind, could you bring it up?
Rupa, I wasn't prepared for this, so let me see if I can find it. Because I think that you sent it to the clerk of the board, correct?
I also sent it to the budget office.
I'm gonna click from the agenda. I'm gonna open it from there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Presentation with Nick Chulos. We'll come right back to you, Rupa. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Is the microphone on? Can you hear me okay? And I think Julian is going to put the, this is the green light's on, Valeria. I think Julian is going to put one slide up that I have, and only one. And while we get started here, just to kind of quickly introduce this, for those in the public who may not be familiar with it, the county administrative officer is essentially the CEO of the county organization, taking direction from the Board of Supervisors, who acts as the Board of Directors. The County Administrative Office provides general administrative management oversight for county operations, and a big part of that is the budget and fiscal part that Dwayne Woods and Ezekiel Vega and their staffs are talking about today. And another big component of what our office does are to operate some very specific programs under the direction of the County Administrative Officer. We have, and can that slide be expanded, Valerie? Enlarged? We have 5 different augmentation requests that have been submitted to the budget office that total a little over $2.2 million. And I'm just going to go through those in the interest of time real quickly. The first one is in communications. And one of the things we discovered during the pandemic is that we had some areas that really needed improvement in the way that the county messaged out to the public in terms of media communications and general public outreach. There were 2 areas that we've identified working with the Ad Hoc COVID Communications Committee, which is Chair Askew and Supervisor Lopez. One of them, and it's a very immediate need, is to bring on a full-time position that would be a Spanish language translation individual that would also be very versed in social media, because we've had difficulty this year in providing quick turnaround Spanish language translation in areas where we need it, and we see this as an ongoing need. And also the ability to really message to media at the social media level, which is really becoming more and more the preferred way of communication. That position, a new position, was created working with our HR department. It's called the County Media Analyst. And we took this matter to the Budget Committee at the March Budget Committee meeting, and the Budget Committee endorsed the idea of adding that position. The Budget Committee also agreed with the staff recommendation, which was to, if the board was willing to actually direct that it be added into the recommended budget so that we could begin recruitment immediately and that we would know that there would be funding for that position in the next fiscal year. The other very important position is a Director of County Communications, and this position is also a new position, and it would provide overall strategic development, overall management of county communication assets, and really tie together what is currently a fairly decentralized way of communication with the various county departments. There would be potentially some organizational changes, but certainly more coordination with a director at that level. The other augmentation request is a 6-month extension for the TMD Creative contract. TMD Creative was hired to help us with crisis communication during the COVID pandemic. We've got a placeholder in for a 6-month extension of that contract should it be needed, and that's something that we'd like to talk to the board about further as we develop the budget going forward. The next augmentation request is the Office of Emergency Services. The Office of Emergency Services does, where the board is very familiar with that is during crisis management, emergency management. But what is not well known is that the OES function also does a lot of very critical and important and required emergency planning in any number of areas. It's analogous to having a county general plan. When you have a general plan, that guides land use and development in the county. In this case, the emergency plans guide county response to emergencies. We have requested an augmentation for an emergency services planner. We envision that position, should it be authorized by the board, to be primarily a Spanish language preferred position, so that we could have an individual who could go into community meetings and could fluently converse with the community. We think that would be a very good addition. There's also a fairly small cost item. There's a large, probably at least as large as the screens here in the board chambers. It's called a live wall monitor. And when the emergency center is activated, that's where all the information is displayed so that a large number of people can adequately see the information that's necessary. The third augmentation area is in our sustainability program. The board will recall that several years ago, the board wished to reactivate the sustainability program. This is energy and environmental sustainability. The board added a position, and we have a very competent sustainability program manager. What was not added at that time was any operational funding for the program and any additional staffing needs that might be necessary. And because we have some very robust work that needs to be done in terms of climate action planning and municipal climate action planning, we've requested a management analyst 1 and some operating costs for the sustainability program so that the climate action plan, which has been partially grant funded, can be fully funded and then operating. The fourth area is the cannabis program. There are 2 areas of augmentation that are requested there. One is a contingency fund for overtime, enforcement overtime, permit processing assistance, and testing. And then there's also an annual fee for the California Cannabis, and the slide should say Authority Administration fee. It's a JPA. The county was one of the early adopters of that JPA, and it's very valuable in terms of tracking and tracing and data collection. The last item is supervisorial redistricting. Because we had a census this year, we will be required by law to redistrict. There's still some flexibility being discussed as to when the deadline will be to have redistricting completed. And we've put a placeholder augmentation request. We believe it will probably cost us around $400,000. That number may change slightly once we get more into the detail of it. But based on our past efforts on this, we believe that that would be necessary to hire the consultants that are necessary in terms of the demographic work that has to be done to operate the committees, should the board choose to create some type of advisory committee for that. So that's a really quick, very quick summary, Madam Chair. But these augmentation requests all together total $2.25 million. We believe that they are critical additions or in reinforcements of existing county programs and meet board priorities that have previously been expressed. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Nick. I see a couple hands raised on this one, so we'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Nick. And I just have a couple of questions, and I don't know whether it would be you, Nick, or it would be Dwayne or Ezekiel. But can you tell me, from all of the positions that you've listed, which of those positions are would be subject to ARPA funding?
I would like to defer that to Dwayne or Ezekiel, Madam Chair.
So for the positions, as it stands, I think he's looking for a long-term commitment. So while we might be able to use some of the ARPA funds to fund the positions because of revenue reductions, the ARPA wouldn't be a long-term source for those funds. But I would say that as long as we have qualified revenue reductions, then we could, on discretionary revenue, we can move those over and deal with position. some of the Office of Emergency Services positions on a temporary basis could be, FEMA eligible, or even ARPA eligible because of COVID response. But that's just another way to get to those type of, and also communications positions. Either way, though, that's a short-term strategy, and when we do it, we'll be looking for a long-term strategy for those positions.
Right. So, okay. So are you saying then that TMD would be ARPA? And then the planner, did you say was ARPA? Although I don't see how you can do that. Maybe the live monitor?
Well, I would say in the Office of Emergency Services, since they're directly related to COVID response, that's a nexus there. Obviously TMD, because they're pretty much working on COVID communication and information. So any of those positions that are have a nexus to COVID response fit in that category.
Okay. And then under cannabis?
Cannabis,
there that's ARPA?
There would just be, it would have to be a revenue reduction one, because I don't see them as necessarily a direct tie to COVID response.
Right. Okay. Therefore, not the supervisorial redistricting either.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you for the presentation. But I just wanted to comment overall on what we're seeing here today. And I want to just refer to what Mr. Vega pointed out early on, the ongoing skyrocketing obligations the county will have to pay for increased costs in workers' comp and pensions, healthcare, and more importantly, our collective bargaining agreements, which I think we're in negotiations with all our bargaining units at this time. And so this wish list doesn't reflect judicious proposals to have a balanced budget in future years. And I get it. This is everybody's request of what they would want to, but it's not what we can afford at this time, especially when we also have community requests, as we heard from some of our members of the public, that they would like to see some investments in other areas. When we're not going to be able to do that when we're staffing up just because we say there's a need in every area. We got a sustainability officer, which was the first time we had one. That's a full-time position. It was a substantial commitment. And now we're saying we need on top of that, a management analyst one and an operations cost and climate change plan of another $150,000. So I hope in the end, we're going to be more realistic on what we can afford. And especially with ARPA money, it's only one-time money. It's not going to be renewed. And some of these positions are ongoing. And what is unfair is that when we approve the budget in June, and then we finalize collective bargaining agreements that are going to be in the millions of dollars, then we're going to have to come to these new positions, and they're going to be the first people cut and laid off from their jobs. That's not fair to any county employee that we hire, to put them through that process, to put them through that uncertainty. And so I want us to, as a chair of a budget committee, I want us to be realistic on what we can afford and not just rubber stamp everything that staff is asking that they need. The one I really want to comment on was on the communications budget, because the budget committee did not agree at this time to approve the director position of the amount of $250,000. We did agree on an analyst because we knew that we needed somebody who was bilingual to help us with social media and some of the messaging. And that was approved to be added into the budget, but the director position still has to be reworked and come back for reconsideration for us in the budget committee and also in early June, and then we finalize the budget at the end of June. But for the public, you look at that amount. I mean, there's already an analyst that has been helping with media. That's $165,000. We add the other analyst, and then the director position, and then the TFD contract. I mean, that just seems very excessive. Rather than reworking these positions, consolidating them, and trying to find efficiencies. If we're going to hire more staff, then we should be talking about phasing out the TMD contract. If we're going to hire a director position, we should phase out the existing management analyst that has been doing primarily duties of a public information officer. So this what invites criticism from the press and from the public when they're seeing excessive amounts being spent on something that could be done much more efficiently and with respect to the limited dollars that we have of taxpayer dollars to afford these things. The redistricting, it's an important process, and I just wanted to point that out, that's going to be a long process. We're required to put up some websites there and start the public participation early on. I was on a recent training on county redistricting through CSAC, but they gave a timeline that I shared with our CAO and county council. But that should be a process that we shouldn't wait till we actually get the census data, when there's actually other things that we could be doing early on to initiate that process and get that moving and start getting public input on that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We have 2 more comments, and then I see that Nick Chills has some additional feedback for us. So Supervisor Lopez.
Supervisor Askew, can I just ask, in terms of process, is this what you're looking for as we finish each presentation, for some feedback?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we had talked about with budget staff as we prepared this was, to give an opportunity for the board to signal what they're supportive of, express what they're not supportive of. We're not making any decisions right now, but staff is listening for some direction from us. And so if there is direction to be given, it doesn't have to be detailed, but briefly, what are you supportive of? What are you not supportive of? So that as staff moves forward to bring forward a recommended budget, they'll be able to have some sense of where the board interest lies.
Thank you. Just wanted to be clear from my understanding on that. And so looking at this, obviously for me, the priority is that county media analyst in the top line. I know that I've been clear about that in the past. In terms of the others, for me, a priority is that cannabis programs contingency fund for permit processing. When I look at that, it's those particular funds that allow us to get more of that industry into our county as quickly as possible, which generates more of that cannabis fund that has gotten us through so many tough times in the last year. So when I see that there, I see that as opportunity money to help us make sure that we're processing permits and getting those done as quickly as possible. I still have concerns about the CCA funding, as I have had every year, and totally support the supervisorial redistricting piece as well. Just wanted to share those thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Supervisor Leo's assessment, especially if on the director position and if we're going to bring someone else on, not continuing the TMD contract. But what's the contingency fund for enforcement on the cannabis? I'm always amazed how many people we have, 24, 25 devoted to cannabis. And I know RUPA is looking for a position or part-time position on cannabis, but is that in the, what is that? Is that enforcement, law enforcement, or is that?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Phillips, yes, that's law enforcement overtime. This is kind of a combined fund, which would cover law enforcement overtime, permit processing, and testing. So it's a rolled up number. We could get you a breakdown on that in the future if you need it.
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
You hear from the industry that the permitting process needs some focus. So I know that's a concern they've been expressed. But thank you.
So
thank you.
Following up on that, Madam Chair. So does that mean, Nick, that why isn't this in the sheriff's budget?
I believe the board made the decision in the last budget year to give control of a contingency fund to the cannabis program manager.
Okay.
And so that's the way it's administered.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. I remember now. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams, that contingency has not been fully utilized this current year. So I think we'll get more of the numbers at the end of the year. But as of now, I think not even half was used, at least as what was presented to us in our last cannabis with budget committee. I don't recall which one, but a lot of that had been unused as of now.
Thank you.
Great. And we'll have more opportunity, I think, to go into detail on this. And really, this is just our chance to signal to staff what we want them to be prioritizing as they develop out the full budget. My feedback in terms of CAO recommendations or requests here, I think that our ability to communicate, to have a strong, effective communication team is absolutely essential to our ability to deliver on our mandated core responsibilities. This past year, it was literally an issue of getting life-saving information distributed in a timely manner to diverse communities in multiple languages in ways that they were able to access the information. Title VII requires that we do have multiple language capacity, and so I do feel that it's just fundamental to everything that we're doing that we have a high-functioning 21st century world-class communications program. The climate action planning work, I think, is also essential to our legal requirements for having a climate action plan and ensuring that we're doing what we need to be doing to build out for our future. And those would be two things that I would like to see prioritized moving forward. So we are going to bounce back to the auditor controller, but our staff, our interpretation staff and our IT staff need a 5-minute break right now. So we're going to take, Nick, do you want to make a quick comment?
Could I make one quick comment, Madam Chair? I'm sorry. I ran a little too quickly through my notes, and I'd like to come back to a point Supervisor Alejo made, and he was absolutely correct. The Budget Committee did review the Director of Communications position, and we are bringing it back to you on April 28th. So that did not go forward. It's listed here today because it was an augmentation request that was submitted. And the TMD contract was likewise submitted early on in the augmentation process. The idea there would be if the positions are added, it wouldn't be both, it would be either or. And I just want to make that very clear. I appreciate Supervisor Alejo bringing that up. I realize I kind of breezed right past my comments on that, so I just wanted to make that clear.
Sure, yes, of course. And then I think it's clear from our comments that it was a disagreement coming out of the Budget Committee, that there wasn't consensus there, with one of us supporting moving forward and another wanting to have some additional conversation, which is great. I think we should keep talking about it as well.
Thank you.
But as of right now, we need to pause for 5 minutes so that we can have our staff take a necessary break. And we will be right back at 3:37. Thank you. welcome back, everyone. Thank you for that. We had a couple details that needed to be taken care of. Okay, so moving right along, we're going to welcome Rupa Shah, our Auditor Controller, to share her presentation. Thank you for joining us, Rupa.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, the public, and everyone in the Zoom meeting that is attending. I believe Ezekiel will be bringing that. Perfect. Thank you so much. So the next slide. Awesome. This is a very high level outline of my office's services. The accounting, financial reporting, budget control, payroll, vendor payments, and property tax functions handled by my office provide the foundation on which the county's programs are built, allowing to serve our constituents. So they are core functions. It takes a significant effort to successfully administer these functions on an ongoing basis. So for example, our county, as with other state and local government, is required to comply with the accounting and reporting standards issued by the Government Accounting Standards Board. We call it GASB. Each financial transaction is reviewed by my staff for propriety before being recorded in the county's financial system, whether it's a payment, receipt, reallocation, or transfer of fund. Any type of transaction does not go in the system without my team's review. The annual financial report, we call it CAFR, that is prepared by my office, is a critical document in ensuring the county's financial integrity, transparency, and better credit rating. The credit rating agencies focus on two fundamental components, the financial policies and the financial report. Doing a biweekly payroll of over 5,400 employees takes rigorous ongoing work to include reconciliations of payroll data and ensuring the tax and benefit liability payments deadlines are met. Now, as the assessor shared earlier, Mr. Ragnini, the three offices that play a key role in the county's property tax process are assessor's office, auditor controller's office, and the treasurer tax collector's office. My office is responsible for calculating the tax rates and applying the direct charges and special assessments on the values that are assessed by the assessor. These preparation of the tax rates creates the tax bills that are then used by the tax collector for printing the tax bills and collecting the taxes. And then not everyone is aware of the complex work that takes place in my office of allocating the collected tax dollars of approximately $800 million annually to some 150 external agencies countywide, which includes our county's jurisdiction, but also the other external agencies such as cities, school districts, special districts, who along with our county rely on the discretionary revenue source of property taxes. So I invite you, all board members and the public, to visit my office's website for more information on county property tax process, where among other info, you will also see the pie chart of where do our property taxes go, earlier shared by the assessor on my website under the property tax tab. So with that, I will go into my office's augmentation request on the next slide, please. We are requesting $40,000 for a lease accounting software annual subscription of it. So GASB has issued a new accounting standard on leases. This one in particular is going to be a complex one requiring breakdown between principal and interest, amortization calculation, annual reporting, not only for the future leases, but going back retroactively for the existing leases of the county. My office's initial assessment, working with all county departments through a countywide survey, shows that we have close to 300 such lease contracts in place currently. Each one will require analysis, extraction of pertinent financial information, ongoing tracking and accounting, working with the departments of our county. Using the software tool will automate the process and create efficiencies in my office as well as among all departments. So without the software, it would amount to manual work, which I don't think would have been practically possible to accomplish, even if I asked for 3 additional full-time FTEs in my office, let alone the department efforts. The new standard, even with the new software tool that we are requesting today, significantly adds to the existing staff workload in my office. However, we are not requesting to add staffing resources for this project at this time. And lastly, I wanted to mention that lease query was selected after a review of available automation options and was found to be least expensive and most efficient. So that is my augmentation request number 1. Moving on to the next slide for augmentation request 2. We are requesting $127,000 for salaries and benefits of an existing accountant position in my payroll division. So back in January of 2021, when we were looking at the initial numbers of our baseline budget to gear up for the budget cycle, my status quo baseline budget was short by about $115,000 just because of the rising cost pressures coming from the pension, healthcare, and other areas. But then in February, the budget office informed my office of a further reduction into my baseline budget of $138,000, which equated to a 15% reduction compared to my prior year baseline. And it is not something that is sustainable for my small department because being a small department, the only place for me to go to cut is in the salaries, which then directly impacts the positions and the operation, the core operations that I was earlier describing. One position was already deleted in this division during the prior year budget cycle as a result of concerted efforts of my office in streamlining and automating our processes and restructuring resources to better align with the workload. So now, out of the 2 positions impacted, we are only requesting an augmentation of 1 position, the accountant position that is responsible for various reconciliation activities, which is listed on the next slide, to include the health insurance benefit cost. The reconciliation process saves the county funds each year by correcting the billings and recovering the disputed charges from CalPERS. It is a core function providing the foundation on which the county's programs are built. And after deleting 2 positions in 2 years in this division, augmentation of this position is necessary to continue to run timely and accurate payroll operations. So that's the request for the second augmentation for the status quo payroll division position. And then on the next slide is listing the third augmentation, which is in the area of general accounting division. It's a new request for an analyst position to support the CAO cannabis program fiscal management for $185,000. This position will play a role in training the departments to help capture full and accurate cost and revenue of the program, doing trend analysis, monitoring, and financial reporting. And again, this is based on the request of the CAO cannabis program, who needs the fiscal oversight support from my office. So with that, the final slide, which is the next slide, has just the summary of the dollar amount and the sources of the funds that are broken out. So the $40,000 for the lease accounting software, the $127,000 for the accountant auditor 2 position, and $185,000 for the new analyst position, of course, again, coming from the cannabis program. So The second from the right column, which shows 167,000, that is going to support my core operations in the auditor controller's office. Now, out of that $167,000, earlier I explained that my baseline budget was further reduced compared to last year. So $138,000, if approved, will just restore my baseline budget to the prior year level, which leaves $29,000 difference that we are requesting for core operations. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I see one, Supervisor Phillips.
I know I met with Rupa when she talked about the cannabis position. Is that a position that maybe could be shifted? Could we maybe do with one less in the cannabis program? And if we do that, I don't know, it's just a thought, or I'd be interested to hear what the cannabis people feel is a necessity of that program.
I am not sure if Joanne Iwamoto is part of this meeting today. Nick, are you aware if she is participating in the meeting? Because I have had several conversations with Joanne Iwamoto, who is the program manager on the cannabis program side.
Madam Chair, I don't know if Joanne is on the meeting today or not. My understanding of the need for the position has to do with the way that cannabis permit revenue, business permit revenue is being managed by the cannabis program. I think that my understanding is there was a need for some financial management aspect, kind of an accountant type function. And that's kind of a general overview. I believe that was the reason for it.
Is that a full-time function?
Supervisor, I believe it is. I can try to find out and get an answer for you before the end of the day today.
All right,
is she on? Apparently, Ms. Iwamoto is on the call. Maybe Joanne could answer that a little better than I could. So.
And maybe just in the sake of keeping us moving through all of our department presentations, if there are sort of questions that we want to get follow-up, if we could just sort of put those out there and then let staff come back to us with details in the future. Sure. I think that would be helpful. But if there are policy directions or questions that we want to sort of lay out into the mix, now would be the time to indicate what those are.
Oh, thank you.
I think that's a question that we'll just ask to have clarified, is what the cannabis program budget looks like and what the needs are and how that all fits together. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I wanted just to add on this that Ms. Shaw had requested this analyst too for the cannabis program several years ago. Because of the limited funds, then we only had previously funded a half-time position, I think, for the last 2 years. But of course, with the half-time position, they were not able to recruit somebody for that. So since the cannabis program has grown substantially, that's where I thought it was more reasonable at this time to seriously consider this position at this time. Our cannabis revenue has increased also, despite not increasing the $1 tax last July. We have to consider whether we increase the tax an additional dollar this for this next fiscal year. But considering that the revenue still went up despite keeping it flat, and so it seemed at this point it was a reasonable request from Ms. Shaw to fund this now without having the previous position for the last couple of years, and that money did not. It went unspent.
All right, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Ripple, once again, can you just clarify what the total ask is for me? The number.
Sure. So 167,000, which is the second column from the right, is for the core operations of my office. And then we are making the request for the cannabis position based on what we have heard from the CAO Cannabis Program Office as to what they are needing the assistance on. They are looking for fiscal oversight of this whole program for the county, and they have expressed a need for the Auditor Controller's Office to play that overarching role. So that one would be $185,000 for a total of $352,000.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. I think that position that Supervisor Alejo referenced in terms of needing to make sure the program moves forward in a way that's effective and continues to keep us growing is necessary. And I think part of that is making sure that we have correct and appropriate oversights. Thank you, Rupa.
And I would just add that I believe that the $40,000 software that you're looking for augmentation really does sound mission critical. So I would support the funding of the general accounting lease reporting software. All right, we will move right along to our next presentation. Sorry, what was that, Supervisor Adams?
I was just saying I would support both as well.
Okay, both being the
accounting, the software, and also the new position for cannabis, and then of course restoring what she had taken away.
Okay, great, thank you. And I guess I would back up and also the request sort of for a broader overview of the full cannabis program would be helpful for me as we move forward. Okay, so I'd like to thank our presentations, and we're going to move on to County Council. Les Gerard, are you our presenter for that?
I am, Chair.
Can I remind you that we're going to try to keep it to 5 minutes?
Exactly. I have
you're here. All right, thank you.
I have one slide to share, and I'll try to be brief. As you know, Honorable Chair, members of the board, members of the public, my office has basically two divisions, the legal division and the risk management division. We won't be talking about risk management here. We're talking about the legal division. And our goal is to provide timely and quality legal services to the Board of Supervisors, the independent elected officials, and all of the departments of the county. In order to get to the baseline budget, we had to find cuts of about $139,000. We were able to do that. I lost 2 retired annuitants who were Deputy 4s at the end of the calendar year due to the time limitations that retired annuitants can serve. They were 2 very valuable deputies, Gerald Malkin and Kay Ryman. You might recall them, but I'm no longer able to utilize their services. We reduced a vacant Deputy 4. I have 1 vacancy in my office in the deputies, Deputy 4 to a Deputy 3, and then we were able to reduce various expense items based on history to get to the baseline. I have 3 augmentation requests. One of the goals that the board has set for me is basically to prepare the office for the next generation of leaders, if you will. In order to do that, I need to advertise and appoint to the senior deputy positions. I have currently no senior deputies. I have positions that are being underfilled, but I need to give some of the Deputy 4s an opportunity to grow and learn how to manage the office and how to assist the county in its operations. I'd like to ask for marginal funding to be able to fill those positions. It's about $18,500 each for a total of $55,000, a little under $56,000 to fund those positions. I would ask that the board restore the marginal funding to make the Deputy 3 a Deputy 4. We very much need a litigator in the office, a seasoned, experienced litigator. The board might recall that we've been using outside counsel a little bit more recently due to the fact that I don't have the expertise or the numbers of litigators in the office, and using internal resources is much less expensive than reliance on outside counsel. That would be a total of a little less than $43,000. Finally, the baseline budget cut the civil grand jury budget by a little less than $9,000. That is a state mandate that the county support the civil grand jury and its activities. That is handled through my office. The budget for the civil grand jury goes up and down the budgeted number has remained consistent for many years, The actual expenses go up and down from year to year, depending on the nature of the grand jury and what they're looking into. I would ask that that be restored in order to ensure that we have enough money to provide for the activities of the civil grand jury. So the total augmentation request is $107,494. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Les. Any board comments or questions? Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, it looks like a fairly modest request. I would support it. The office is pretty lean how they run it. So
I agree.
Same.
Fabulous. That was easy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Okay, moving along, we have our treasurer tax collector next, Mary Zeeb. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Chair Askew and board. I'm hoping you can see my screen here.
We can. Looks good.
Okay, perfect. So I want to thank the budget office for having this workshop today. And I really want to thank the staff in my department. They worked very hard using a scalpel to craft a budget for us for this year. I'm Mary Zeeb, the county treasurer tax collector. And to coin a term used recently by our state controller, Betty Yee, I am your fiscal first responder. So during the pandemic, our office has been open the entire time. We have not closed other than we shortened some hours, customer service window hours during the height of the pandemic. We have been in the building the entire time serving the public. My department has 49 allocations. I say staff members, not all the positions are filled at this time. And we have 3 different divisional units that work on all aspects of what we do. The divisions are the tax collection division, which has 12 employees. Most people are familiar with that. My revenue division, which is largest on the term of employees, is 27. And my treasury division, which is smallest in terms of employees, which has 4 individuals. We also have executive, administrative, and IT staff, that's 6 individuals that support all 3 of the divisions in my office. So now let's take a quick look at the functions of each division. So as I indicated, the revenue division is the largest employee-wise. We run a comprehensive court collection program, and we bill and collect court-ordered debt, fines and fees, and that's via an MOU with the court. The annual collections for this division are about $10 to $11 million. And I have to say, even during the pandemic, staff managed to keep that pretty much status quo, which is really incredible. This division does not draw any discretionary revenue or general fund dollars. So if I have to make cuts, it's not in this division. Then going to the smallest division, employee-wise, where again, I have 4 employees. This is the treasury. This is the county's bank. We safeguard and invest and bank all deposits for the county, schools, and special districts in the county. Banking, cash flow forecasting, liquidity, and we run a custom and pooled investment portfolio that currently has over $2.1 billion under management. And this year, this division is not drawing any discretionary revenue or general fund dollars. So again, this is not a division in where I can make cuts. Finally, moving on to the tax collection division. This is usually the division most people are familiar with. These are our core functions. We administer and enforce state law and county code for tax collection. The tax collection most people are familiar with are property taxes, which is your secured, supplemental, and unsecured taxes, transient occupancy tax, commercial cannabis tax, and we also collect business and auctioneer licenses and even racehorse tax. As described earlier by the budget office and by some of my fellow department heads, these are most important to the discretionary dollars of the county. So if you add all these different sources up, that's over $906 million in annual tax collections, and that supports the schools, the county, all cities, special districts, successor agencies, water resources, CSAs, and also the libraries. And this is my division that requires general fund dollars or discretionary revenue to operate. And when I have to make cuts to my budget, this is the only division I can make cuts in. So like everyone else, you've already heard and you'll continue to hear, we have some major cost drivers that are really, for the most part, out of our control. We have PERS, healthcare, workers' comp, general liability, professional services are increasing, supplies increase, and we also saw a decrease in revenue this year. So we juggled our plates and we balanced our budget to the amount the budget office gave us. And we had to reduce my budget from last year by $310,000. And instead of choosing positions, because I only have, again, remember, 12 positions in tax collection, and I really can't afford to reduce that position-wise, we took a scalpel and cut all our service and supply accounts. Anything that was non-mandated, we really cut it all to the bone. So at this point, I have no discretionary spending left. Any new programs or mandates, I would have to ask for augmentation. So I did ask staff, okay, what do we really need this year, being conscious of all the requests that were going to be coming forward. So we were very judicious in our request for augmentation, and I have two. My first one is I need one-time $62,000 to replace our video camera security system. It's approaching the end of its useful life. And even though we are in a shared county facility, my department has to replace and take care of and maintain our own security system. It's not part of the building use or anything like that. So that would be my first ask. And my second ask is a little shy of $17,000, and it's a true-up funding for staff assigned to the cannabis program. I have 3 individuals that are each paid 2/3 of their salary out of the cannabis program. This was allocated back in the year 2018. Their salaries have increased, but we have never received the additional revenue to make whole. So now less and less of their time can be dedicated to the cannabis program as we start to fall behind because of the increases in the salaries and benefits. So I'm asking for a little shy of $17,000 to true that up. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for all the work that you and your team do. Supervisor Alejo.
I was going to thank Ms. Zeeb for being very judicious in her request. It's hard to make any argument against that reasonable request you made. So I wish more departments were as judicious.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Same.
Thank you. I appreciate the support.
Yep, I agree as well. Just slow to unmute.
Fabulous. Okay, wonderful. I like our ability to move forward here. Okay, thank you, Mary. Thank you again for joining us today. Next up, we have our. Next up, we have Daryl McGowan with the Child Support Services. Daryl, thank you for presenting.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and members of the board. Daryl McGowan, Director of Child Support Services. I'm going to attempt to share my screen, and I hope it's this one. And can you see my screen now? My PowerPoint. Yes.
Parenthood is forever. We like it.
Parenthood is forever. Yes. Excellent. So I'm here today to ask for augmentation to save 9 child support professional positions so that we can continue to provide the critical support to the 13,669 children and families of Monterey County who depend on our services. Child support payments provide for food, shelter, clothing, health care, child care, and other necessary living expenses for children. Child support payments are a critical part of the efforts in fighting poverty and promoting family self-sufficiency in Monterey County. Child Support Services participates in over 75 outreach events throughout the year to educate the public about the services we can provide and to let families know that we are your partner in what matters. You'll find us out in the community, delivering program awareness and parental responsibility education to teenagers at the local high schools, the Monterey County Youth Center, Day of the Worker celebrations, South County Resource and Job Fairs, Salinas Valley Fair, Rancho Cielo, Women's Health Conference, Parole Action Community Team Meetings, National Night Outs, and many other community events. Obviously, with COVID, we've switched to Zoom where we can. And if we're able to be out there socially distanced, we will be out there like we were 2 weeks ago at the Kids Connect Spring Carnival in King City. So this past fiscal year, we collected over $47 million in child support for the children and families. Of that amount, 86% or $41.2 million went directly to the children and families of Monterey County. The remaining 6.5 was used to reimburse the federal, state, and local government for the cost of the public assistance program. This past fiscal year, through our efforts, we recouped $425,623.15. That money was returned to the general fund. Looking back at the last 5 years, our department has recouped over $2.5 million that was returned back to the general fund. So for 16 years, our program had been flat funded until 2018, 2019, when the California legislatures awarded additional money to underfunded local child support agencies. We were one of them. But then the COVID pandemic crisis happened. The state agency took back that extra funding and slashed my allocation by 6% to deal with the current crisis. So over the years, we've done everything to cut costs, downsizing our lease space by 1/3, termination of non-essential contracts, not filling positions through attrition, and eliminating vacant positions. You can see in my second bullet point here, through staff retirements and self-terminations, I have 9 vacant positions that will not be filling. So that will drop me down to currently 83 full-time employees. So at this time, the department is requesting an augmentation of $358,827 to cover the salaries and benefits for 9 child support professionals who equate to almost $9 million in child support collections for children and families. I have submitted a request and justification to the State Department of Child Support for additional funding to cover the cost of those positions. However, at this time, I won't know until November if it will be granted. So in summary, I'm asking for an augmentation to keep 9 positions, which are critical to maintain the collection revenue and our current level of customer service for the children and families of Monterey County. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you, Daryl. That was a rough one to hear. Colleagues, are there any comments or questions? I'll just chime in and say that, in regards to child support services, I said it during the forecast. I'll say it again here, but I believe, need to find a way to keep child support services whole. I understand that it doesn't necessarily fit within our county philosophy about unfunded state mandates, but this is really a situation where it ultimately comes down to the children of our county being hurt if we don't adequately support this department. The county contribution of, roughly $250,000 equates to $9 million in child support collections. Just feels like a no-brainer to me. I'd also just like to put a tag out to Annette D'Adamino and our legislative team that we really need to do everything in our power legislatively to make this a priority for future guaranteed funding from the state. We do have some hands. Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Adams.
No, I just wanted to add on the importance of the work that Department of Child Support Services does, not only to make sure that the children and the family receive the money that they should be entitled to by their respective parent, but the child support workers that we know, they work on these cases from the beginning, and they appear in court, and then the most difficult part, even if there's a judgment, there's the enforcement of that judgment and to be able to collect that money to make sure it's going to those kids who need it. So I just wanted to express my support and recognition of the critical work they do. but that revenue they do gather goes to the families, and it does go to the residents of Monterey County. So we are making sure that that money is it's having multiple benefits for the family, and it's a benefit for the county as well.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I support this as well. And one of the reasons is, aside from the fact that it's just desperately needed, we've seen in our county some years back, just an awful circumstance with children. And, you know, to be able to work to ensure that doesn't happen again is important, tremendously so. But I also think that anytime we have any positions that we're looking at that that generate funding, we need to ensure that we keep those positions on board. So knowing that these 9 positions are very critical to the $47,774 million that families get back, I think is critical that we keep those. So I'm very supportive of this. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, they run a lean program there, and it's a good program. So I concur. I support it.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so moving along, we will move on to welcome Leanne Magowski from Emergency Communications for our update. Do we have Leanne on the line?
Madam Chair, this is Lopez. I'm having some technical issues over here. Just had the power go out, but also wanted to express my support. Just might be on and off for the next couple minutes while things reboot here.
All right.
Chair Askew, I am here. If you're ready.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. So we'll miss you while you're gone, Supervisor Lopez, and we'll watch for you to pop back up again. Leanne, it's all yours. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, one moment. Let me share my screen. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Askew and members of the board. My name is Leanne Magowski. I'm the Director of Emergency Communications, and this is our request for augmentation this afternoon. And of course, going to have technical difficulties now, right? There we go. The role of the Emergency Communications Department, which is often referred to affectionately as 911 in the county, is that we operate a countywide consolidated emergency communication center. And we provide 911, but also non-emergency call answering and dispatch services for law enforcement, fire protection, and emergency medical services for over 30 public safety agencies across the county. Basically, if you think about it, we serve the entire county except the few agencies of the Highway Patrol, CAL FIRE, the Presidio of Monterey Police, and Carmel Police. But if any of them have a large incident, our center is involved. So we are definitely that vital link between members of the public, police, fire, and EMS agencies in the county of Monterey. Just an overview of, as I mentioned, the agencies we serve. We serve the agencies I just mentioned. And, you know, I want the board and the public to hear that in the calendar year of 2020, we took over 700 phone calls for service, 222,000 of those 911 calls, and 94.4 of those were answered in 15 seconds or less. 20,000 of those calls required additional translation services. And something that is newer to our residents is we took 2,100 text to 911 messages for assistance. So what we're asking for is similar to my other peers in the other departments. Is we are asking for 1 augmentation to restore 7 vacant dispatcher positions. We do have 55 authorized dispatcher positions in last year's adopted budget, and this reduction would take 13% of our authorized dispatch positions if it was not approved. Now, you may hear the word vacant and say, why do you need that, Leanne? Well, because those budgeted salaries and benefits directly offsets the overtime that we're required to meet with minimum staffing levels for those 30 agencies that I just mentioned. So while our total cost of augmentation is $831,000,
the ask for the county is actually only $257,224. That is a portion based on payments for services provided to the sheriff's office and to the probation office. It's calculated through a cost sharing formula defined in the 911 services agreement to which the county is a party. If the augmentation is approved, the department will have a year-over-year flat appropriations budget. Now you might be wondering, well, if we have a flat budget, why are you asking for an augmentation today? Well, because the county funding was reduced by Prop 172 reductions of 107,000 and a baseline GFC reduction of 148,000. This baseline decrease is the county's portion of the year-over-year CalCap decrease, and the remainder of the augmentation, as I mentioned, was driven by the Prop 172 decrease. That drives the county's required funding for augmentation to $257,224. I did want to point out, and it was also brought up by the budget director, that some of our year-over-year increases are those unfunded liabilities, such as the health insurance, PERS county contribution, and step increases that are due our employees. I had referred to the 911 services agreement, so I did think it was important to bring that up to the board. Under the 911 services agreement, we do have an executive board representing all parties to the agreement that have fiscal oversight for the department. The department executive board is made up of 4 city managers, a representation from the sheriff, a representation from the fire departments, and the county administrative officer. And the department's executive board did recommend this budget, including the augmentation, be approved by you, the Board of Supervisors. If this augmentation is not approved and those 7 dispatcher positions are eliminated, that means that we cannot fill 15,000 hours of overtime. That overtime is used. Most of our dispatchers, unfortunately, do work a high level of overtime each pay period. And that's not because they want to work, it's because they have to work to maintain minimum staffing. If those 7 positions are cut, we would have to reduce our available staff by 1 3/4 positions per day. That's 24/7, 365 day. So getting back to that idea of mission critical services, our ask today is for these 7 positions to be restored. And just a reminder, the request is only for the $257,000. And with that, I thank you for your time and open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Leanne, and thank you for the work that you and your incredible staff do. I had the opportunity to text 911 recently to report a fire, and it was like a super simple, easy experience. I was so impressed. Colleagues, any thoughts, comments, feedback? Okay, Leanne, if the I guess I do. I think 911 dispatch is one of those basic and expected functions of local government. So I do worry a little bit about the impact of mandated overtime on the well-being of our employees when they're dealing with such highly stressful situations already. I would much rather see us fund the needed positions and fill the needed positions than have to rely on overtime. But it doesn't seem to me like it's really an option to leave this request unfunded.
Supervisor,
you're going to be spending it as overtime, or you're going to be filling the positions, right? If I'm understanding that correctly.
That is correct. We just wanted to make clarify the point that we hope to fill these positions. We did fill 9 positions during this year, but the training to be a public safety dispatcher is very high, and we do suffer from a high washout rate. So the point is that this isn't just money left on the table vacant. It is definitely going to be used in the fiscal year.
Okay, great. And I would generally be critical of unfilled positions, but I think this is one of those situations where we really do need to get people into those positions. Supervisor Phillips, and then Charles McKee.
It's a stressful job, and there is a lot of turnover, but it's hard to see how they could take a 7-person hit on it. So I would be supportive of at least some of those, of course. So.
And Charles?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to kind of say what Supervisor Phillips said and also what Ms. Migalski said. I mean, and you too, Chair. It is one of those core functions. You know, when you call 911, you need it, and it is a very stressful job. It's not a job for everyone, that's for sure. And the challenge that Leanne and her team have is obviously keeping. Getting people trained, and then and she said it's a high washout because people find out, okay, this may not be the job for me, but we as a community, we know that it's a critical function that we want to keep funded and keep high quality staff there. So I appreciate the board's support.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I agree with the comments that my colleagues have just said. It's an absolutely needed function that we have as a county. It's not that much when you think about it, considering what it could be. And she runs a really super shop. So I think it's really definitely important for us to support this.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Leanne, and we'll see you again here for budget hearings. I see one more hand raised, but I don't see anybody with their hand raised. So if you have your hand raised to speak, please chime in. Okay, so next up we have our public defender with a presentation from Rebecca Avila, and then following that will be our sheriff's office. Rebecca, thank you for joining us. We'll get your screen up. I see your screen. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Actually, it's Susan Chapman. So good afternoon, Chair Askew, supervisors, county staff, and members of the public. I'm Susan Chapman, public defender for the County of Monterey. I'd like to introduce Rebecca Avila, our management analyst for the department, who created the PowerPoint presentation, and she will be assisting me this afternoon. Lady Justice represents a legal system blind to wealth, power, gender, religion, and race. The landmark case of Gideon v. Wainwright was decided in 1963. In Gideon, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the right to counsel in a criminal proceeding, holding the 6th and 14th Amendments guarantee the accused the right to assistance of counsel in a criminal prosecution. Our office, in conjunction with the Alternate Defender's Office, handles over 10,000 cases a year. It is not an easy task, but as essential workers for the county, we gladly take on this challenge. The Public Defender's Office appreciates the support it has received from this board. Our functions and duties are many. Each year, new legislation is passed, generally without funding, that add to our presence in the courtroom and work behind the scenes, including from our legal support, investigations, and admin division. These additional responsibilities greatly impact the workload to our staff. Most people are familiar with our work in the criminal courts, handling major felony and misdemeanor cases for both adults and juveniles. We also provide attorneys to all courts, including but not limited to probate matters, conservatorships where we protect our clients' health and finances, therapeutic courts, including drug court, DUI court, veterans court, and mental health diversion. Our psychiatric social worker plays a key role in providing early assessments, developing treatment plans, and providing mitigation reports at time of sentencing. We continue to improve and expand our informal homeless court and look forward to a formal process in the near future. Our immigration specialist provides vital consultations to the public defender and ADO attorneys to resolve criminal cases for more than 600 clients. These are our non-citizen residents of Monterey County, and it's 600 clients per year. The attorney also provides training to our justice partners to keep everyone current on the ever-changing immigration laws that apply to criminal cases. Our Shining Star post-sentence relief team provides access to reduced convictions from felonies to misdemeanors, apply for expungements, certificates of rehabilitation, and pardons, and much more. This team is very active in the community outreach in partnership with many of our county departments and nonprofits to educate the public as to what services we offer. This team provides our county residents an opportunity to reclaim their lives, get jobs, and find housing. This year, we were awarded a grant from the Board of State and Community Corrections in the amount of $637,000. Those funds are designated to create an automatic text messaging system to our clients regarding future court dates, That will create a savings to our clients for missed court dates and reduce the number of appearances by our attorneys. Second, we're going to customize our case management system. And third, scan our estimated 10,000 plus closed files currently in storage. Now, if we turn to our FYI 2022 budget, our baseline GFC is $14,147,413. Unfortunately, our financing need is $14,651 or $651,415 for a deficit of $504,002. So if we look at our cost drivers, what's causing this increase and causing us to have this deficit? It's step increases, PERS, and general liability insurance, to name a few. Also, a few years ago when we created our management team, the board approved 4 chief deputy public defenders and 1 chief investigator. 5 staff members were promoted and their prior positions were eliminated, but the differential in cost was never funded. We absorbed those costs, but at this point, we're unable to continue to absorb those. The public defender's budget has no fluff. We work on a simple, bare bones budget. We never have vacant positions unless we're in the process of recruitment. Each position in our department is critical to our successful performance of our statutory and constitutional duties. To meet the baseline GFC, we must cut 2 full-time DPD4 positions. These are currently filled positions. The impact on our office and the community would be devastating. If we must declare we are unavailable to staff the courts, the cases will be assigned by the court to private counsel or to the alternate defender's office at a higher cost than it would be to maintain these cases within the public defender's office. The cost for each of these positions for the DPD4s is $252,001. So our total requested augmentation is for $504,002. In the past 4 years, we have reduced our conflict cases by 90%, providing a significant cost savings. That would change significantly if the board is unable to augment these 2 attorney positions back into our budget. The requested augmentation of $504,002 is necessary to maintain the current level of mission critical work performed by the public defender. Our county residents deserve a fully funded public defender's office. Our clients come from all walks of life, but truly are the most disadvantaged in our community. They include mothers and fathers who are working 2 and 3 jobs to support their families. They are individuals suffering from mental health issues and disabilities. They are the homeless, the veterans. Our work in post-sentence relief is crucial in bringing back hope and opportunity to those who have worked so hard in changing the direction of their lives. I urge the board to augment our 2 attorney positions back into the budget to make us whole. We are not asking for additional positions, only to keep staffing at status quo. We can fight the fight, but we need your support. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Susan. Colleagues, any questions or comments?
I just,
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Adams.
thank you. I just had a question. And so you had said that if you did not have these attorneys, that you would have to go out to the alternate public defender.
Yes.
At a much higher cost in place of conflict. Do you have any idea of how much that was? I don't recall if I saw that on your slide, how much it would cost to continually have to go out to use the contract.
So when we were able to reduce the number of conflicts, we actually cut a position with the alternate defender that was, I believe, $138,000 for 1 full-time person. We're taking out 2 people, so it would be about $270,000
for each.
I would anticipate for both attorneys if we were looking for 2 full-time attorneys to handle the cases that we weren't able to cover. For the alternate defender, and then it would also include, they wouldn't be working full-time. Alternate defenders work part-time and they only handle a certain number of cases. So Each contract was 138,000.
Each of the alternate contracts was 138. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Supervisor Adams?
No, thank you.
No. Okay, very good. Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Chapman for her work and all the public defender's office. The last few years that I've been a supervisor, Ms. Chapman has been very reasonable on what she really requests from the budget committee and the full board. And here again, just trying to be kept whole is what her request is. I think that's reasonable. Public defender's office have been historically underfunded and not giving them the adequate resources to provide effective representation to the poorest residents in the county. So I would be supportive of at least keeping her whole for this next coming year.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, Susan, would you have to, are they filled positions? You'd have to lay 2 people off?
I would, and these would be our DPD 4s.
Okay, yeah, I'm with Alejo. I'll support it too.
As will I.
All right, and I'm on board for that as well. And I think Supervisor Lopez is back with us and chimed in as well. Okay, wonderful.
Also on board. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will proceed to our next presentation. We have Sheriff Bernal and Under Sheriff Bino to present on the Sheriff's Office. Okay, we're pulling you in. I see Under Sheriff Bino here on the line. Thank you for joining us. And we are just watching the clock a little bit this afternoon, so if we could just ask that your presentation stay as close to 5 minutes as possible, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sheriff is joining us via telephone, so I don't know if his audio is live for an opening statement.
I think I'm live now. I apologize. I had to get on the road for another meeting. I'm on the road right now, so Under Sheriff Mino is going to give our presentations, but I am here with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and the public. I'm going to share the screen. I just want to make sure. Can you see the full screen of the PowerPoint?
It looks good. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So we'll start with and talk just quickly about the county jail. As we were here the first week of June last year, we were at historic lows for our population. We wanted to show the board and the public this graph so you can see that our jail population hovered in the above 850 range when about the time the pandemic hit in February. We saw a rapid decline as the shelter-in-place orders went into effect. We saw bookings drop to historic lows, and by the time we got to May, we were all the way down to just barely over 600. And I think when we were at the budget hearing the first week of June, the sheriff talked about us being at 609 and that being a historically low number, and how we would do our very best to live with the unfunded deputies because we were at such a low number. As you can see, that didn't last. That was a straight V on our chart. We bottomed out there in May. We started climbing, and as you can see, we're back to pre-pandemic levels. And you know, the thing about the county jail, we spent a lot of time talking about it. This is our baseline. This is where we start. This is where we start filling positions within our organization. And these 850 plus, now 900 plus inmates that are in our jail, these are all people that have victimized someone in our community and have been arrested by one of the municipal police departments, the California Highway Patrol, or our agency. And the old days of low-level offenders being in a county jail really are a thing of the past. What we're seeing in the county jail, these are serious offenses, violent offenses, and sex offenses that is what makes up our county jail. So we start here with our deputies. We have to fill it. We've spent a lot of time talking about Hernandez and our obligations under Hernandez, but that's where it starts, and that's where we fund first. Next, we move on to patrol. There's about 80,000 dots here, and what this represents, this is every time in 2020 that some community member has picked up the phone and called and said, I need a sheriff's deputy for some reason. And you can see our deputies are corner to corner. They are all over the vast majority of our calls. As you can see, our North County and in Carmel and Carmel Valley, but you can see a heavy concentration down the 101 corridor And then it certainly, there's fewer the further south we go. But every one of those is a time over the past year that somebody said, we need your help. And then we'll move to the next. This is on a daily basis. There's 2 days represented here. We just randomly selected 2 days last year. The red dots are a day, the yellow dots are a different day just for North County. So we've got to be able to field enough deputies to respond when the public calls and says we need help for whatever the reason is. On top of that, you know, of course, we can never be fully staffed up to deal with every extraordinary event. As you all know, we had many extraordinary events in this past year. We were dealing head on with the pandemic, and then we were thrust wholeheartedly into fire season. And it was a fire season like we hope that we won't see again. We had the 3 major fires, the River Fire, the Carmel Fire, and the Dolan Fire. Those are a quick summary of each of those fires, the amount of people that were evacuated, the acreage and the structures. And then this is a summary of all of those fires. You can see that in total, we evacuated over 34,000 people in those fires. And this, folks, was really an all-call, all hands on deck. This is patrol deputies, jail deputies, and as you can see below the red number, at our peak, we had 50 people per 24-hour period assigned to those fires. And even with that, we still had to get help from 40 out-of-county law enforcement people to come in to help us out on mutual aid. That really was the bulk of the evacuations for the Carmel Fire. But and all told, we spent 2 months out there on fire duty, and that is all coming out of the jail and patrol and detectives and all of our special assignments all coming together to try and deal with these. But being at it, and then of course that still doesn't alleviate our burden to meet minimum coverages in the jail and on patrol. Respond to all of those dots that you saw on the map of the county. Now, after we fill the jail and patrol, then we have a chance to put people in some of our advanced or special assignments. This is just some quick stats from our ag unit. These are detective assignments. You can see many cases, warrants, 700,000 in stolen property recovered, vehicles, firearms, methamphetamine. And obviously the agriculture industry is a huge part of Monterey County. And us being able to assign people to this task is such an important way for us to be able to support agriculture, because that's how we recovered this much property. That's how we took many firearms and stolen vehicles off the street was in support of our ag crimes unit. Another piece of our ag crimes unit is our cannabis, and we have deputies assigned there. You can see the stats for 2020. We're just brand new into the January year, so not as many stats. This is another critically important thing for us to staff, because if we're going to have a legitimate cannabis industry that's going to be robust in our county, we've got to target these black market grows, because they're in direct competition with our legitimate permitted growers who are doing it the right way, who are getting their permits, who are submitting to their inspections, who are doing it right. And if we didn't have these detectives that were out supporting that, then it's just a direct hit to our legitimate industry that's out there doing their work every day. On top of that, the other specialty assignment goes towards our crimes against persons, which is robbery, homicide, and sexual assault. And we talk a lot about trying to care for those that are the most vulnerable in our community. And these detectives are truly the voice for these victims, and they work closely with the DA's office. Our group works really hard to put together good cases, puts a ton of time into search warrants. We work closely and get a lot of help from the DA here, and trying to investigate these cases to conclusion and bring them with the DA's office to a successful prosecution is really helps us be that voice for these very vulnerable victims. So all that said, it is really a continuing scale. We have to have deputies in the jail. We have to have deputies on patrol, and that's the only way we can continue to support those other units. So if you look at this sheet, I'd ask you first to focus on the bottom 2 blocks. We have status quo vacant positions. The crime prevention that was due to a retirement. Custody and control, those are our folks that push all the buttons and press and pull all the levers in the jail. They're in the control towers. Those are mandatory positions. deputy sheriff positions that are vacant. And the chair spoke a little bit ago about being critical of vacant positions, and we get that, we agree with that. Those are vacant because last year during the budget, we were unfunded by 17 deputies. So we had no choice but to leave those vacant if we were going to live within our budget this year. And then of course, our forensic evidence techs, our personnel analysts, our sergeants, all of those are a product of having continuous recruitments, but some vacancies. So you can see just for status quo positions, that's about just over 4 million. The next box for status quo other, that's continued supplies, that's costs for coroners. We talked a lot about that in January. We're still going to see additional overtime and testing for COVID in that box to the right. So those are status quo. The box in the upper right corner is for those are potential capital improvements depending on how things go with the next round of stimulus money. The Motorola radios will be is something the board supported last year. Dramatically improved our ability to communicate for all of our deputies all over the county. And this basically, that 1.25 is the second half of what the board committed last year. And then finally, those new positions in the upper left. And supervisors, we completely appreciate the comments about being judicious and not coming in with a big over ask and not and being sensitive that any new position is potentially a long-term commitment. We agree with you completely. We just feel that it's our obligation. This is our one shot to share with the board in total and the public at large just some of the things that we're faced with in the new and competing demands on our services. Those digital forensics folks are there for digital evidence. We just drown in cell phones, laptops, tablets, you name it, as a part of any crime now. And being able to get into those and extract data, it is a mountain of work and energy. The management analyst too, that's an ask to help us deal with grants. We missed out on a huge grant opportunity this year just because we don't have anybody that's actively trying to knock down those new funds. The MA3, that's to account specifically to SB 384. That's a new law that passed. It goes operative in July that is specific to the tiering of sex offenders. Sex offenders historically had to register for life. The state legislature has changed that, and it will be mountains of work for us to go through and cull out and distill all of those offenders as they come in and ask to have their tier reduced from lifetime to other. And there are statutory requirements that go along with that. The office assistants, those are just simply to deal with Public Records Act requests and CCW applications, which again, we have obligations to meet those. So that is a $682,000 ask for new bodies. We understand that there's a ton of pressures on the budget, but it really is our chance to try and share with what we're faced with. On our status quo positions, those deputies are critical to keep our operation whole. And every year we go through and we try and figure out if we lose those spots, where are we going to cut? And we come back to, we'd have to make cuts in those specialized positions that support our ag industry, that support our cannabis industry, that support victims of crime. And obviously that's the last thing we want to do. We don't want to have to make those cuts, but we have to fill the jail, and we have to have people to respond to all those dots that you saw on those maps of the county. With that, we thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Under Sheriff. Colleagues, thoughts, comments, feedback for the
Can you
sheriff?
tell me what the 600 is? What is jail's food service?
Supervisor, so typically we have a combination of contractors and inmate labor that help with the putting meals together and getting them delivered. So we asked for an augmentation to increase that contract because when we saw the outbreak of COVID in the jail, we had to totally shift away from inmate labor and just use contract employees to deliver those meals, so we didn't run the risk of cross-contaminating, having inmates going from potentially hot COVID units to non-units and passing meals all over the building. So right this second, we're back to inmate labor. We're trying to be cautious that if we see any kind of a case outbreak in the jail, that we're going to have to immediately shift back to contract employees doing that work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Under Sheriff, for your presentation. This is certainly the largest request out of any department so far. But you know, now that we're considering budget, I think this is the time to ask you and Sheriff Bernal. Considering we had 3 jailbreaks in the last 18 months or within an 18-month period, I didn't see anything of how we're going to address those concerns from the Board of Supervisors, from the public, and we've had these conversations in the past about respecting the ability to manage your department, but at the same time, we approved the budget, and wanted to ask you, how are we better addressing to prevent future escapes from happening? And to that question, I had previously raised whether we needed additional security cameras, motion sensors that could have alerted jail staff that there was somebody in an area that he shouldn't have been in. And then secondly was giving the public adequate notice when there is a jailbreak. There is surrounding neighborhoods, and we're lucky that these 3 inmates that escaped didn't run into somebody's home or do something worse. But I think the public, and I certainly heard it from my constituents in my district, asking why weren't we given an alert when we know that technology exists, whether it's in Nixle or other alert devices that are commonly used by law enforcement. It certainly wasn't used in this particular case. And I just hope that, God forbid, there be another incident like that. But this is the time where I wanted to ask your department, how are we going to prevent those escapes from happening in the future? What are those measures? And how are we going to better alert the public so they could better just be alert when there's somebody on the loose, and they could adequately protect themselves or lock their doors when they live in the area and they received such an alert?
No, thank you, Supervisor. That's a great question. So the escape from about 15 months ago, the short answer is there were some design flaws that had never been exploited in the history of the jail that were there since those dorms were erected, and those inmates, they found those, and they compromised a weakness that has since been rectified. There's been a lot of infrastructure hardening. That first escape was completely exacerbated by the fact that we're under construction. So once those inmates accessed a plumbing chase and they got out into an area outside the 4 secure perimeter walls, they were in an area that most of the time would be surrounded by secure fence with razor wire. It would have been a real challenge to get free. Unfortunately, because it happened during the construction, they got into an area that only had an 8-foot temporary construction fence around it, so it was very easy for them to defeat. There was a lot of work that went into hardening up that area, securing the things that they exploited during that escape. The same thing with the most recent. That was they were able to exploit a weakness on a yard fence that had never been exploited before. We've gone back and added additional security to those areas, and then frankly that was compounded by a human error. And our team works very hard and from a training and remediation standpoint to make sure that we don't have human errors that contribute to those things. And we've done, I think, everything we can so those 2 things can't be repeated. It's still a jail. They're still, the folks that are in there are going to do everything they can to defeat our security measures anytime they can. And we'll continue to make security enhancements as anytime we identify them. And then as far as notification, in this most recent case, we didn't know that inmate had compromised security. And by the time we learned that, we had really good information that the inmate was nowhere near the neighborhoods that are adjacent to the jail. And at that point, a Nixle alert to those affected neighborhoods. We certainly didn't want to cause any community alarm there, because we knew that person was many, many miles away at that point.
Under Sheriff, and I appreciate the question. I think we don't oftentimes get the chance to engage with you in these kinds of public forums. But I do, just in the sake of time and moving forward, I think that the question that I would reiterate from my colleague, Supervisor Alejo, is, if there are resource requests or plans that you have to ensure the security of the facility, and to ensure that there are plans in place to alert those who might be at risk in situations where security is compromised. That would be more information that I think we would like to receive from, I would like to receive from you. I'll pass it back to my colleague, Supervisor Alejo, but I just wanted to keep us moving forward in terms of giving budget direction at this point.
I appreciate it, because we just couldn't have this conversation previously, and this is where we want to hear, rather than having another jailbreak in the future, and we're hearing, yeah, the cameras weren't installed, the fencing was still compromised, no alert was given. That's what I hope not to hear down the road. The only last thing I would add to, I know we're short on time, was just the new request. I'm reluctant to add additional requests when we have so many different requests coming from different departments, and just keeping the sheriff's department whole is a significant amount. And I know that's important, but the additional 4 or so positions, I'm not. I don't think that we can afford those at this time.
Supervisor Phillips.
Well, yeah, I get over 12 million requests, and there's a lot in here. So I'd like to go and analyze this a bit more. But I think there's some augmentation that's going to be necessary, but there's a lot. So I'd like to think about that a little bit.
I concur with Supervisor Phillips there. Just those are a lot of big numbers on a big spreadsheet that just got tossed up there, and I think spending a little more time understanding the request is necessary to, especially in comparison with where everybody else is sitting.
I would have a question then. Would we have the opportunity, after we have, we take a little time and kind of parse through this, to interview Under Sheriff Minot or Sheriff Bernal with additional questions at another point?
Supervisor Adams, this is Sheriff Bernal. Absolutely. Our phone lines are open. We're happy to meet with any of you that have any questions and go through line by line any of these items that are asked. We're absolutely available to all of you at any time to go over these.
Thank you.
And I'll piggyback on that. I think what may be beneficial to the entire board, from what I'm hearing, is maybe a more detailed presentation from the sheriff of your budget. I'm sure we can get that agendized. I would be interested in having sort of a broader overview presentation and getting really clear about what's being requested. When I look at the request of augmentation from the sheriff and the $12.292 million, and I look back at what else we've seen here today when we talk about needing the county communications to be able to provide information in Spanish to our community for, a fraction of what's being requested here. When I look at, additional requests that we haven't yet seen when we talk about expanding Esperanza Care to make healthcare available to 2,000 people at a cost of, around $1 million. And I try to justify, how does that compare to what's being asked here? We're talking about $250,000 to generate $9 million for child support services to provide most basic necessities to children. So I think my ask would be to ask the sheriff and the undersheriff to go back and take a scalpel to what you're looking at in the context of the choices that we're facing sitting here at this dais, understanding that, when we talk about senior nutrition programs or allowing children to use our parks for free, that for $100,000, we could allow every child in Monterey County to have free park access, or we could, look at your, something on your list that does appear important, but, I would just ask you to really think about what the cost benefit is and where those funds, if we, support what you're asking for, where those funds are not available for use. So I would like to invite you to come back to the board to present more information after having gone through with a scalpel to really look at what your real accurate needs are. That would be my request.
Supervisor Askew, Sheriff Bernal again. I completely agree with you. 5 minutes, I think we blew through our 5 minutes and then some is very minimal time for us to go over as big of a department as we have and as big of a budget as we have. I completely agree that we need, not only the sheriff's office, but I'm sure there's other departments that need more than just 5 minutes. So we'd be happy to surgically go through our budget and come back at another time and go over it with you.
Great.
I think as well, some of these are probably optional for the ARPA funding as well.
Great. Okay, well, with that, we will, it doesn't sound like there's consensus support for anything that was presented here other than to have some further conversation. So we will welcome the opportunity to do that, and we will move on to our next item, which is a presentation from the district attorney. Janine Pacioni, thank you so much for joining us today, and we will pass the microphone over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, and we can see your slides too.
Great. Perfect. That's great. And I'm going to thank Julian for doing that. Chair Root Askew, honorable board members, I'm Janine Pacioni, the Monterey County District Attorney. And as a couple of the other electeds have already spoke to you, I'm a constitutional officer, and my job is to pursue justice on behalf of the citizens of the state of California and specifically Monterey County. If we could go to the first slide, that'd be great. So what this slide shows is that our net county costs, which are on the left-hand side, these are the things that the county's paying for. These are our meat and potatoes. These are the types of offenses that the county actually pays for. The crimes and all the events on the right-hand side of the slide, those are paid by outside sources. It could be through reimbursements. It could be through grants. All of those things are paid for by the state, federal government, or outside sources. So when we get a cut to our office, what we're cutting is to those items on the left-hand side, our core services, murder, rape, robbery, the real bad, nasty stuff. For some reason, the state doesn't like to give money to support those types of prosecutions, but we do get that kind of money on these other things. So a cut to us means that those are the offenses, those are the types of prosecutions we can cut back on. Because when you cut our net county cost, we're not allowed to dig into the right-hand side of those crimes. Next slide, please. This is to show you our efficiencies. And what this means is that this data is from 2018 and 2019. And the reason it's that old is because we use the state data on how many cases are filed to make this comparison with other counties, so it's like on like. And you can see that the Monterey County is getting a good bang for our buck. We our productivity is for net county costs $689.32 for every case prosecuted, and you can compare that to the other counties. So Monterey is getting a good bang for the kind of efficiency that our office has been a good steward of the monies and appropriations we've gotten. In terms of the third slide, that's the actual augmentation requests. And what we're going to show here is we've got, let's see, can we flip the slide? Thank you. There are actually 6 items on this list, but I'd like to remove item number 2, the Department Information System Coordinator. So essentially, there are 5 items on the list that are relevant for this purpose. We do everything we can to meet our obligations under the constitutionally mandated activities, and we have been able to do that. Since the last few years, last 10 years, there have been a series of criminal justice reforms which have impacted how we do business. And we've made this request previously. We've made it, I think, in the last 3 years. And this is for a conviction review attorney. This will help us identify those cases where, despite our best efforts, the prosecution was not perfect. And in a few instances, new evidence is discovered after conviction, and we need to right that wrong, the wrongful conviction. The funded deputy district attorney would review claims of innocence raised after a criminal conviction in homicide cases, sex cases, violent crimes, and other felonies, where a substantial prison commitment or a significant collateral consequence was impacted. These wrongful convictions must be vacated. However, we don't have the resources to cut away from those meat and potatoes to deal with that. This is important because now the law's changed that allows me discretion to recall a sentence at any time to modify the sentence to a lower sentence. And so it puts us in the business of clemency. It doesn't make sense to keep people in prison serving these lengthy services when they would never receive those same sentences today. And so it's a matter of fairness and equity that we be allowed to take the time to review those requests, because right now they're not a priority because we're busy doing the meat and potatoes of our business. So given our current caseload, these unfunded mandates are not prioritized because of our other requirements. This is exacerbated by other unfunded mandates, the felony murder accomplice resentencing. This was passed back in January of 2019. And we've, because of COVID and appellate litigation, we're just now dealing with that, those litigated hearings and their eligibility for resentencing. Additionally, we had Prop 57. We're still dealing with those, where we have to write letters on every case where they're considering release of a nonviolent second striker, and we feel that they should not be released. So that's a significant time effort. And again, the conviction integrity attorney, that would be someone who would work on these particular issues. Now, these are the things that are happening right now. And if you could go to the next slide, Julian, that would be great, please. So on this slide, it shows you the things on the left-hand side. These are things that have already passed. These are unfunded mandates that our office is currently trying to get our arms around and can't. And specifically the clemency review under 1170D, we just don't have the resources to deal with that. And then on the habeas review, that's when there's new evidence and there's potentially an innocent person in prison, and we want to review that case. That's very time consuming, and that's not a priority given the fact that we don't have the resources. What's concerning at this point is because these criminal reform measures are coming at such a fast clip, and they continue to come. And currently the current legislature is considering a few measures which will not only, and I'm not speaking for the public defender, but it won't only impact our office, it's going to impact her as well. And that is because the legislature is contemplating removing the finality of judgment on pretty much every conviction in the history of convictions, where the Racial Justice Act, which was passed moving forward, is now going to be applied retroactively. So that's a great concern, because then anyone will be able to apply to the court and our office and the public defender for reconsideration under new factors. So that's a considerable concern. Another thing is that there's a law pending to reduce crimes where guns have been involved and someone went to prison on either possession or use of a gun in a felony conviction. And right now we have 29,000 people in the state prison system that this would apply to, and that would require us to reconsider every one of those cases to reduce those events. The other, in terms of the financial part of the augmentation, this is what we're asking for. We're asking for $237,000. That's the reduction to our baseline. Those are our storage costs that we have right now. Right now we have 15,000 boxes in storage. It costs us $15,000 a month to store them. And we are making a yeoman's effort to reduce those files, either by scanning or destroying files, depending on if we need to keep them. We went to get an estimate on what it would cost to scan these files, and it was over $2 million. So in lieu of that, we have scanning costs that we're doing ourselves, and then temporary employees to try and facilitate that reduction of those 15,000 boxes. We have, so that's the augmentation request as to those items, the document retention expenses, temporary employees. Also our trial expenses. One of the things we did last year is because of COVID, we weren't doing a ton of trials, although our office never shut its doors to the public through the entire COVID time period. What we did do is we used our trial expenses to maintain office operations. And when the county gave us the COVID money, we gave a majority of it back to the county. And that money was able to go to some other needed area for the COVID purposes. So we've been a very good manager of our money and cutting our trial expenses moving forward as we've started resuming trials, and we're resuming heavy duty trials. We need those. And so that's we're asking for that money back, which is $129,000. That alone, between the document retention, temporary employees, and our trial expenses, and actually a replacement vehicle, because we have 49 vehicles that we operate and we need to cycle them out for safety purposes, is $237,000 to make us even. We are requesting the conviction integrity attorney. Again, we've made this request several times. It's more and more important every year we ask, and that's an additional $248,187, $248,187 for a total of $485,187. And I am available for any questions. I don't need that slide because I'm not requesting it any longer. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'll go to Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, DA Paccioni. Thank you for your leadership during this pandemic. Your office has been a true leader on a lot of issues, so that is very much appreciated, including, as you rightly stated, when some of the CARES money was not going to be utilized by your office. That's what we used to start, I believe, our small business loan program to help give these microloans to businesses that were struggling. And so you have stepped up, as you properly noted, when we've needed it. And I take to heart the position that you're asking for about the conviction integrity, as there's been a lot of scrutiny, a lot of publicity around cases, and certainly looking at old cases, I can only imagine how time consuming that is for any attorney, and not only to do the screening and taking the requests from the community or families, but to actually look into particular facts of a case that may be many years old. So it certainly is not an easy task for anyone in that role. So, and I appreciate the ability, the willingness to remove one of those items to bring it down a bit. But I'm definitely open to the amount that you've put on the table as of just now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
I see your conviction integrity attorney is listed for 248, and that's a step 7 of DA 4 and a step 7.
Correct. Right. That would have to be someone who's very experienced to handle those type of issues.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to signal I'm also supportive of the inclusion of that position. I also know that typically when a position's asked for, you fully load the position in an expectation that the person that you bring in will be the best available. So I understand why that position is being requested at that level. But again, just wanted to signal support for the inclusion of that position. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your leadership, and again, also for putting the funding back in last year. It was a big deal to a lot of local businesses to be able to have the funding that you generously provided. And you also sparked something bigger than that. When we put out an RFP for people to submit their requests, it was significantly higher than what you put in. And we decided that we would take cannabis money to buttress up what you had given so that all of those businesses could receive funding. Had it not been for your step forward, though, that wouldn't have happened. And I really appreciate that. It made a big difference. But I would have to ask you this question anyway. Are you sure this is time for a new car?
Well, it's actually not time for a new car. It's part It's reserve money for a car. If one of our cars breaks down, it's a cycle thing that goes through fleet. It's an ongoing issue because we have 49 vehicles in our fleet. So it's not that we're going to get a new car. It's that the money's there if we need to cycle a car out.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, District Attorney Paciani, for your presentation. And I as well, I think, could get behind supporting the conviction integrity attorney position. It's only right and only fair that if there's new evidence that's made available, that we're not holding people who really are not guilty of the crimes that they've been charged. So thank you for prioritizing that and working to make sure that we do have a fair system in place.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do think it's kind of timely given your resolution today for racial discrimination and it being a health crisis. And this kind of goes hand in hand with that.
It absolutely does. Thank you. And thank you for just always being one step ahead on some of these issues as well. We appreciate it. Okay, so we still have 4 more presentations from staff. So we're going to move, or 5, we're going to move right along to Mike Novo, Melanie Brady, and Lori Woodle with Housing and Community Development.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Askew, board members, and the public. This is Mike Novo with Housing and Community Development, and with me, at least virtually, are Melanie Brady and Lori Woodle. Next slide, please, Julian. This slide shows our core functions, which are issuing planning and building permits, code compliance, on-site stormwater management, and administration of housing grants and other housing programs. Next slide, please. HCD is funded through fees, grants, and general fund. Our current organization has 97 staff. To balance to our baseline target, we had to eliminate 7 vacant positions in this year's budget. Our projected general fund contribution is shown on the slide, about $8.3 million. With revenue projected at $8.8 million, we had expenditures of $17.1 million as the target. The primary driver causing us to eliminate positions is the implementation of the Citygate report, which recommended eliminating budget vacancy assumptions, which was 12%. We also took into consideration good customer service as well as the Citygate recommendations in building this year's budget and developing our augmentation requests. Next slide, please. Our baseline budget will cause impacts to service levels. We've had vacancies in building, code enforcement, and our environmental services staff for many months, and we're having customer service impacts as a result of that. So those impacts would continue under the baseline budget because those are the positions being eliminated. The proposed budget also eliminates one of our 8 permit technicians who staff the front counter, process minor permits, initiate applications, and handle technical phone and email questions. And with the loss of a senior planner position, long-range planning efforts will also suffer as we will ensure that adequate staff are available for processing planning applications at the expense of long-range planning efforts. We'll also be limited in administering housing programs, having housing staff assist with long-range planning efforts, and unable to provide matching funds for the Housing Trust Fund that assists in providing affordable housing. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the different work and priorities handled by our department. These are essentially our core functions and are all equally important. Next slide, please. So to provide good customer service, meet our core service goals, and implement Citygate recommendations, we have assembled 13 augmentation requests consisting of just under $2 million. This slide is a summary of those augmentations, which requests restoring most of the eliminated positions, adding long-range planning staff and on-call consultant support, funding of 2 housing needs, and funding for fire fuel mitigation partnership. Next slide, please. So our highest priority is essentially restoring 6 of the 7 eliminated vacant positions, 4 of which are in building, 1 in planning, and 1 in our counter staff. We're also requesting funding for 2 housing program needs and to partially fund on-call consultant support for building plan check and inspection. The on-call consultant will assist us in clearing out a current backlog of permits and provide surge capacity when needed. The total for the first priority augmentations is approximately $1.4 million, and I point out that's approximately equal to what the Citygate recommendation for eliminating the vacancy assumption. It's the same amount of money. Next slide, please. Our second priority request is listed on this slide, which is what we have identified to implement the Citygate service level recommendations. This includes adding 2 planners to assist with long-range planning, to implement the program that was before the board last month. We're also requesting funding for a partnership with the Resource Conservation District that supports their fire fuel mitigation programs. And lastly, we are requesting remaining funding for the building on-call consultant and half the requested funding for the planning on-call consultant, again to address current backlogs of permits. The total for the second priority group is $550,000. Next slide, please. Our third priority request is to fund the remainder of the planning on-call consultant. These on-call consultant requests provide capacity in clearing backlogs, smoothly handling surges in applications when we have them, and providing coverage when we have staff vacancies. The total for this request is $100,000. So next slide. So we're taking some actions in relation to our budget revenue and expenses. First, we're in the process of analyzing our fees, and we'll recommend some minor adjustments this year, including a housing fee for a new department or new section within our department for certain application types. We're also analyzing our fee waivers and policy. The waivers impact our budget, but are important for the board selected categories. The board, I understand, reconsidered the fee waiver policy in 2019 and did not make any changes. The important aspects of the fee waiver policy generally relate to fire rebuilds or disaster rebuilds, nonprofit organizations, and government waivers. We're also looking to provide some streamlining efficiencies. We work with the Permit Streamlining Task Force, and I've worked here a long time, and it's clear to me that the most efficient thing we can do is retain staff. So that's one of my goals as the director. We're also looking to permanently implement electronic submittals and processing. We learned a lot during this pandemic, and I think we have a good start on that. And we're always looking for grant funding to supplant the general fund needs that we're requesting in this budget. So as Mr. Vagnini pointed out earlier, property taxes, sales taxes, TOT, they all come from development. So providing quick services to the public on those will get those tax revenues flowing in. The cannabis tax revenue is kind of a new aspect over the last couple of years, and we have a big surge of applications waiting to be processed, and this will help us get there. So thank you. Next slide, that concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mike Novo. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I just, looking at this, for me, one of the keys is that very last point that you mentioned in terms of speed of processing. I think I mentioned it on a few other pieces going through here, but I'm wondering, in terms of everything that you laid out, the overall ask, what is your need in terms of planners? I know that in the last year we've had some major events like the fires that have really strained the department in terms of time. And I'm also cognizant of the fact that last year, or at least in the mid-year true-up, we saw that revenues for the department overall were down from expectations. So I'm just curious what you're seeing in terms of projections now, especially heading into the new year, and what the resources are that you really need to get through that backlog to get us back to a point where we're capitalizing on the opportunities that you laid out.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. On the revenue side, we've looked, recent months have shown a trend up in revenue. We had certainly a hit during the pandemic when we were closed for several weeks in revenue, and that's caused the backlog. There's been a change in building construction types of building construction that affected revenue. But we actually think that we're going to recover to pre-pandemic levels next year. We think it actually may be higher, but we're actually, sorry about saying actually so much, but we are conservative in projecting our revenue needs because we thought it was important to do so, because it is uncertain what next year is going to bring. On the planning side, we hired 8 new planners in November. That doubled our planning staff. So we're actually in pretty good shape on the planning side. But as we pointed out, to implement what Citygate wanted us to do, we thought it was important to put that in front of the board as far as making sure that we had a full planning staff and we could really make a running start at our long-range planning needs that we brought to the board last month. And so if you see our priority 2 slide, that's kind of that implementation to try and get enough people to make a real dent in our general plan and our coastal plan updates. And the on-call consultants are really critical just to get through a backlog. I have a feeling that we won't need them after next year. I mean, we always have them under contract, but they've been unfunded for the last 5 years. And when we have some salary savings, sometimes we will use those on-call consultants. But I think we just need to get through a surge of cannabis permits. And if we can maintain our staff, as I said earlier, then we don't need our consultants as much.
And to clarify, in terms of the getting through that surge on the cannabis permits that you mentioned, that's the 100,000 you're talking about, or is that hiring the positions that are in play, or both?
Well, it's restoring the vacant positions for the cannabis side, and if we're going to make any more cannabis ordinance changes, the 2 planners for long-range planning could come in handy, but not as critical. The on-call consultants are really the important thing for the current surge. I think we can work through it fairly quickly, especially with all of our new planning staff.
Thank you, Mike. So I just want to, again, I know the intent today is to signal to staff what our priorities are here. For me, it's really looking at what I would deem low-hanging fruit and making sure that we're filling those positions that are going to assist us in working through that backlog and setting ourselves up for success, especially as they help generate additional revenue. And so looking at that on-call 100K and some of those vacant positions can be delegated to actually meet that current demand as quickly as possible would be my priority. And the long-range planners are good for, of course, I know we're heading into a different world come July in terms of what we can and can't do with cannabis ordinances. So we're trying to meet some deadlines before then, and I'm not sure that we can hit those long-range planners with that yet, but definitely supportive of wanting to get you put in a position where we can work through the backlog and improve the customer experience there at the department to help folks work through issues more quickly. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Adams.
Thanks very much, Mike, for your presentation, and also thank you for continually returning no matter what we throw at you. It's always, it's great that your experience, that you're willing to share your experience and your time with us. I was really pleased that the vacancies for the planner positions have been filled, and I know that some of them, I think a couple of them have had to leave from retirement and that sort of thing. But what I am concerned about is similar to what Chris had just said, is all of the development service positions that were cut from your baseline budget. I get so many calls from constituents about the backlog and building permits and the delays in plan review that I feel like we'd be making a mistake if we didn't really look for support in this augmentation request to restore those positions, to maintain the current levels of service in development, in the levels of service in the development services. I also, in my personal opinion, I just feel that the augmentation request for the housing program, that's just about my highest priority for this department, because affordable housing is clearly a priority for the board, and it is for me personally. And my hope is that these one-time costs could be covered by the, as they say, ARPA funding. So my hope is that we'll find support from my colleagues, that we would be supportive of that part of your recommendation as well. And thanks again.
Thank you, Supervisor. And just one thing, we are looking for a grant to cover the trust fund costs so that it would not be a need, but it's just uncertain at this time.
Great. And then of course the the fire fuel mitigation, that partnership, that really is just a super program that you have. And I hope that, there's no question about that either.
Great. Thank you, Mike, for the work that you've done coming into the department again to help us get things, keep things moving forward. I will say that as I was reviewing some of the general plan and the implementing ordinances and realizing really sort of the connection between some of the work that we need planners to do to allow for housing projects to move forward in the places and the types of housing that we want to move forward, that requires some of this sort of policy work to be done around things like nexus studies to, line up our fee impacts. I know I'm really interested in seeing our inclusionary housing fee rates be updated. And so the positions that you have here that would allow for that type of work to be expedited and prioritized would be what I'm interested in seeing happen. I think that tomorrow we're going to be having a workshop on homelessness and sort of this need to have additional affordable housing prioritized at all levels in the organization is important for me. So those would be my priorities moving forward. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I support the request, and I am interested. I know I've been talking to some people that are on that panel about trying to expedite the inspection process and maybe even using what we're using here, Zoom, for some of the lesser inspections and things. So, but I support that. That's one of the things we hear the most about is the backlog, getting caught up on things. So thank you.
Thank you very much for sticking with us. It is 5:30 and we are going to welcome our health department. I heard that Elsa Jimenez is on vacation this week, but I've seen her in meetings just about every day. So I'm not sure how much of a vacation this is, but we'll welcome the health department for a 5-minute presentation about their budget and their augmentation requests. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Happy to be here to present the health department's requested budget, although I'll say my girls are probably not too happy with that. So thank you. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, great. So I do apologize. I will do my best to try to keep at 5 minutes. In summary, the health department exists here to enhance, promote, protect the health of Monterey County individuals, families, communities, and the environment in collaboration with many of our community partners, and more importantly, in response to the community needs and voice. I'm having a hard time here. In summary, this is what I'm going to be covering today. What is of note on this slide is that our appropriations increased by a little over 5% from prior year. And we had a decrease in the amount of general fund that's contributed to the health department. Less than 5% of the health department's revenues come from general fund and cannabis funding. And every dollar that we receive of this discretionary source is very critical and vital to many of our operational units in the health department. This is a summary of our augmentation request. 1.5 is a request for additional general fund and or cannabis support. And about 230,000 is comprised of an augmentation request using our own revenue sources. Last year, your board approved funding for implementation of mobile spay and neuter clinic services for both feral cats as part of a partnership with SNP-Bus and for owned cats and dogs as part of the Big Fix. Even though with the pandemic, we should be able to spay and neuter about 630 animals, so a little bit more than our goal of 600. And so here I am before you today asking for $99,000 that would help to continue this critical service and implement 4 to 6 mobile spay and neuter clinics per month, which I can't stress enough is critical. That 1 year of investing, particularly in the control of the feral cat population, is good progress, but 1 year isn't sufficient to really be able to get a handle on some of these colonies that have been growing over the years. In environmental health, we're asking for funding to support continuation of our 2 temporary staff to continue to enforce the county's face covering ordinance. And we're also asking for an accounting technician to be able to support and create a more balanced workload for our fiscal support unit for the Environmental Health Bureau. For public guardian, we've seen an increase of almost 13% in the number of cases from prior year. We process over 10,000 checks a year at a value of about $5.3 million for our clients. And we do over 5,000 deposits of an annual revenue that comes in for our clients of $4.3 million. Because of this, we're asking for support for our fiscal unit, asking for an accounting technician, and asking for an additional half-time FTE. We're starting to see an increase in the number of referrals, particularly on the probate side, and we expect to see more. So these would be individuals that are negatively influenced by others and unfortunately are being taken advantage financially. And then lastly on this slide, we're asking for $350,000 to continue the $1,000 stipend program, serving individuals who need to safely isolate but don't have income replacement. In terms of the cannabis fund request, we're asking for about $145,000 to fully fund our compliance inspection team, which is comprised of 3 environmental health specialists, 3s, and a quarter time of an environmental health specialist. Secondly, we're asking for $130,000 to add a full-time chronic disease prevention coordinator that could really help to manage the health department's cannabis program, prevention, education, marketing, and move us into an arena of policy. Right now, some of these activities are completed by a number of individuals, and we think that in order to really have a strong cannabis public health program, that we need to have a dedicated person to kind of oversee and coordinate all of those efforts. And thirdly, from cannabis, we're at for $330,000. Last year, board approved $7,000 to get us prepared for implementing the school readiness assessment. And so the plan would be now to finish the implementation, the analysis and action planning that's required to be able to assess 2,500 entering kindergartners this fall to evaluate how our systems are preparing or not preparing our children to be successful in kindergarten. I will remind the board that this is one key metric as part of our Bright Beginnings strategies and efforts that is also funded by the Board of Supervisors. And so it's critical that this activity be completed. Second request in the early childhood space is $200,000 to help us continue and have Bright Beginnings be the lead in coordinating the COVID-19 Child Care and Wellbeing Response and Recovery Coalition, which is currently comprised of over 80 community partners. This group is tasked with supporting the needs of our children and families right now as we continue to respond to the pandemic, and especially as we move into recovery efforts. And your board heard some public comments this morning regarding the value of this group. As I mentioned, we also have some augmentation requests using our own revenues. And so in the spirit of time, I will not get into the details of those. And then when I look at our health department requests, there are a few that kind of rise to the top as potentially eligible as part of the American Rescue Plan funding that the county expects to receive. To covering ordinance would be an eligible expense, as well as the isolation supports. And then thirdly, that the department's request for the Bright Beginnings child well-being coordination efforts would also perhaps be an eligible expense. And so I look forward to continued conversations with the budget office regarding what is eligible or not, depending on board direction. Other items for consideration for the board is waiving of permit fees issued by environmental health. You may have seen that the governor's budget proposes waiving of fees for certain permitted facilities. We would propose that the board consider waiving the environmental health fees that are imposed on restaurants, grocery retailers, body art, personal care services, pools and spas, and others that operate swimming pools. And if your board were to consider waiving 100% of the permit fees, that would amount to $3.4 million that could come out of the American Rescue Plan funds to help cover environmental health's lost revenue to help to support our businesses who have been also impacted by the COVID. A second item for consideration is the Health Department's Environmental Health Bureau's current proprietary application is no longer supported, and so we will have to convert to Excella software sooner than later. What we propose is that this potentially could also be an eligible expense at a value of about $433,000 in the next fiscal year that would help us to acquire the software, get us started, and then be able to maintain a functional software system for our Environmental Health Bureau. Another item, our air conditioning and exhaust fan system in our public health lab, and then the replacement of our air conditioning unit in the health department headquarters at a value of about $430,000. And again, depending on board direction, we'll continue to have discussions with the budget office regarding opportunities under the American Rescue Plan funds. Lastly, I wanted to just apprise the board and the public of direct dollars that are coming to the health department for COVID-19 response and recovery efforts, as well as for public health infrastructure. We anticipate receiving about $26 million from the epidemiology and laboratory capacity grants that are being funneled, federal funding funneled through the state to the local health departments. That really will not only help to support current response efforts, but really help to lay the foundation for rebuilding our core public health infrastructure, which we have seen that this pandemic has really elevated the value of public health, and also how poorly underfunded we have been over the years. And then secondly, we do expect to receive about $7.4 million to help support our primary care clinics with respect to current response efforts, as well as expanding operational capacity. And more, we expect to have more details on both of these funding opportunities in the coming weeks. And then lastly, in summary, here's a recap of our augmentation request for general fund and or cannabis support that I just highlighted. And with that, thank you, and I'll take any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Elsa, and please tell your girls we said thank you for lending us to you again as well. Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Lopez.
No, we definitely got to make up at least today and give her an extra day of vacation because she's from since the morning. Also, I know we're thankful for Congress for giving the health department those $5 million and the $7.4 million. But why can't some of the COVID related items be paid through the $5? I know the 7.4 is for the clinics, but out of the $5 or so million that was on that last slide, why couldn't that help offset some of the costs, the $350 for the alternative housing or the $220 for the mask compliant temporary staff?
So definitely good question. So in terms of the enforcement activities, those are not permitted under the ELC grant. So that $220,000 would, if it was the will of the board to continue that effort, would have to be funded with different dollars. This grant is very clear about not permitting enforced activities. And then in terms of the stipend, potentially that is an item that could be folded into our ELC grant. We are in the process of getting feedback from the state with respect to our budget, but until we have a an official agreement. And obviously this presentation and the budget ask was presented before we knew of the $20 million that the health department was going to be receiving as part of the ELC effort. That if our budget is approved, then those $350,000 would no longer be an ask of the board, that we would include it in our contract with the state for the ELC $20 million.
Thank you for that clarification. That I don't think any other department got 12 or $13 million of additional funding. So for COVID related reasons, so certainly a significant amount. And I'm fine with all the stuff for early childhood development. That's a reasonable request from your department. What I wasn't too clear on was on the additional staff on cannabis. It was the environmental health and another position, infectious disease. And we've been having this conversation in the cannabis committee, trying to get departments right-sized when it comes to cannabis-related activity. And these are, and we've been augmenting the budget for different departments for different requests over the last 2-3 years. But I'm not clear why we need these 2 additional positions for this coming fiscal year. I haven't heard that be a concern that we were short in environmental health or this infectious disease position that you're advocating for.
Yeah, definitely. I'll try to be very brief. So in terms of the environmental health element of it, we're not asking for a new position. What we're asking for is $140,000 to fully fund our 3.25 FTEs. During this last year, it was determined that we need to have 3 dedicated team members, both from our shop and then the public workshop, to implement our compliance efforts. And so because we don't have other discretionary dollars in environmental health, we would need to make sure that the cannabis program fully funds the 3.25 FTEs that are dedicated to the cannabis program. So this helps to ensure that we're using the right revenue stream to pay for this activity. And then in terms of the program and policy coordinator, your board, when the cannabis program was first implemented, approved a half-time management analyst position. And so up until now, we've been using the dollars that were tied to that position to help pay for our existing health department staff members that were helping to meet the requirements of that position. And so what we're asking now is that we actually add a full-time coordinator at a value of $130,000 that could lead the health department's cannabis program efforts related to prevention, education, social media, to try to dissuade and deter our youth from initiating cannabis use.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if you could put up your slides again, just to let me kind of go through and talk about, on those requests, because they were split out over some different categories, and I had some thoughts. The question about the source of funding and whether or not the COVID or CARES funding could be used for some of the different requests. One of those that I had was in terms of the HVAC, specifically for the public health lab. Do you think that may be an opportunity? I mean, again, it's a pretty critical facility in our response to COVID.
So again, we're hoping that some of our funds can be utilized to help some of these requests, and we won't know for sure until we get our budget and our scope of work approved by the state. So really, this is a placeholder in case they aren't eligible expenses under the dollars that are coming directly to the health department.
Okay, just know that the folks who work in that lab did some incredible work in the last year, and some AC sounds like a great plan. But again, if the money's eligible out of that larger fund, I think that would be preferred. But then going back a little further back, could you take me to the list of requests? Let's start with if you go forward.
At the end.
I'm kind of skipping around. Let's see.
This one?
There you go, those. So in terms of the compliance efforts, if they're needed for the program, I think the 142 for 3 FTEs, just or 3.25 FTEs, is that the right number?
That's
It
the
seems like-
balance that's needed. We already receive about 300,000 for this line item, and so we're asking. The 300,000 previously was only covering the 2.25 FTEs. We had a vacant environmental health specialist 3 on the books, and so basically what we're asking is for the funding to be able to fully fund the 3.25 FTEs.
Okay, so I'm supportive of that. And then I'm going to skip down to early childhood. That's something that I'm extremely supportive of and think we need to do, especially with the child well-being coordination efforts coming out of COVID. Wondering if you can skip to the next slide for me. And then on, okay. And then on animals, animal services, absolutely. I think that's necessary. I know we've had a lot of questions in the last few weeks about some of these that were supposed to be mobile that are not mobile. And that's greatly concerning. I know that some of those are being done out of physical facilities now. And, you know, that's, again, I think the goal was to get out to some of those hard to reach communities. And so I want to make sure that 1, we address that, but 2, that we continue to fund would be my support and request there. In terms of the stipends, also supportive of those. Again, if they can be funded out of the other funding, that would be appreciated, but definitely want to make sure that that effort continues given the ramp up that we're about to see in the season here locally, and the fact that we still have some vaccinating left to do. As well as enforcement. Would you move me forward again? Okay, and so then I see a lot of the repeats here. Was there any more, or was that it?
No, that was it. So this is the high level of all the requests, and then I broke it down based on the funding source. If I may, to the mobile clinics, the reason that we have to have it at a fixed location, I think when we meant mobile is they don't have to come to the health department's animal services clinic, for example, but we are actually going out into the neighborhood. And the reason we have to partner with like the library or another entity is to be able to have the adequate space that our animals need to recover post-surgery before they can be released back to their owner or the person who brought them in if they're a feral cat. And so we'll station, you know, in Castroville at a certain point, we'll station in Prunedale at a certain point, at a certain location, I mean. And so mobile meaning we go to the community, but then we do need to have it kind of at a fixed site because of the recovery space that's needed.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you very much. I think those are sort of my high level thoughts that I wanted to share with my colleagues. Appreciate it also.
Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Also, I'm just curious, do we ever partner with SNP for the mobile clinics?
Yeah, so SNP Bus is the one who is actually going out into the community and doing all of the feral cat spay and neuter services.
Great. Good, that's excellent. And then on the isolation supports, I just wanted to understand, it says that it serves 300 people at $1,000, but the funding request is for 350,000. What is the other 50,000 for?
Yeah, definitely. So that's the administrative oversight. So we partner with our community health centers to be able to refer and ensure that the individual is actually meeting the terms of their self-isolation. So for example, Soledad Healthcare District, for every person that they enroll and who successfully completes that, we give them $100 to cover their administrative expenses. And then the balance of that is also to help pay United Way to be able to really administer the referral program, issue the cards, et cetera. So the $50,000 goes to United Way and to the community health centers that are participating in the pilot program.
Great, thank you so much for that. And then I'm very supportive of waiving the permit fees issued by environmental health. I think at this point, you know, we need to support business as much as we can, especially if this can be augmented by the ARPA funding. I think that would just be terrific. And let's see, oh, right, for the HVAC and then the air conditioning and exhaust for public health. Very supportive of that. And you probably remember also that it was just a few years ago that there was an effort made to close the public health lab. And I think all the time, what would we have done? What would we have done had that been allowed to go forward? So thank you for all of your work on it. Honestly, it's just, all of this is amazing. What you've been able to just continue to do even on vacation.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. I mean, your board support of a few years ago, the health department was in a very different financial situation. And so thank you to you and the board members at that time for helping to support continued funding of our core public health services.
Great, good, looking good. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I support most of the requests, especially the animal services and some of the other ones, but it's hard to really analyze it unless we know if we're going to get some of the American Rescue Plan in there. But I guess my one concern is just the cannabis. I mean, when you see how many people we're devoting to cannabis enforcement and cannabis education, it's we're up to 25, 26. That's my only concern, I guess. So.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think in general, I think the board has been supportive, and I look forward to us continuing to be supportive of the needs that the health department brings forward. I don't have any arguments with anything that's listed here. I do just need to comment though, and in regards to waiving permit fees, I think it's for our businesses that have been impacted by COVID. It's not all businesses, it's just the businesses that the county has permit responsibilities for. And I think it could be a really important way to support our small businesses, but I just also want to acknowledge that the county has already made very significant millions and millions and millions of dollars investments in supporting our local businesses. And I just want to make sure that we're also looking at the disparate impact that COVID has had and directing appropriate funds back towards families who are experiencing clear and urgent needs towards recovery as well. So when we think about things like childcare infrastructure, getting kids caught up on their immunizations that they missed last year, backfilling or making a plan for ensuring nutrition assistance for kids and seniors, getting folks, helping provide families with the ability to sign up for public assistance that they're eligible for, maximizing the participation in CalFresh that we have available to us, things like Esperanza healthcare access, mental health recovery efforts. I want to make sure that we're balancing our investments appropriately. So just putting that out there on the record. I also didn't see on the health department request any continuation of funding for the community health worker program. And as we continue to move into vaccination efforts of harder to reach communities, I do think that the infrastructure that we've worked so hard to put in place in this fiscal year will become a huge asset in terms of reaching people that really may have ongoing needs for recovery support or vaccination access. So is there a plan to continue funding or a request that will be coming forward to continue funding of that program for the next 6 months?
So if I may, Chair, ask you to defer that question to Charles. That is currently a program that is managed through the CAO's office.
Okay. Charles, are you with us and able to comment on where that request or if that request might be coming forward?
I apologize. Could you repeat the question? I was working on something else.
In regards to the community health worker program, that program's managed and funded out of the CAO's office. I didn't see it as a request in any of the augmentation requests coming forward. I was just commenting on the significance of the community health worker, the infrastructure that's been built this year, and how moving into next year when we're continuing to reach our harder to reach folks around vaccination or just basic recovery needs, that could be a tremendous asset for us in terms of achieving outcomes that we want to see happen.
Yeah, so at this point, I understand that the funds haven't completely been exhausted on the community health worker program. And so what we were looking at doing is continuing continuing it past June with the funding that we currently have. And we were going to circle back with the budget office and the board on that, but it's not finalized as far as how much money is unspent at this point in that program. And if we need to ask the board for additional funding through the American Rescue Plan, we would do that.
Okay, and I would just ask that be something that we consider prioritizing. I'm not sure where my colleagues are at on that, but I think it's been an incredibly valuable program to meet people where they're at, getting them essential resources. And then definitely on record in support of our continuing animal spay and neuter programs, Bright Beginnings and School Readiness. I think is essential and important, more now than it ever was. And then the other thing that I know, Elsa, that you are deeply invested in through the health department, but didn't show up here as an augmentation request, was behavioral health services. And one of the things that I keep hearing from community members is that there is a deep and pressing need for access to behavioral health and mental health services as we begin to recover from the trauma that so many have experienced this past year. Can you just speak? So I understand you may not be asking for additional funds, but maybe in the future, if we could just ask you to give some more information about the services and programs that are currently available and how those are already funded.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, as you stated, we are not seeking an augmentation for that line of service, but as we move from response and recovery, and as more children, as an example, resume in-person instruction, we anticipate that we may see an increase in the number of referrals to CPS. So this would also impact social services, perhaps the truancy program impacting the district attorney, as well as for mental health and or substance use disorder treatment services. And I do think that that topic alone probably merits a presentation to the full board with respect to an overview of the current system of care, both that provided by the mental health plan, your county behavioral health bureau, as well as that provided by the managed care plan. And so we would invite Stephanie Sonnenschein, the CEO of CCH, to come and provide an overview of their scope of services for mild to moderate behavioral health services to really help to further elevate kind of the gaps in services and opportunity for further discussion and direction with respect to how we can ensure that as a system, we're going to be ready to be able to meet the needs of our community members needing these types of services.
Okay, wonderful. I just want to make sure that that is something that is at the forefront of our minds as we think about allocating funds for the coming year. Hands are raised again. Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Alejo for additional comments about the health department budget request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. I did miss the point. The last one I was looking for was the question on the businesses and whether or not we waive those costs. And I would like to see us do something there. I'm supportive of the full amount, but would hope that we could at least do 50% there. And that would be, again, I look forward to that conversation. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. Then on the behavioral health side, yes, completely. We need to help our students. We need to help our children. This year has been traumatic, and I've seen so much of it, and it's manifested itself in ways that have left an imprint on our community. And making sure that we respond accordingly through this coming recovery is so important. And so for me, I want to make sure that we look at how we support our students through this coming year of all ages. And, you know, we know we talk about the digital divide and it's helping kids stay connected, but now we're dealing with a year later. What does that look like on the ground? And as I think about, you know, some of the programs that we've supported in the past, like the Salinas Valley Promise, and helping to get wraparound services around students as they start their college journey, especially after going through an entire year without having been in the classroom. I hope that that's a program we can support, as I see that being another strong component of, you know, that cohort model and having wraparound kids locally is, you know, supporting them as an entire person is so critical right now. And so I look forward to a future presentation on behavioral health and how we can make sure that we're adequately responding to the needs of our community. So just wanted to chime in on those points. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, appreciate it. Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to weigh in on the business permitting. I support that waiving of those fees as well. But on the VITA proposal, I think it's not just a flat out, let's just push it out another 6 months. I think it has to be thoughtful. Looking at the progress we've made on vaccination come May, we should take a closer look at it to give us a sense where the program stands by the end of June. And I think we're going to need to extend it some amount of time, but whether it's extended at the same level, considering the vaccination, or where we will be in vaccination numbers come June or July, maybe there has to be some thoughtful process about how to kind of wound the program down to as the need goes down, as more people get vaccinated in Monterey County. I don't know that by December we're going to still need 100 community health workers doing the same duties when a significant portion of our population would have been vaccinated. So I think at perhaps in May or June, we need to come up with a plan with Rosemary's help to see let's right size it and look out and have a plan from June through perhaps September, and then reevaluate it at that time again.
All right, Elsa, is that enough feedback for you for one evening?
Yes, thank you very much. On the VITA and other COVID-related expenses, we'll continue to work with the CAO and the budget office to probably come back with a more detailed presentation on some of those activities that need to continue. And then, if I may, on the recommendation to waive our permit fees, Environmental Health does issue their invoices for July 1st, 2021 in May, because permit holders have to pay their fee before July 1st to be able to operate. So I guess I don't know if it's appropriate at this juncture, or if I need to come back to receive full direction at what percentage the board would like to waive those fees, so that we can act accordingly with respect to our May timeline for issuing invoices.
I'm good with waiving the fees too.
Chair, my concern is that it wasn't listed on the agenda as an action item, and would just recommend that Ms. Jimenez put something on the 20th for board action.
Does that work, Elsa? That bring back something on the 20th, and it sounds
Most
like
definitely.
there's some support for waiving full fees, some support for waiving partial fees, and I would just add maybe the question of, if there's any way to deem hardship. I know that some businesses have just been decimated, whereas others have actually been busier than ever, depending on different circumstances. So that may be more complicated than it's worth, but it would be one of the questions that I ask. Okay.
We'll come back with the presentation on the 20th. Thank you.
Love it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elsa. Go be with your family. We appreciate you, and you deserve a vacation, a real one. Okay, we have two more departments to hear from today. We have Social Services and then Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. So I will welcome Lori Medina, and I think I saw Becky on the line as well, Becky Cromer on the line. So just in the interest of time, as I've asked everyone, if we could keep it to as close to 5 minutes as possible, that would be fabulous. And then we'll be able to give you some indication of issues and direction for bringing back full budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Rude-Askew and members of the board and the public. We might zoom through quickly some of our slides just in the interest of time. But I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity. We want to talk a little briefly about our department overview. As we get into this presentation, I just wanted to make a few basic comments about our department. I want to acknowledge that DSS, in partnership with the Budget Office, has worked really hard in the development of our budget requests, recognizing the needs that have been extraordinary in these times, but also trying to do as much as we could internally to minimize the impacts to the overall budget. So as a reminder, the Department of Social Services serves approximately 1 in 2 constituents throughout Monterey County from our various programs. And so you can see from this slide that Becky is displaying that what we're going to talk about. So The Department of Social Services, we have a budget of approximately $308 million, and we have about 879 positions in our department. You can see the breakdown of the various services that we provide through our various programs. And over the last decade, the department has grown by approximately 31% in our budget. And we've increased our staffing by approximately 6%, primarily through entitlement and programmatic services. And where we have not grown very much is in some of our internal programmatic areas or internal supportive services, primarily in our kind of administrative and finance arena. Next slide. Here's just a breakdown how you can see how this is broken down in terms of how our funding is apportioned. So you can see that really approximately 94% of our budget is really supported through federal, state, and sales tax realignment and other miscellaneous small programs. And then 6% of our budget is really leveraged by county general fund, where we leverage funding that are required in terms of our matching responsibility with the state. So in other terms, our maintenance of effort. Next slide. Okay, so here you just see another slice, and you can see that most of our budget is really through entitlement services. So, and that's really the funding that we expend to direct funding to constituents through either cash aid programs and other benefits. And about less than $1 million is really through some of our community programs, which I'll talk about later. And about $6 million is through our administrative overhead. Next slide. So this is just telling you that we have seen an exponential increase in some of our costs this year, primarily because of the pandemic response. So the majority of our expenditures have really been around our homeless and rental assistance programs. You can see that there, but we also were thankfully able to bring in some revenue through some of the federal and state programs. A lot of those were one-time funding, which we will really briefly talk about the impact because that funding is not guaranteed to continue. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of our baseline budget, about 2.2 million of our baseline budget really was addressing a lot of our homeless programs. And so you can see that we have our homeless shelter that is being built right now. So our share center, there's a modest amount for our Project Home Key, which is really a program that's in partnership with the city of Salinas. And I want to just mention that these programs are also increasing our ability to build capacity to serve our constituents who may be unhoused or may be teetering on homelessness. And then I also wanted to highlight that some of this conversation is really around our whole person care program, which is really supports a lot of our drop-in center programs. And so really how we are funded today is there is an additional 286,000 that would not be funded for the last part of this fiscal year. So you will see an augmentation request to get us through the end of the fiscal year for whole person care. Next slide. And so, thank you. So in terms of our augmentation requests, we really tried to scrape our budget. We were fortunate because of a lot of federal and state funding that there are some there's some funding that has come through federal and state funding. So we feel that some of our augmentation requests are very modest. In terms of the staffing augmentation requests, we're asking for 5 positions, none of which we are asking for any county general fund. 3 of them are in our aging adults area because that's a growing population. And so we're asking for 3 positions that we are able to finance through either realignment or federal and state reimbursement. And then we're asking for $386,000, a little over that, for some of our homeless programs. And that's really supporting our whole person care match and the Seaside Homeless Program. I will mention that because we also are getting some federal funding for some of our rental and utility assistance, which, you know, we just received $28 million for that. One of the things that we didn't get into the budget office in time for this presentation was some additional consideration for some of our population that might not be able to be covered through those federal fundings. And so we are saying that there's some new emerging issues that we'd like to explore that we can come back and give a broader presentation about. And so we are saying that we think that some of the cannabis funding or flexible funding that we received last year that addressed some populations who couldn't qualify for federal or state funding, we are thinking that we're going to need to address that. And so I just wanted to put a dart in, you know, in the bulletin board that we need to have some additional conversations that maybe if the ARPA funding can restore some of our cannabis funding, that could be a flexible way for us to meet that need for our disenfranchised population that won't qualify for some of these other very restrictive program requirements. Next slide. And then, so this is just a summary of the augmentations that we are requesting at this point. And so I will say that of the initial 1.1 million that we were asking for, we are actually, we have $731,000 in revenue. So our augmentation request minus the disenfranchised population that I spoke of, that was a late add that didn't get to the budget office, is 386,000, 394,000. And again, I will just mention that we are also thinking about this other disenfranchised population that might be undocumented or can't be covered through other programs. And so there might be an additional million or less that we would also like to have further conversations and consideration. And with that, I'm open for any questions to the board.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you, Lori, and your team for all of the extra work that you've done this year and for putting this together for us today. Colleagues, any comments, thoughts, or questions? Supervisor Alejo.
I think Ms. Medina, first of all, I want to thank her and her team. They've been really doing awesome work throughout the pandemic and creating a lot of first of its kind programs in the county. on an emergency basis. So I want to first thank her and the whole team, and commend their leadership. Second, the request is reasonable. I appreciate Medina being thoughtful in what she asked for here, and certainly the general fund contributions are for that most vulnerable population. Again, the whole person care and the Seaside Homeless Shelter, which is finally open and serving women and children in our county. So I appreciate the proposal and its reasonableness. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, I completely agree. I am really delighted to see this. And when you see that how much money is leveraged through this department, it's really wonderful. So I think for 386,394, we're getting a heck of a deal. And I'm supportive with all of the proposals that she's brought forward.
And if I could just comment, I would be remiss not to mention that we really, we tried to look at this year in terms of what we could do internally, but I am also cognizant that a lot of the solutions that we are proposing are through one-time funding. And so, we might have a very different perspective next year. And so I don't want to overpromise, but I do just want to acknowledge that we were, trying to do what we could to not further impact the budget this year. So we're kind of kicking the can down the road, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Supervisor Phillips, did I hear you chiming in?
Yeah, I agree totally. I met with Lori and she went over this a couple days with me. So I'm thank you.
I'm good.
Great. All right, and a thumbs up from Supervisor Lopez. Great. Irma Ramirez Bao has her hand raised. We're not going on to public comment, but if you have something to add, I think we can chime you in.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to share with you, I see that Lori Medina has the Finance Manager 3 allocation. Her office has submitted an RTC to our office. Our office did not approve that. We're still in discussion. So I just wanted you to be aware that typically when things come forward and are put in augmentations, it's when our office has approved. So we have not approved that RTC. Just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Irma, for mentioning that. Because I think that was important, and in my haste to try to get through the presentation, I didn't mention that. But I will say, as I mentioned earlier, or maybe I didn't, that we have grown exponentially in our budget and our department, and we have a very large department and a very large budget, and where we haven't grown is in our internal infrastructure. And I think that a department of our size and a department of our complexity with all of the funding streams and programs that we are responsible for does warrant the 2 additional positions that I'm asking for to help our finance area. We are getting a large influx of money over the last decade that we haven't kept up in terms of, supporting all of our frontline programmatic areas. And so I feel very strongly, and Irma and I have had a lot of great conversations about that. I understand her perspective and I respectfully disagree. And so I did ask that we still be able to move this forward to have the discussion.
If I may, just to
and I think we can hash out the details. We just need to keep moving forward here. I think we understand that there's a disagreement. Supervisor Phillips and then Supervisor Alejo.
I feel strongly that they need the Finance Manager 3, especially with as much financing and federal financing, state financing. I clearly support it. So.
Hey, and Lori, just on the same point, you do have one of the largest departments in the county. A lot of different programs under your umbrella, but it's on this note underneath says deleting 2 EMT workers as well.
Yes. So the proposal that I put forward was actually reallocating 2 positions to get this 1 FM3.
Right, and that's why I just wanted to point that out for the record, that seems even more reasonable, trying to find efficiencies in cost by doing that proposed change there.
Great. All right. And I just have a couple questions. It does, social services leverages a ton of state and federal dollars into our community, serving those who really do need those resources most. And I appreciate the laser focus by which you brought forward manage your budget and brought forward augmentations. But I'm just going to say that if there was a space where I would be wanting to see additional county investment to leverage additional resources, serving those who we say we care most about, it would be coming out of and a request from social services. So I'm pleased that you're adding in the additional $1 million rough $1 million request for this sort of gap needs around housing. I see that as being a tremendous concern. I'm not sure how large the need is or how that program would be worked out, but it is the kind of place where I think we need to be making investments to keep people under roofs, even if it is in shared housing situations, if that's what works for them right now. The other thing that I didn't see coming out of a social services request that I was hoping maybe to see would be some additional resources for strong outreach for enrollment into public nutrition programs and other community benefits. We do have, and this could be maybe combined in part with the community health worker program that's out helping people access resources. I think there's a lot of our families who really are struggling to take care of those basic needs of, food or getting medical care. We have a, remaining 15% of our population that doesn't have access to health care or health insurance. Our enrollment in public assistance for nutrition programs is, I think it's under 50%. So the potential to leverage additional critical resources into our community through relatively small investments in additional outreach through social services would reap great rewards. So I would love to just put that request out into the ether to see if there is a way to make that happen. And then the last thing, two other things. The other area that I know has been doing a ton of work this year is our Military and Veterans Affairs Office. We have over 20,000 veterans in our community. I know they've been working really hard, and with the way that we've been able to secure vaccines for veterans and families through the local VA clinic, it's given a lot of people the opportunity to revisit their eligibility for additional VA benefits. Anything we can do to leverage additional veterans into VA benefits secures additional federal dollars into our community. So I would just ask if there are needs from the MVAO's office in terms of doing that very specific outreach and enrollment work to leverage additional dollars and get more of our veterans the benefits that they've earned. I would also be supportive of that. I don't see it on the list, so I'm just sort of saying these were things that I was hoping to look for.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Alejo, yeah.
From that point, I think the reason is because Jason Cameron has worked very hard and has had 2 additional staff, which is like the most staff augmentations that he's had in that office has had in years. Last year, the county had approved an additional outreach person, and then with the closing of Fort Ord, some of that money from the dissolution of that agency provided for an additional staff, and that's Jack, who used to work at VTC, was recently hired for that position. So they've been able to hire more staff and actually do more work as a result of those 2 added positions in their office. And so, at least from my conversations with Jason at our meetings, an additional staff augmentation has not been requested at this time because those were just 2 very recent additional positions in that office.
Yes, thank you. I am aware of those additional positions, and also aware that with 20,000 veterans and only 5,000 of them accessing VA benefits, it's why I was making that request. Okay, any other comments or questions for Lori Medina?
Keep up the good work.
Okay, great. I think we only have one more of our budget items to go through, and then we have our final item number 12 on the agenda this afternoon. And we have a group of folks who've been with us all day, and I just want to say thank you. We recognize you. We see you. We may need to take a brief break for our translator in between. Nope, we're good to go. Okay, so we're going to keep going. Randy Ishii and Sean Ellerby, we'd like to welcome you to present on Public Works, Facilities, and Parks.
Good evening, Chair Rudascu and members of the board. As I share my screen to provide our presentation for tonight, I echo the sentiments of my fellow department heads that we thank our finance staff and also all of our staff who collaborated on the baseline budget and budget augmentation requests that we're submitting to your board for consideration. The core functions of this department are to provide customer service and operate and maintain the county's infrastructure for our public. This includes the product and market infrastructure that gets agricultural products to the cold storage facilities and out to shipment to the market. It includes the infrastructure that allows tourists to come to our area. It provides connectivity between the Caltrans freeways and the cities and allows people to commerce out even to their work sites as well as to the Monterey Peninsula and up and down the coastline. Thus, we operate and maintain the county's roads and bridges. We also operate and maintain all the county's facilities and grounds, particularly the shared use facilities. We also operate and maintain the county's parks and lakes, now including the former Fort Ord properties. And to support all these efforts, we have a complement of administrative and financial support staff to support these functions. Our department is funded by several different funding sources. There's both enterprise funds, generally speaking, and there's general fund contribution that fund our department. The road fund, as the name implies, funds our transportation infrastructure activity, which are the roads and bridges, as well as the traffic infrastructure within the road right-of-way. We have 1,257 miles of county maintained roads, 175 bridges, 29 traffic signals, all the signs and striping that you see in a county road right-of-way. We also have capital projects that we manage, primarily funded through CalCap or Fund 402 or Fund 404. I won't get into all the details of it, but as you see on the right-hand side of this slide, we have 40 county service areas, 3 county sanitation districts and a water district, as well as fish and game and other enterprise funds of which we manage. We have other core functions that are funded by the general fund, as I mentioned previously. That includes our 2 million square feet of county-owned facilities, almost 500,000 square feet of leased building space. And now with this year, we have new facilities coming online, such as the Share Center, the new Juvenile Hall, and Jail Housing Addition. In addition, we manage the capital improvement plan, that is the 5-year capital improvement plan for the county, except for the Water Resource Agency's projects. We also do the property management for the county. And for the sake of brevity, we have 30,000 acres of county parks that we maintain. And now, as I mentioned before, coming online, almost 3,000 acres of Fort Ord land. In addition, our general fund funds the litter control, the county disposal sites, our stormwater floodplain and management program. And we also are charged with using our general fund to pay for the building utilities. In order to submit a balanced baseline budget for this year, we looked at all of our revenue sources possible in the general fund and our expenditures and cut wherever we could. And in the end, what we're able to do is cut roughly 100,000 in maintenance supplies. We had to cut our entire unscheduled maintenance budget. Contrary to the Citygate report, we used salary savings as an assumption at roughly $500,000. But even with that, to submit a balanced baseline budget, we have to propose the reduction of 16 positions. 4 of them are vacant and 12 are filled. In total, that's $3 million in order to make up that funding gap between our general fund expenditure and our general fund revenue. Thus, we submitted our augmentation requests consisting of 64 augmentations. The request total is approximately $27 million, but we do have outside funding that are funding many of these augmentation requests, and therefore the net request to keep us moving forward is a little over $6 million. In order to better understand the priorities, staff have grouped the budget augmentations into grouped priorities for the sake of understanding and for prioritization. In the interest of time, staff is only going to highlight the most important parts of each of these priority groupings. The first priority is to restore the positions that potentially need to be reduced. There's 12 full-time equivalent positions in the Parks and Facilities branch primarily, as well as some administrative support staffing, which are filled positions that are proposed for reduction. and thus we're asking for budget augmentations to restore them. There are 4 vacant positions consisting of a litter guard, groundskeeper, parks and building worker, and accounting tech that are also offered up, and that's roughly $365,000. Our second priority is to add critical positions that were particularly noted in the Citygate Associates report. And these positions are positions that are recommended by Citygate in order to provide, and these positions that we're proposing are providing that level of service as recommended by Citygate Associates and what our public need and deserve. There's 7 full-time equivalent positions that are funded with outside funds. The first one of which is a finance manager 3. There's another department previously that had proposed a finance manager 3 due to the complexity of their hundreds of millions of dollars of capital projects they were doing, as well as their different funds. Similarly, we have 60 different budgets that we oversee that consist of approximately $160 million of various funding sources, and each of them have different auditing requirements and accountability and reporting requirements. We're also proposing an architectural services manager for the facilities branch. The next one harkens to the Citygate Associates recommendations for providing for recruitments that are efficient and swift and fill in our vacant positions so that we're constantly able to deliver on our products. Currently, with our decentralized staff, HR staff, we have associate personnel analysts that are managing our recruitment activity as well as other HR duties. Thus, we're proposing a senior personnel analyst to handle those higher level HR functions, such as the workers' comp claims, and provide the succession planning documents as noted in the Citygate Associates report, so that the decentralized associate personnel analysts can be performing recruitments and other lower level HR functions. We have a management analyst 2 that we're proposing to help us with the reporting requirements and accountability and asset management tools as noted in the report. We have a principal office analyst, and then the last 2 are road fund funded positions to go to public works. And then lastly, we have 1 full-time equivalent unfunded need, which is for an admin ops manager. We currently have the vacant chief of parks position underfilled by an admin ops manager. So to fill the chief of parks position, staff is looking for a position, in this case, an admin ops manager for the current admin ops manager, so that the chief of parks position can be recruited for. Moving on, our third priority is for Lake San Antonio. As was brought to the board at a previous board meeting, there were various scenarios presented for the management of Lake San Antonio. This recommendation is for scenario number 4 for adding those key positions. And one of those recommendations also comes from the Citygate Associates recommendations, in that it recommended having employees of the county at the ticket booth gathering those ticket fees. I want to move on to priority number 4 for the four-door maintenance. As we mentioned, that facility came over to us when FORA had dissolved and it came with no funding. Staff is recommending 4 parks positions for management of that facility to keep that asset maintained, as well as 2 county park rangers to provide enforcement presence at that four-door campus, in addition to the other North County parks. Our 5th priority is about the park's play structures. We have a Prop 68 per capita match grant that we are applying for. County needs to have a local match of $158,000 approximately in order to gain $630,000 in grant funds that are already being held at the state for us. We just need to have the local match dollars available. And then there's playground structures as well that are part of that request. Moving on to our 6th priority, we have our county sanitation districts. We currently have finished the condition assessments for the sanitation districts, and this priority is for funding some funding shortfalls that those districts are experiencing, in addition to some obligations of those districts. Priority number 7 is for facilities for our unscheduled maintenance. We're asking for our unscheduled maintenance account to be replenished through this budget augmentation. As noted previously, to submit a balanced baseline budget, we needed to cut in various places, and that was one of our cuts. So we're asking for that to be restored in the event that there's ever a building issue that needs to be addressed immediately. This is where that funding source would come from. With priority number 8, we have those new facilities that are coming online. We're asking for 2 positions for facilities for maintaining those facilities with an alternative of contracting those out. There will be a slight element of contracting out regardless with these 2 FTEs, but they are necessary for keeping our building warranties and keeping the facility maintained in the proper fashion. And then our 9th priority is for putting in our salary savings back again. It was contrary to Citygate and Associates to account for having vacancies at a given point in time. However, to submit a balanced baseline budget, we assumed we'd have a certain attrition ratio as well as a certain vacancy rate, and so we count on having those salary savings. This budget augmentation will restore the salary savings. Our final grouping of augmentations are for various county projects. We won't go through all of those for the interest of time. But just to highlight some of them, the floodplain management program is that program that came to the former RMA from the Water Resource Agency. That program is the steward program for the properties that are within the floodplain in the county. It's a countywide benefit as a whole, however, it came with no funding. And with the efforts of staff in this past year, there's a rating system called the community rating system, and that affects the insurance premiums of our constituents who live within the floodplain. We went from a rating of 7 to 5, which is good, and that means that our constituents who reside in that floodplain will receive a discount of 25% on their National Flood Insurance Program flood insurance, which is a discount from previously the 15%. And it's also a 10% discount for those who are outside of the special flood hazard area, also known as the 100-year floodplain. There's various other programs that we've submitted for, which include activities for the Carmel Lagoon, including the Scenic Road Protective Structure and the Ecosystem Protective Barriers EIR for approximately $260,000. The total of those first set of augmentations for projects are approximately $1.2 million. The final one you see is a late addition, and that is for Parks, Solid Waste, and Water capital projects for approximately $18.4 million. And that is a set of projects that staff is looking to the ARPA funds as the funding source to fund those eligible projects. With the loss of these augmentations, it is very likely that there will be reductions in the level of service to our public and our county customers. As bullet pointed in this last slide, we recognize that could be a possibility of impacts to our warranties of building equipment. We have the new building structures that are coming online that require a certain schedule for preventative maintenance activity. If we don't have the building maintenance staff who are out there properly maintaining them pursuant to the operations and maintenance manuals and the warranty guidelines, the warranties for those assets are at risk. Without funding the augmentations, there's projects and programs that will be left in a tenuous condition. Moreover, not funding these services are contrary to the Citygate Associates recommendations, which the board endeavored on and took the county towards. And these one-time decisions could yield long-term repercussions. While it could be said that we could go 1 year without funding a certain program, when we get that program back online and start ramping it up, there is that lost time and time of opportunity that's now been expended. We're trying to get it back up to speed. With that, that concludes staff's presentation, and we yield the floor to the board for any questions or comments. And we thank the board very much for the consideration and staff's requests.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you for the presentation and for the work that you've done to sort of get this new department up off the ground and figure out how to even build out based on the budget that's been provided. Everyone has comments. We'll start with Supervisor Lopez, then move on to Supervisor Phillips.
The fastest on the trigger. Thank you, Randy. We appreciate you and all that this last year has brought to your plate and what you've done with it for the County of Monterey and your entire team. From responding to the earth moving to the water moving over the earth and then everything being lit on fire. You've done it all, and we can't thank you enough. You know, in analyzing your requests, I'm wondering if you can take me back to the slides, I know, and run me through the priorities, just so I can make some comments as we swing through them, if that's possible, whoever's controlling that slideshow. Great. So obviously the filled positions, and you know, I think for me, looking at what's happening right now in terms of the funding at the federal level and the focus on infrastructure really has been wanting to make sure that you're whole on that end in terms of moving forward. And I know the board's heard a lot from me, and last time we had the discussion about your priority number 3, if we could jump over to 3. So I'm completely good with 1. I want to talk about 3, and that's the San Antonio. You know, we always say we want to have this conversation in the larger context of what's happening with the budget overall. And I think given the conversation that's happened today and looking at that net amount of 169 for what we get, if we don't budget it now, we're going to be coming back looking for it later. And so I'd rather that we as a board make the call to budget this money now, understanding that the operation that's being proposed, we know we want a business plan, we know we want all these other pieces put together, but at the same time, we're having this conversation in the larger context of our budget. And so I want to make sure that the board's clear that the net ask there is 169. And one point I forgot to make in our last discussion was just the pure and simple fact that we're not just talking about a lake and an operation, we're talking about, you know, an entire region. And by that, I mean the little stores outside and the grocery stores in King City and the gas stations that pick up business when the lakes are open as well. So just wanted to point that out as well as part of the bigger impact to South County and its economy. In terms of the park's play structures, you know, again, safe playgrounds. I think coming out of COVID, you know, my kid has not yet gotten the ability to use playgrounds, but I know it's coming. And so I think it's an obligation that we have to our community. Could you run me forward one more time to the next slide? Perfect. So sanitation districts, I don't see how we get around those. I just don't, you know, in terms of basic government function and needs. And so just wanted to express that as well. And those are my initial thoughts on the augmentation requests that you've laid out, Randy, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of the board. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I was expecting Supervisor Phillips next, but I'm ready to go. I just wanted to start. I have a question that I can't figure out, and that is in the budget overview. It's got public works, facilities, and parks underneath recreation and education. I worry because if there are people from the outside who are looking at this, it gives a very different picture of what this is. This should be called infrastructure and facilities. I don't know how we got recreation and education, but I strongly suggest that we take another look at that and come back with a much more appropriate title as infrastructure and facilities may be. It might not seem like that big a deal, but I think it is, and I think it would be misleading to the public to keep going on like that. I could go really quickly and simply say I agree with Chris on just about everything. But I do. I think that the loss of the filled positions is a very serious concern. I don't think that we can cut 16 positions, 12 of which are filled, and expect this department that is so new to be able to do what we need it to do. So I'm fully supportive of priority 1. I am supportive of, I guess maybe Randy, do you mind putting the slides back up again? Sorry, I wish I had printed those out.
Certainly, no worries. Go.
Great. Okay, good. Okay, definitely I'm on with 1, and I am on with 2. I think that those are really important. I want to talk about priority 3 for a little bit. And that is because Chris and I have been working on this and talking about it and meeting with people. And I feel strongly that this is something that we need to do now. We have talked with the Parks Commission as well as the staff any number of times about the importance of developing a business plan
that we can use to really move Lake San Antonio into the jewel that I think, and I think Chris certainly does, that it could actually be. So I'm supportive of that. I noticed, Chris, that you skipped over priority 4, the four-door maintenance, and I don't know whether that's something that you feel we should view separately, or if you
I
have
was just hoping to hear from the supervisor of the district on that one first. Before I don't have strong opinions there, but
Okay.
definitely open to it.
Okay, at this point, I could certainly hold off and wait to hear from the other supervisors on it. If there was an area that we would have to cut, I'd want to make sure we really knew what we were doing before we just started saying, oh, well, let's just, cut a bunch of stuff from here. Park and play, I totally am on for that. So if you could continue on, then the sanitation districts, I know very little about sanitation districts other than I think it's necessary. So I am certainly up for that. I do think that the priority 7, the unscheduled maintenance, God only knows, did we ever plan for a flood? Did we ever plan for a fire? Did we ever plan for all of the, little caps over at, Pajaro River to blow off a few years ago? I think we definitely need to make sure that we've got that in also. And then could you tell me just a little bit more about priority 8, Randy?
Certainly. That is for the additional staffing for the additional buildings that have come online.
Got it.
So it's new positions. It's not,
okay.
Not existence.
To go with the new buildings that we've brought online.
Yes.
Okay, then I would be supportive of that as well. It's really tough because I know as we look at this, there's so much that we are being hit with from every particular element of the county. But I mean, if there's one area where it has a very significant impact on our absolute existence, it's right here in public works and facilities and parks. And I just feel there's no way that we cannot be supportive of it. It's not just following Citygate. I think it's just following absolute good sense. And I'm very supportive of all of the recommendations that you've put forward, with a little more information needed on I think it was priority 4. So thank you for your presentation, and I look forward to hearing what my other colleagues have to say.
Sorry, thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I think I forgot what I was going to say, but I agree in priority 1, priority 2. With 3, Chris, what I mean, I've had Josh talking to your people, parks people, trying to understand, but what are you recommending the operation where it's 169?
Right. So it's scenario 4. So there is a cost of 775, but the revenue offset is 605 for a total net cost projected in sort of like a worst case scenario of 169,945.
That's a worst case scenario, but I mean, with the water level down where it is and everything, is it realistic that we'll get the income from that?
From the work that I've seen Nate put in and from what I'm already seeing on the lake and the water this year, yeah, we have a lot of demand on the facility right now. Folks are coming out, and I've got people volunteering to fix sites up just to get into their old favorite sites. I mean, there's a lot of demand right now on this facility.
Well, it's a matter of that lake. It's down there. It's a matter, we're not going to make money on it. It's a matter of how much money we're going to put into it. I think, right. But with I have real concerns with the water level where it is, but I'm not going to fight it. And I do think it's important, the sanitation districts. We just don't have any alternative but to maintain those until we get rid of them. So thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. Randy, thank you for your work and stepping up in this leadership role and having to present this proposed augmentations and budget. But there does seem to be a lot here that you're asking for, and I would just say that it's important to really put your top priorities so the board can consider them. And I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but every year that we do this, we say yes, 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 and then at the end, it's a large tab that when you add it all up, and then we have additional obligations such as pay raises being collectively bargained, and we just can't afford it all. So and I appreciate the fact that you were circling in and just having set aside some time to just have a more lengthy conversations on what you need. But as we talked about in item number, I believe number 4, or it was the Fort Ord maintenance. That's where I think we have to fine tune that and to see whether we could contract out some of that rather than hiring all new staff that has not only the pay but the benefits as well. Or can we contract some of those services to the Bureau of Land Management or other agencies that are nearby that have been serving in that role already? And I know you recognize that that's a possibility, but I would on that item, I would bring that back to see if we could have meet some of those needs, but not have to hire entirely new positions for that. And on the next slide, you had the maintenance fund. The real question should be, well, how much do we have in that? You're wanting to have the unscheduled maintenance replenished, but how much does your department currently have in that fund? And that would give us a sense whether it needs to be replenished, because if there's still money there or that can carry over, then that should be part of our consideration. Do you know how much is in the unscheduled maintenance fund so this year?
I'm going to look to my assistant director for answering that. She has the data more available than I do.
Supervisor Lopez, this is Sean Ellerby. Currently, we have 2 projects that are carrying over from this year into next year for using unscheduled maintenance funds, having to do with work at the Schilling building. And off the top of my head, I can't remember the other ones, but the money that we do have budgeted in our baseline has already been spoken for with projects. So typically what we usually work with year over year for unscheduled repairs. So if we have a failure in a building, our budget's usually around 900,000, and we spend 900,000 each year easily. And that's just to respond to failures in a facility, which might turn into a larger project and become scheduled at a later date. But it's just to respond, put a Band-Aid on it to get the failure back where it's operating. And most times that's temporary and then turns into a larger project later. And so at this point in time, we do not have any unscheduled funds available for any kind of building failures.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. And now on these new facilities, what 2 new facilities are we talking about? We got a jail, a juvenile hall, but we had existing facilities. Why would we need to hire staff for essentially buildings that are getting replaced by a new one?
So Supervisor Alejo, Sean Ellerby again, if I can. We actually increased our square footage when we built the share center, as well as we increased the square footage combined at the jail housing addition and the new juvenile hall. And so we're looking at either increased positions or contracted services to help us maintain the facilities in accordance with the maintenance documents and the warranties that go with those facilities, as well as just the additional work that is going to be required because we have that increased square footage.
Got it. And I forgot about the share center. I want to go visit it the other day. It looks great. But I've got to take that into account. Thank you for clarifying that. Thanks.
Thank you. So I guess I share Supervisor Adams' initial sort of confusion about how Public Works, Facilities and Parks is classified as recreation education, but that's neither here nor there. I guess fundamentally though, I think that what we're doing, we had RMA and we split it out into 2 departments. And so essentially what we're doing in some of this conversation in this year's budget is setting the baseline budget for Public Works, Facilities, and Parks that that future budgets will then be built off of. And I don't want to be short-sighted in setting this department up to not be successful. I think, you know, we all want Public Works, we want planning to be effective. And so somehow when the departments have worked together to determine a division of the fiscal impacts, it feels like, you know, most of these impacts were all loaded into Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, which is great because we want to see planning funded appropriately, but I don't know that I want to do that on the back of our Public Works functions. We need to keep maintaining our roads. I want safe parks, so we need recreational and open space. And then also, you know, Public Works provides all of these services to other county departments through their capital projects, like, for instance, the new facility position and the groundskeepers. And I believe that you also pay some utilities for different county departments and buildings. So I don't think we should penalize Public Works as we're just trying to get them up and running. So I guess I should share my confusion with how some of that played out, and make it clear that as we set a true baseline budget for Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, that it's something that they can actually work with. In terms of the augmentation requests, you know, I think I guess I was still hoping that we would have more detail here, but I'm inclined to support the priorities that are proposed at this point from where we are today. You know, my intention would be to signal that I do think we need to prioritize and find funding for Public Works to maintain our facilities and to ensure that our park spaces are available to the public. In terms of the Fort Ord maintenance, an allocation of $633,950. I would absolutely be thrilled to bring those resources into District 4. You know, BLM property adjacent to the county-owned property is seeing upwards of 1.5 million annual visitors. So the utilization of our county property on Fort Ord is tremendous. Whether we're talking about park rangers or some like desperately needed infrastructure around safe parking locations and some appropriate signage, I think that would be a conversation maybe that we could proceed with. But at this point, as we move forward, I think we're going to need to sort of see how all of these things that we've indicated support for add up over time. But at this point, I'm inclined to cautiously offer support to the request that Public Works is putting forward here today. And then we'll have to have some really, I think, difficult look at what we're actually able to fund and possibly, you know, make some future decisions. But at this point, I'm supportive. Randy, is that direction enough for you at Budget Office? And I don't know, maybe Dwayne, are you able to comment on how did this department get left without any resources in the split from RMA?
Yeah, this is Dwayne Woods here at the County Administrative Office. They actually weren't left without resources. The fundamental issue is that the departments didn't have enough resources to start with. And as you can see, most of the requests for Public Works are really a lot of infrastructure. And if you take a look, what you have with HCD is deletion of all their vacant positions as opposed to their filled positions. But we knew going into the city gate, once you split it up, that we would have to reevaluate each department. And as I started this meeting, this is a preliminary baseline. This is not the recommended budget. So we needed to look at it. There was some movement of GFC in there because originally the way that the department had split it up, they had 17 filled positions and HCD eliminated. And we didn't see that as equitable. We kind of hit a middle line here. Maybe it's not exactly a middle line, but of course we knew that we would do that because this is a preliminary budget and that we would have time to work through it. All the while knowing that it would make no sense to decimate HCD either. So there was a, concerted effort to try to do a more equitable split. And then that will also continue during the building of the recommended budget also.
All right, that is helpful. Thank you, Dwayne. And I think it's just a good reminder that this is still very preliminary at this point. The only other thing that I didn't see on the list here that we had talked about previous was I would really very much like to support finding a way to get all of our children in Monterey County with free access to parks by a waiving of park fees in the coming year. I think that supports what we're hearing from the community, getting kids outside, supporting mental health, bringing families together in positive ways. So that would be a request that I'm throwing out there. I don't imagine that the cost could be hugely significant, and I would like to be able to consider it when we come time to do the final budget.
I like that idea.
I'll totally second that.
Okay.
Parks should be free for everybody.
Great. Okay. Dwayne has his hand up again, so we'll let him give us a reality check here.
If it's that time, I was going to wrap up with a reality check because you know me all too well. But I'll wait till you tell me it's time. I just want to make sure you know
Perfect.
we have a closing statement.
Thank you. Just a few more comments. Anyone who didn't comment earlier in the day, but today in regards to yet. So, please.
Down there is about 10 times more than most departments.
We can. Thank you.
Great. My name all to the community members that have submitted public comments, and gracias to the county staff and all of you Board of Supervisors. I just want to highlight the letter that was sent to the Board of Supervisors that Cesar just brought up. It was sent by Agent Change, Nampa, Safe Ag, Safe Schools, Pueblo, Bactun 12, Community Before Cops, Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, Action Council, Building Healthy Communities, and MILPA, all of which are located in Monterey County. So the Sheriff's Department is requesting the 12.2 million, which is astounding compared to what other departments have requested. Again, the ask is easily 10 times more than any other department, including Public Health Department. Interestingly, the Public Health Department's request of 1.7 million is tiny in comparison during a global pandemic. We need to choose to build a world where poor, Black, Indigenous, people of color are not arrested, locked in cages. Instead of having an apparatus that penalizes, we can actually give folks the basic resources needed to aim for their full potential, right? We would all want that chance. So MILPA and other partner organizations, we've engaged in chalk and run, so chalking around messaging around the budget in Greenfield, Soledad, Salinas, Marina, Castroville. We've sent the letter signed again by community members highlighting the 6 demands. We've highlighted the demands on social media and actually tagged y'all. So, if you have an Instagram, if you have a Twitter, you're most likely tagged by us in the demands. We've highlighted the demands. Otherwise, we've had one-on-one meetings with all of you Board of Supervisors to push forward the demands. And we held a budget breakdown presentation where together we demystified the budget process. And so what I'm trying to get at is that, in other words, we're showing up and we're doing our part, and doing so out of deep love for our gente. I just want to challenge the narrative of the Sheriff's Department about incarcerated folks victimizing, seemingly justifying that, humans being locked up in cages. So those folks themselves have been victimized and perhaps never had any support to deal with the impacts of trauma and racism and colonization and slavery. We talk about how, that was 500 years ago, but that still impacts us today if we never actually genuinely stopped and healed. So in the letter we sent, we outlined the 6 demands that we feel will help deal with the
We can't hear you.
Sorry, you got muted.
A lot of other community members have highlighted the fact that the budget process is really difficult. And so we hope to continue engaging, and we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else in the audience. I don't see any other hands. Oh, I do see. We have one more hand. Diana Carrasco, did you comment earlier today? I'm just trying to remember the names.
Yes.
Diana, we'll welcome you. If you commented earlier today, we're only taking comments once. So, but if you didn't, then welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that it was only just once,
Oh.
but yeah, I guess
Okay.
I'm just to affirm everything that's been said and taken Black, Indigenous voices into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rafael Hernandez, thank you for joining us. we'll take your public comment.
Hi, Chair. Thank you very much. I apologize. I was wanting to make a comment about the housing program mentioned earlier, and I wasn't sure when the time was for that.
It would be right now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening to you. Good evening, board. I just wanted to underscore the requests made by county staff. Oh, pardon me. Rafael Hernandez, Monterey Bay Economic Partnership Housing Program Associate. Underscore the requests made by county staff earlier regarding streamlining permitting, the grants, and having adequate staffing for the processing of important housing work that the county staff does. For example, a project that speaks to the points made by many of you supervisors is Chispa's Castroville Oaks Affordable Housing Community Project. This one includes 124 apartments and about 90 homes. These will serve very low and low income families, and the homes will be sold to moderate income households. So this is the type of development that addresses the housing needs of our local workforce, such as teachers, hospitality, retail, and of course our agricultural employees. We've been supporting this project for the past few years. United Way has also, through investment in the Monterey Bay Housing Trust Fund, is supporting this project. So we want to make sure that the project moves forward and that the county has allocated enough resources and staff as it continues to make progress. That is all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Alexis, we're only allowing people one comment. Since you commented earlier, unless there's someone else on the phone calling for you, we've already had your comment, so we can't hear it again. Is there any other public comment tonight as we wrap up? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment for our board. Sorry, Esteban Rodriguez. Oh my goodness. Okay, hands are being raised.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry. And if you would like to comment, if you could please raise your hand now so that I can know when we're gonna close public comment. I would appreciate that. So Esteban Rodriguez.
Sorry,
thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was like the last moment for public speaking, but my name is Esteban Rodriguez. I'm with our Unite Here local union 483. Not sure if this was talked about the recall and retention for
we're going
workers.
to be right. Sorry to interrupt. We're going to be at that item next. So hang tight.
Oh,
we'll have a chance. Yep, perfect. Hang tight.
Right,
we'll be there next. Okay. And then our last public comment for the budget workshop would be Enrique Tita. And we've given you permission to unmute yourself, but you'll need to unmute yourself on your side so that we can hear you. Okay, we're not getting any audio. So I think with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board for any final comments about the budget workshop. I know it's late, and I just want to thank everyone for sticking it out with us. I think this was a really important process. 12 years ago, when I first came to work with the county, there was no budget workshop. The first time that we heard the budget and all of the recommendations and augmentations was at the budget hearings in June. And I think that this opportunity for the board to sort of get a preview of what's coming and signal some of the things that we do value and our priorities hopefully will help our county staff develop what the ultimate recommendation that comes back to us looks like. I want to thank all of the public members who participated in the conversation. I especially want to thank those who have stuck it out with us and taken the opportunity to learn more about all of the different functions that the county has and how our process works, and continue to engage with us so that we can hear your feedback along the way. Colleagues, do you have any final closing remarks?
No, Madam Chair, I would just, I mean, we've had these budget workshops every year for the last 5 years since I've been a supervisor, and usually in April. But I would just recommend in the future that we usually start these at 9 o'clock in the morning. We try to limit what we have in closed sessions. That way we could get an early start, and we're not here till 7:30. I think this is the longest meeting I've had since I became a supervisor. So I would just suggest that next year that we just started at 9, so that way we get an early start and not have staff here now at this late hour.
Great. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, you know, I would really like, rather than getting these, a lot of these served on us on the morning of the hearing, it would have been nice to have any of the budget requests, augmentation requests, a week in advance, so we could look at them and maybe send our staff out to talk to the it just would have made it more efficient, I think. So
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez. Did we lose Chris? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, we can't hear him.
We can't hear you. Okay, well, I'll make my, oh, there you are. Thank you. Closing remarks.
Sorry, my internet gave out, long South County internet. Gotta love it. No, I just want to appreciate everybody's willingness to work through this today. It's been a long day. I missed bath time with my son tonight. That was my low point for the day, but my high point was the continued engagement over a lot of these really tough subjects that we have to face as a community and together. And so I know that Dwayne was promising some bad news at the end of the day. I don't know if we've hit that yet. I might have missed that when my internet went down. But just again, want to thank everybody for putting in the time. This is one of those critical processes that we do as government, and I just appreciate everybody's efforts.
Thank you, Chris. And Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. I think just in my closing remarks, I just want to say that I think that number one, it's been a great day. Everybody did such a good job, and I'm always so impressed by the diligence that people are able to bring forward on such a touchy and difficult subject. So thanks to all. For my own personal focus, I just feel like I want to ensure that we keep our eye on economic recovery coming up in the next year, probably 2 or even 3. But I want to ensure that we've got the infrastructure in place to be able to balance that with the needs and the well-being of the local residents. I think that, to me, that's the important thing that we're going to have to be looking at. As we come through to do the final touches on the budget, I just want to reiterate what we've said before, is that I would not want any anything to be cut that has money attached to it, in the sense that anything that we have some money for that can leverage a lot more, I want to make sure that we're careful and not that we don't lose any of those kinds of funds. But again, I think everybody's done just a lot of work. Dwayne, I know you've really put a lot of time and effort into this, and it must be hard to see us eviscerate everything that you put together. But I know that it's all going to work out in the long run. And as I say, I think that we've got a lot of hard work ahead of us, but there's some great things that I think ahead. So thanks very much for everybody's effort on all of this, especially you, Madam Chair. You did a great job today.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Just a few final closing comments that I have as we move forward into next year. I think that I just want to be on record. The cannabis assignment, I think, has continually served a critical role in our response to COVID-19 and other unexpected fiscal challenges. I do think it would be prudent to retain the assignment into next year. I know that's been something that's been considered as just taking that and rolling it into general fund. So I'll put my support to maintain cannabis assignment moving forward. I do think that restoring our strategic reserves that were spent down or potentially spent down this year is a top priority for me, having that strategic reserve in place so that we can respond to emergencies and crisis cash flow situations is absolutely one of the best investments that we can make fiscally in supporting the county's future. I do want to make sure that as the recommended budget is being developed, that we are thinking about what the bargaining agreements might end up costing the county, and that we don't, that we make sure that we are prepared to fund those costs in our next year's budget. I also think that one of the things we've talked about in Budget Committee and that I do feel strongly about is that we develop a plan to manage our ongoing liabilities for retirement and health, so that we're pre-funding that to the degree that that's possible. I also just want to say, I understand that we can't fund everything. Today was just an important opportunity for us as individual board members to signal to our staff the priorities that we hold. We each did our job today by making clear what it was that we hoped to see funded. But just because we indicated support today, I think we're still going to have a lot of hard decisions to make come June when the recommended budget arrives for us to consider. So thank you to our county staff for hearing us today, for hearing from our public, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. So with that, Dwayne, did you want to make any final closing remarks?
Thank you, Chair. Dwayne Woods with the County Administrative Office, and you kind of touched on exactly what I wanted to make sure was the perspective of everyone was that there were a lot of good requests, a lot of good conversation, and I've got to say the board gave a lot of good information for staff to take back and consider about how we prioritize. Having said that, there are really only two funding sources. There's a delta of about $3 to $3.5 million of cannabis on an ongoing basis, not the assignment, that is not in the baseline. And then there is the ARP money, which is, I want to caution everyone, is going to be available, but it is one time in nature. So any use of that is supposed to be with a strategic thought process to not build a program that has an ongoing legacy that we can't maintain, which I know the board is really large about not doing things that they can't maintain in the long term. Having said that, the ARP is a 3-year program. We have 3 years in which to spend those funds. So I think what you'll see from us is hopefully a thoughtful way to use those funds to accomplish both that, but use over 3 years, but also not building programs that are unsustainable past those 3 years. And I just wanted to caution everybody on expectations that there isn't a large amount of unallocated funds, discretionary funds, that we're going to have to solve a lot of these problems. But staff will go back, take the direction as the board has given, or the information and priorities the board's given, and balance to the best that we can. But there's no promises that that we'll be able to do all the things, or even most of the things that we would all love to do. Thank you.
I feel like I should say thanks, Dad. Great comments. Thank you, Dwayne.
It only comes when you start crunching numbers and you try to balance that bottom line. It just drives me there.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we can't hear you if you're talking.
Now?
There you go. Now we've got you.
Oh, now, okay, thank you for that. So we don't have to take any vote on this. It was receive information and sort of signal some, share some feedback with staff. With that, we'll move on to item number 12, which is to receive an update on referral number 2021.03, Monterey County Hospitality and Travel Worker Right to Recall Ordinance, and provide appropriate direction. Chris Donnelly, are you on the line?
I'm here, Supervisor Askew.
Great.
And also Janet Holmes from County Council is here as well to be able to co-present with me. So we put together a presentation that just gives you some basic information, and then also to respond to Supervisor Leo's board referral and so forth. So I have a presentation that I will present, and if there's any questions prior, or I'll start with the presentation.
Madam Chair?
Sure, yes. Supervisor Phillips?
I thought we agreed that we were going to continue this over for what was requested, that we send it back to the Hospitality Committee to take the public comment and then come back here. So there was a lot of people that from the hospitality community that were waiting here, and we texted them and said, no, leave because it's going to get continued. So I thought it was being continued.
County Council, can you weigh in on, my understanding is that we were going to discuss that now.
I think that was the idea, was to discuss that now and see if the board wanted to put it over or hear some of the presentation, get some direction and get some public testimony. There are some people that have been in the audience to testify, but that was the idea, was that we would talk about that now.
Yeah, so I think since we have it agendized and since we have people who have been waiting literally all day, I'd love to hear from Chris Donnelly and see if there is some direction that the board can give about where we go from here.
Okay, well, I'll be with you for about 15 minutes and then I'm gone.
All right,
I've got
thank
people
you.
waiting for dinner at home, so.
Okay, all right, Chris, we're passing over to you. You're on a timeline.
Okay. So I think, can everybody see my screen?
No.
Okay. How about now?
Yes.
Yep,
Okay.
we can see it now.
All right. So let me just. So the Supervisor Leo provided a referral to both the Workforce Development Board and to County Council to look at an ordinance to recall laid off Monterey County hospitality and restaurant workers as the economy opens. The referral aims to establish an ordinance that requires a covered employer in Monterey County unincorporated area to recall the same individuals working before the pandemic as their enterprise resumes operation, to offer these laid off employees and writing those job postings, which become available after this ordinance becomes effective, based on employee length and services. And we also looked at other local governments, including the cities of Oakland, San Diego, Santa Clara, Los Angeles County, etc. What we've done so far is review other jurisdictions, right to recall, and Janet will go through that on a couple of slides. County Council has reviewed the City of San Diego and San Diego County Lodging Association litigation. We reviewed labor market information from Monterey County and other jurisdictions that have similar ordinances in place, and identification of accommodation, food, beverages, businesses in unincorporated area of Monterey County that might be impacted. And then just any update from the ad hoc committee what met last week. And then I'll turn over to Janet to discuss this next slide and the following slides.
Thank you, Chris. Can you hear me?
I can.
We can hear you. Thank you, Janet. Thank you for joining us.
I'm going to go very, very quickly here in view of the late hour. So what I wanted to focus on just real briefly, and we don't need to make any decisions tonight, but there are some important factors that need to be considered in drafting and finalizing an ordinance. First of all, we have key definitions that would include covered employers, and we'll see in a few minutes. Some of the other jurisdictions have very, very broad lists of covered employers. We were looking at here, hotels and restaurants, the hospitality industry. And then another definition would be the laid off employees, the parameters on how one would qualify for recall. Then, of course, the recall process, the details around that is significant. There's a prohibition against retaliation for asserting rights under the ordinance, and that's something that needs to be considered. And then enforcement, and I'll talk a bit more about that very briefly in just a second, because some cities have actually set up departments that will enforce the ordinance, and there's a whole new infrastructure. And whether that would be wise in our county is certainly something that would need to be evaluated. And then, of course, the effective dates. Next slide, please. And then I'm not going to go through all of this right now in view of the late hour, but I'm just going to let you know that you'll have the PowerPoint available to you, and we certainly can talk about all these different parameters. The main ordinances that we looked at, you look across the graph at the top, were the City of Oakland, the City of Santa Clara, the City of San Diego, that's the one that's in litigation, the County of Los Angeles, and then the City and County of San Francisco. And we've provided a comparison of the different ordinances here. This slide deals with just an overview. Next slide, please. This slide deals with who is covered, what are the covered entities. Next slide. And then what is not covered. So, there are certain industries that would be excised from the ordinance. Next slide. And then impacted businesses. many of the cities have big airports, for example, and so their airport employees were included. We don't have a big airport, so query whether that would be appropriate for us. Event centers, you know, some of these were based on square footage of properties, things like that, that maybe aren't as pertinent to us. Next slide, please. And then these are the key definitions, and that's going to be very critical ultimately in deciding what type of ordinance that might be appropriate in our county. Next slide, please. And then what are the employees' rights? And that's going to be a big question, and how they enforce them. Next slide, please. And enforcement, whether we set up a department, a whole new infrastructure for enforcement is a question. I mean, Oakland has one, some other jurisdictions have them. And another option is just to allow the enforcement to take place through the Superior Court, which might be something we would consider here. Next slide, please. And then this is just some additional information about the different jurisdictions and some of the parameters they have included in theirs. Again, I'm in view of the late hour, I'm not going to go through the details. Next slide, please.
And that's, now we just go into some of the basic information. So just looking at it, we put some labor market information together for the board just to look at, you know, from different sources, from the Convention Visitor Bureaus. I've looked at how many properties are actually in Monterey County. There's 253 properties in Monterey County with 12,000 rooms. There's 63 properties over at 50 rooms, and there's 25 properties over 100 rooms. And this is based on that information from the other, looking at other counties and other jurisdictions, what they put in place in regards to the ordinance and at what level. And then we looked at, there's 33 properties that are in the unincorporated area. District 2 has 5, District 3, 3, and District 5 has 25. Other things that we looked at, there's 73 hotels and bed and breakfast lodges in the unincorporated area. And they range from number of employees from 2 to 1,500. There's 7 hotels and accommodation businesses with over 50, and they're Big Sur, Carmel Highlight, Carmel Mission, Carmel Valley Resort, Pebble Beach Resort, Quail Lodge, and Ventana Inn. And this is just to give you a range of the number of people who are working in the hospitality industry within Monterey County and the unincorporated area. Next is that we looked at the largest properties with over 100 employees. And I think it's important to show the number of employees that are actually at each of these different locations. So you can look at from Pebble Beach, 1,500 are they, down to the Highland Inns in Hilton, Monterey with 260 and 100. So these are the number of employees that could be impacted by the ordinance. We looked at eating, drinking, and catering establishments. There's 183 eating, drinking, and catering establishments in the unincorporated area. Number of employees range from 5 to 100. Largest employers are Nepenthe Restaurant, Big Sur, Rio Grill, Carmel, Sierra Mar Restaurant, Big Sur, Carmel Valley Resort. And all the other restaurants that are in the unincorporated area are coffee shops, fast food restaurants like McDonald's, Burger King's, Taco Bell's, etc., and then other smaller employees with 5 to 40 employees. And then again, I just looked at the number of employees. The bold is unincorporated areas with a number of employees with corresponding businesses that they there. And the last slide is just giving a comparison of labor market information that we looked at of some of the other jurisdictions similar to Monterey County that have enacted the ordinances, and the number of people who are actually employed in accommodation, hotel, eating and drinking. And we looked at Oakland as very similar to Monterey County in terms of population, in terms of the labor force, and then also in terms of the number of people actually employed in the hospitality industry, and also the number of businesses in the food and accommodation. So that is our presentation, and then we're here to take questions.
Great, thank you very much. And so you're looking for direction today?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I don't know if Supervisor Phillips wanted to go before me, as he has to leave in a few minutes.
Sure, Supervisor Phillips. I don't see his hand raised, but if you'd like to make comment, we'd be happy to hear it.
Go ahead.
Now, Yeah,
It is now. Wonderful. Thank you.
yeah, I have real concerns about this, and I made my views pretty clear, and I think in talking to hospitality people in the hospitality, I think they made it pretty clear. But Supervisor Aleo requested that we take this back to the hospitality committee, and which we didn't do before, and have public comment there. And so I think that's what Supervisor Adams and I are prepared to do. Put this over at whatever time that the chair thinks is appropriate, and we can have a session in a week and a half, something like that. And so then we'll bring it back after we take the input from both sides as we do that. So.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Phillips. I appreciate that. And I think the community will appreciate it as well for two reasons. One, usually when we get a referral, it's usually nice, like all these charts that were put on the screen are great, but it would be nice to have a staff report and the charts and then really laying out what are the issues that we should really consider and read in advance before this, rather than at the end of a long day, we're just getting a very quick presentation on really technical, legal and issues that require more thought. So for that reason, I would say, let it go back to the ad hoc committee. Let's study these provisions more, but the ad hoc committee to be able to go back and properly agendize it and allow the public to comment before it makes a recommendation. For this agenda, we didn't get any staff report or the charts. All we got was the one-page memo from the ad hoc committee, recommending against it for its stated reasons. And I had concerns with that because I do think that these ad hoc committees were intended to provide communication with certain industries or the faith community, for example, on pandemic-related issues, but it was never articulated when they were created that they were going to be serving as a standing committee, taking votes and making recommendations on proposed ordinances that were coming to the full board. And I during our meeting today, I looked up an attorney general opinion that makes clear that when even though it might be called an ad hoc committee, the court looks at function over whatever the committee is called. And if it's functioning as a standing committee, meaning that if it has subject matter jurisdiction over a particular topic, in this case would be issues related to hospitality, and it doesn't have a defined end date, as ad hoc committees usually do. They're one issue, usually specific and only for a specific amount of time. I think this certainly did not meet those requirements of the Brown Act. And so there has been a request from a community member to cure and correct that. I think there's the real easy possibility to make it right, and then fix that issue, the Brown Act issue, bring it back to the board for further consideration, perhaps at our next meeting, which is in 2 weeks. I think that's the right thing to do. But I am surprised that there's opposition, because when I reached out to the Hospitality Association in January, before I even filed this referral, I think I reached out 3 or 4 weeks before I even filed the referral, I was told by the Hospitality Association that they would not oppose this, and that they even shared that some of their members were going to follow it anyways. And the other jurisdictions that have implemented such ordinance has not shown to be difficult. All you're doing is giving notices to your employees in specific categories that you're bringing back. You're just calling them back based on seniority. And our dedicated hospitality workers deserve that promise that they're going to get their jobs back and be put back in the same position they would be prior to this pandemic. That's the least that we could do for our dedicated hospitality workers. I think the industry should be embracing this, should be welcoming it, saying we are going to bring our longtime workers back already anyways. And this request came from hospitality workers. I talked to several who had, and I mentioned this before when I filed the referral, some who had worked 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years, that were worried that when the economy reopens, as we are seeing today and more tomorrow as we go into the orange tier, workers are being called back. Those workers just want to be assured that they're going to be the first to call back based on their seniority. And I think that's not an arduous, it's not a difficult, it's not a costly thing that we could do to give that commitment to our workers. These are the trained, dedicated workers who have been there already. There should be no reason why those workers will not be the first to be recalled back. And the and the language has already been provided. Most of the work has already been there for consideration. The board should have had an opportunity to also read, hopefully for our next meeting, read the language, and then just point out those areas that we need to make particular decisions on, as it was presented by Chris and our deputy county counsel. So I want to thank them for that work, the work on this, but I hope to have a more robust conversation, not under the rush terms at the end of a long meeting as we did today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So we do have public comment that we need to hear today. And I just, I think I have a few comments. The presentation, thank you, Chris, for putting it together. It outlined, I think, where our hospitality businesses are operating. It doesn't talk about where our hospitality workers live, which is a lot of District 4 residents that we're talking about who have been working really hard to hold things together, to take care of their families without employment. The fact that the referral was put forward in January and we're in orange tier tomorrow, delaying this even further, it's going to be a moot point as businesses begin to reopen. So I'm a little bit frustrated that it wasn't shepherded forward in a more timely manner, so that we could have had an actual conversation and taken some clear direction, given direction to staff to develop what needed to happen, so that we could come back and have an ordinance that actually worked for people before jobs are filled and decisions have already been made. In my opinion, this is an economic recovery issue. It's about getting, hardworking, dedicated local families back into local jobs. It's a housing issue when we talk about hiring back folks who are already living and established here. If we end up in a scenario where we are simply hiring folks from out of the area who are willing to work low-paid jobs, and we're simply going to be compounding the overcrowded housing that we already have. We're like at crisis levels in terms of what the need for affordable housing that our workforce can afford. So I'm sorry this is at the end of the day. Our agendas are full. In 2 weeks, we're going to have another full agenda, and there won't be plenty of time for us to sit and have a conversation. Alejo, it's your referral, so I defer to you if you're comfortable sending this back to the ad hoc committee and having a more noticed public formal meeting, and then having it come back in 2 weeks, where we will once again have a rushed conversation because time was not reserved on the advanced calendar. I will defer to you on that, but I feel like we've let down those individuals who live in my community and work in another community by not acting more swiftly on this.
Right. No, I absolutely agree with you. I filed the referral on February 3rd with the requested 30-day timeline for this to come back. So that should have came back in early March at the latest. And here we are in mid-April. For whatever reasons, why that delay happened is frustrating. When the language was pretty much already drafted, it was modeled after what the recall ordinances from other cities and counties. Well, Los Angeles County is the only other county that has approved a similar measure. I don't know what the delay was. There wasn't meetings going on, and I just never got an explanation why this hasn't come back sooner. But it is what it is now, and there is a correct problem here today, and we're not going to be able to make decisions right now when all we got was the issues presented very quickly on these PowerPoints rather than a staff report that we could have read in advance. And now we're going to have to do that in 2 weeks, unfortunately, because we don't have a meeting next Tuesday.
So do we need to go and, I'm also sensitive to the fact that, we have a bunch of people who, are we just going to send them from meeting to meeting to meeting? I think what I would like to know is that there's support to move forward with an actual ordinance. I would like to see that, and I would like this to come back with something that we can actually vote on in 2 weeks. I don't want to send people around and around to another committee meeting where basically the decisions have already, been made, only to come back to this committee, this board, having led people on for 2 more weeks.
If the ad hoc meets next week, and then if we ensure that we're going to get it at our next meeting, then there isn't a loss of additional time. It just it allows the ad hoc committee to fix the problem that it has, But even if we didn't redo the ad hoc committee, we would be coming in 2 weeks anyways, because there's just no meeting next week. So
Okay.
it's not
Okay.
but it's the earliest next possible time to get it done and bring it back as at the next possible opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll do that. So we'll send it we'll ask the ad hoc committee to notice a public meeting, invite everyone who may have an opinion about this item, share their thoughts. We can go out to public comment now, but I would also like to see, Chris, if there's specific things that you need direction from this board about how to bring us back a formal ordinance in 2 weeks, if you let us know what that specific direction is that you're looking for now, so that we can provide it, so that we actually have an ordinance that we can vote on in 2 weeks.
I think just going back to the ad hoc committee and then just getting some direction from, there's discussions with county council. So, and then I think Charles has some comments as well. So.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I appreciate the board members requesting it to come back in 2 weeks. I would just say that if the ad hoc committee meets next week, that's when the agenda is being prepared for the following week, and to have an item fully fleshed out for, as Supervisor Aleo was asking, saying, so that they can have something to read prior to the board meeting in 2 weeks. It's probably unlikely that happens in that time frame. Just to let you know, I'm not saying it can't get on in 2 weeks. I'm just saying having the ad hoc committee next week, and then having the ordinance options placed on the agenda with the board reports in a way that you can review them might not be feasible, but we will do what we can if that's the board's direction.
But Charles, regardless of the ad hoc committee, as we already know what their position is, because of the memo they already sent to this board, I think that the real issue is to get us that the PowerPoint and a staff memo laying out what are the options for us to consider. That's the real action, because the final decision is going to be made by the full board. We really know what the ad hoc committee's position is. That just being redone to fix the Brown Act issue.
No, I understand that, but I thought we were going to take comments from the public at the ad hoc committee that might impact the drafting of that ordinance. But I'm sure that staff can provide options in a memo and put that out first and see where that goes. But that might short circuit the comments from the public that would happen at the ad hoc committee.
It seems like the whole point is actually to get input from the public. If the issue had been that there was a lack of transparency, then I would hope that the forum that we'll have will be one where there will be complete openness, and we will be able to take comments from everyone. And from that, then we've got to synthesize the comments and then put them together, come back with staff. Staff will have to do a staff report, and then we'll bring it to the board. And if we can get that done by week after next, great. I don't know. It's up to the staff on how quickly they can synthesize the information that we gather.
Well, I rarely see in our regular standing committees that we get a lot of comments and then put it in a staff report that comes to the full board. Certainly, they might raise issues. They might convince some of the supervisors to change their previous position because they didn't hear public comment. But I haven't seen a staff report that gathers all these public comments and then inserts it into a staff report when it comes to the full board. I haven't seen it in the budget, legislative, health and housing, human services. I'll go down the line. But
I think that's the issue, though. You're viewing it as a standing committee, and it's an ad hoc committee. I think that's where
but I'm talking about just process-wise. You're saying something will happen that.
Sorry, I'm going to do a point of order and interrupt. So we do. Let's hear our public comment. I think that my request to staff and what my concern is that we just delay through the power of bureaucracy. I don't want to see that happen. It's already happened. So my request to Charles would be: there's 2 supervisors very clearly asking that this return to the full board in 2 weeks with an actionable item that can be voted on. In the meantime, the ad hoc committee will have an opportunity to cure the potential Brown Act violation by hosting a public meeting where they take public comment. That public comment can be shared back with us in 2 weeks when we have something to vote on. So with that, I'm going to take it out to public comment. We have 6 hands raised online, and we have 6 people here in the audience. For the sake of time, it is 8 o'clock almost. We will is it okay 90 seconds for public comment? We do want to hear from everyone, but we do also need to keep moving forward. So come on up. We'll start with those in the audience who've been waiting here so patiently all day today. We'll do 90 seconds for public comment and then bring it back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Ruth Askew. Thank you, supervisors. I know it's late in the evening. My name is Hector Aspilcueta. I am the Secretary Treasurer for the Hotel Workers and Restaurant Workers Union, Local 483. We represent workers in this industry in Monterey and Santa Cruz. And as you pointed out, many of our members live in the working neighborhoods of Marina, Cisay, and Salinas. One thing that I want to do is to thank Supervisor Alejo for being the leader on this issue, also with the support of Wendy Askew and Chris Lopez. As you know, COVID-19 has devastated hospitality workers, with an estimated 90% of hotel workers out of work around the nation. 1 year into the unemployment, hospitality workers are asking one thing. These hospitality workers are cooks, dishwashers, servers, housemaids, and many others in this industry. And the majority of them are immigrants. And the majority of our members are women, just so you know who they get impacted. What they've been asking is one thing and one thing only, and that is to get their former jobs back as the industry returns. We have already secured the right to recall from many of our union employers, including workers for Asilomar, The Lodge, Hyatt, Highland Inn. And we must make sure, and I want to emphasize, make sure all hospitality workers in Monterey County have the right to recall so we can return together. Unfortunately, some hotels have yet to make this simple, no-cost commitment. Hotel workers are tired of standing by and waiting to see what employers do. Similar policies have been passed in San Diego, San Francisco, Oakland, and Santa Clara. This is a minimum labor standard, like the minimum wage, as you as supervisors have the authority to pass this ordinance. Please move forward please move this forward so workers can return together. I just am concerned with the subcommittee who apparently has already made a decision without fully looking into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Wendy. My name is Elica Valdez. I am the president of Local 483 Unite Here Hospitality Union. I have been in this industry for the last almost 7 years, but we have workers that might be impacted by this with 1 year, 10 years, 20, 30, or 40 years of experience, and this ordinance will help those years to be honored. I want to ask the Board of Supervisors to do the right thing and move forward to approve the recall and retention ordinance. They have made this county a place where people all over the world want to visit. Last year, when we went to shelter in place, everyone was afraid of getting sick. They were afraid of not having food on their table or a roof over their heads. We reached to them and provided with community resources, information for them to apply. We work with different organizations that help out providing groceries to people's houses and help us finding gift cards for the hospitality workers, union or not union. Then we team up with All In, and we have been distributing groceries every Wednesday until now. We also created a fundraise program that will help them pay with the bills. Every time that we speak to any worker, union or non-union, their main question was, when am I going back to work? I don't know when am I going back to work. The management has not even contacted us. I am here asking you guys to approve the recall and retention ordinance because it is the hope of the workers to go back to work. And it will bring stability to them and their families and our communities. Without this ordinance, any hotel can come to the workers and tell that all those hard workers, dedicated years that I have been spending working at the hotels are worth nothing, and that the experience has no value. For them, they want them to be new workers, and that is if they hire them back, and that is wrong. I want to ask you guys to approve this ordinance and tell the hospitality workers that you appreciate them and the years of experience. They did with their job what Monterey Peninsula it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have the timer up, just so if we could try to keep it to the timer, that would be great. Thank you.
Good evening. How are you tonight? I know you're tired. We are the same too. We've been waiting all day for this because we want our voice to be heard. My name is Joaquin Benitez. I'm from El Salvador, and I've been working in the industry for the last almost 40 years. And I've been working at the Monterey Thai, and I've been working all over the place as a cook, dishwasher, server, bartender, host, whatever it takes. And I'm here to ask the supervisor to approve the ordinance we can get recalled back to work. It's not fair. I hear from other friends and former co-workers that some places they say they want to be hired as a new hire. All the seniority, they go into the force, they want to start maybe with a low salary. I don't think so that's fair. So please help us to approve this ordinance. And I got so many people asking me because I'm part of the union too, local 843. And then they're asking me when it's going to be recalled again from my job. I say, personally myself, nobody called me yet. And I've been more than a year already laid off from my work. Thank you so much.
Can I say that in Spanish? You have to translate? Sí? Okay. Primero, buenas noches y muchas gracias a los supervisores por escucharnos. Y mi nombre es Sergio García y he estado trabajando en la industria de hospitality por 30 años y esta pandemia nos ha afectado mucho a mí y a mi parte de mi familia porque casi todos nosotros trabajamos en hotel o restaurante. Entonces, quisiera que si nos pudieran ayudar a pasar esta ordenanza para así poder nosotros regresar a trabajar a lo que a mí me gusta hacer, cocinar. Y tengo unas familias que ya abrieron el lugar donde ellas trabajaban por 15 años, 20 años y no les llamaron a trabajar. Entonces yo pienso que si ustedes nos ayudaran con esta ordenanza, nos ayudaría mucho para tener nuestro trabajo otra vez para atrás y poder seguir viviendo en este lugar, que es aquí en Monterrey. Entonces, sí, se los agradezco mucho si nos pudieran ayudar. Gracias.
Sergio, I've been working in. My name is Sergio, and I've been working in the hospitality for about 30 years. My family and friends work in the same area. We've been affected by the pandemic, and we would like for the board to pass this ordinance so we can go back to work. That's what we like. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the translation as well.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. We represent 80 unions, 37,000 union members. My phone number is area code 831-444-5060. My email is director@mbclc.org. So for all of you in the hospitality industry, our phone lines are open. My email is open. We could have a discussion. To those that said that this should not be happening, disgrace. Earlier today, this board passed an racial equity ordinance. We talked about what we're doing during the pandemic. In Monterey County, the number one industry is agriculture. We're looking at vaccinating all farm workers. We worked really hard to get that done. Attest to the Board of Supervisors that I worked really hard with the industry to figure this out. Second is hospitality. You're going to lose hundreds of years of knowledge by employers choosing not to hire these workers back because they're old, because they haven't put enough in this community. It's disgraceful. We already gave a model ordinance to the staff. We need to move forward on it. We want this to come back in 2 weeks as a consent item, see where the supervisors stand. Are you going to stand with the workers? Or are you going to stand with the industry? Really clear. And if the industry wants to talk to us, I gave you my phone number and my email, but my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. All right, anyone else in the audience for public comment? Okay, we're going to go to Zoom, and we have 10 hands raised on Zoom. We are doing 90 seconds for public comment. I'm going to, when we call your name, you'll have permission to unmute yourself, and I'll stage it up by 2, so be prepared when your turn comes. Sarah McDermott, thank you for joining us at this late hour. We appreciate your comments tonight. You may unmute yourself, and just please watch the clock.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah McDermott. I'm a research analyst with Unite Here, the Hospitality Workers Union. Our union has worked on the ordinances across the state, including the ones in San Francisco, Oakland, Santa Clara, and we are currently also pursuing a policy in San Jose. We expect many employers in the industry to hire back their former employees and do the right thing. It makes good business sense to hire back your experienced employees. This ordinance is to ensure that we do not leave room for bad actors. Regarding the memo from the Hospitality Ad Hoc Committee, we've heard all of these fears from the industry before, and we've actually responded to them. In fact, the language proposed by Supervisor Alejo includes language to allow for simultaneous offers so that it does not slow down the hiring process. Our union, in working with these ordinances, we have a lot of expertise, so we are happy to share our thoughts with any of you on how this worked in other cities. We would recommend, we think that private right of action is a great way for this to be structured so that you do not have to create an additional department or overhead for the county. And I just want to thank you all for making sure that workers are part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up, we have Paige Bendel and then Kevin Dayton.
Hi, my name is David Bendel. I'm not Paige, that's my wife. I have been an employee at the Highlands Inn for 20 years. My wife has been an employee for equally as long as Pebble Beach Company. And the hospitality industry has been very good to us, and we've done well and built our lives around it. We're about 5 years out from retirement. And unfortunately, my wife was called back to work through Pebble Beach, which was great. My job at the Highlands Inn has not called us at all. We've been actually pursuing them very actively, trying to get a response from them as to what they want to do. The thing we've heard is basically they're going to be closed for quite a while, even past the 50% opening. So we don't know what's going to happen. We do lie in the unincorporated areas of the peninsula. So this directly affects us. I just would ask that the board please take into consideration this and don't let it get bogged down in the bureaucracy, and try to push it through as fast as you can, because it's something that's going to directly affect workers like myself, who are senior workers who have years of experience. I'm also a certified sommelier, and I've also better educated myself through the industry, but that'll all go to waste if something like this doesn't get passed. So please take that into consideration, and please push this through and work hard to get this passed. I don't know who Mr. Phillips talked to in the industry when he made those recommendations today on the ad hoc, but as I read that brief today, it didn't really seem like it was in tune to what actual workers feel. So I just want to add that as well. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your hard work in this matter.
We appreciate your comments. Thanks for joining us at this late hour. Next up, we have Kevin Dayton, followed by Tim Lukes.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor, for having me on. I'm going to, I guess, be the first to present the contrary position. Initially, when this was proposed, people were saying, well, you know, there's actually a shortage of workers anyway, so this doesn't really seem all that relevant. But I think as it continues to be pushed, some businesses are beginning to get concerned about what the intent is of this particular ordinance. There's also some concerns that government is beginning to interfere with how private companies choose to hire their employees, which is a principle that you should be concerned about. At what point is it going too far with a government telling a company what to do? The Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce has already taken a position in opposition. Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce will be looking at this now that's becoming serious. But I would ask for those of you who are on the board who are supporting this, I think part of the openness is, why don't you go ahead and name the particular businesses that everybody thinks are going to be doing this? I would actually like to know, hear some names. There is nothing wrong with putting out the names of the hotels that you think are going to be treating their workers unfairly. And let's take it from that particular angle. Say who they are so the community knows it and people can make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next up, we have Tim Lukes and then Peter Montier.
Hi, yes, my name's Tim Lutz. I've been working in the hospitality industry for about 25 years, 21 years at the last restaurant. This area, Monterey County, it's a beautiful area. It is extremely expensive to live in. It is a struggle for a lot of hospitality workers to be able to continue to work and live here. We have worked extremely hard to get the knowledge that we have to do our job correctly and to work our way up in seniority so that we can actually have schedules that could accommodate us, so that we could actually have families and have children and actually have a life. So this ordinance, I think, is just important to just try and keep all the hospitality workers, their seniority. They want to maintain their income. They want to maintain their benefits so they can continue to provide for their children and their families and continue to support the economy. And being that this is the #2 industry, tourism in Monterey County, this is a huge topic. And when you look at the numbers, we're just looking at the employees. We're not looking at all the kids and all the families that this will affect as well if this ordinance does not pass. I would just like to say, I feel that this ordinance is extremely important to the hospitality industry and for our local economy. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you push this ordinance through. It is the right thing to do, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tim. Next up, we have Peter Montier, followed by Sean Damery.
Good evening, and thank you. Peter Montier with the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce speaking. I'd encourage you to be thoughtful on this. We feel the governor's veto on the legislature's version of this is particularly instructive. A previous speaker mentioned concerns on a labor shortage back in January or February when this was initially proposed. And that shortage is still there for a lot of employers. Some large employers we've heard from can't simply just rehire all their former employees, as many have left the area and found other work elsewhere. It's bad enough for them that they are considering holding job fairs. 2 years ago, that would have been laughable at some of these locations. On mandating hiring priority by seniority, of course, experience is helpful, but seniority is not necessarily the best indicator of a long-term quality employee. Workers should certainly be a part of the process, but allowing employers to handle this mostly on their own, I think would help reduce training costs associated with hiring new employees or rehiring old employees for different positions. And finding a way to keep costs as low as possible for employers is important because ultimately they are the providers of jobs. Additionally, an ordinance like this would stand to possibly have different impacts on different businesses depending on the level of financial assistance they've received in the form of forgivable grants or loans. Businesses that got that assistance would be better positioned to implement the terms of an ordinance like this. So I would agree with the option to take it back to committee if possible. Something like this needs, I think, a bit more time and consideration, and we support the positions of Supervisors Adams and Phillips on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Next up, we have Sean Damery, followed by David Sivers.
Good evening, board. Certainly a long day. Sean Damery from Bernardus. I'll come out at first and just say that I also support what Supervisor Adams and Phillips stated and ask the board to not pursue the hospitality recall ordinance. I also don't understand why it's solely targeting hospitality. In addition, I think it's the wrong conversation to really be having at this point. And we saw today how many other challenges we have going on that need to be addressed, and this timing is not good. Not to mention it's going to be counterproductive. It's going to actually delay the process that, for at least for us at Bernardus and for every hotelier I've spoken to, is already in process. Nobody knows how important the associates on the peninsula are more than the hoteliers. A lot of us have been working with this labor pool for over a decade, some 3-4 decades even. So we know them all personally. It only behooves us to bring back these associates. There's no reason why we wouldn't want somebody experienced and talented that knows our property. And we certainly wouldn't be adjusting wages or doing these other crazy things. It's not a smart move. At Bernardus, we brought back 95%. I'll tell you, the 5% that didn't come back, it was for reasons we can't control. It was not because of the opportunity. And frankly, for those of you that are speaking out right now, we need staff. So you can apply here because we don't have enough staff, and we're at our peak right now as far as occupancy. We're busy. So I know that's how the other hoteliers think as well, the ones that are open. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for your comments and for sticking with us. Let's see here. David Stivers, followed by Jorge Eduardo. Yes, David, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Dave Stivers. I'm the president of Pebble Beach Company. Pebble Beach Company is the largest employer in the county in the hospitality industry, and we've had to make some many very heartbreaking decisions over the last year. Those decisions were the most difficult of my 21-year career at Pebble Beach. We all recognize that a key element in the successful recovery is bringing back our employees back to work as soon and as efficiently as possible, and we are doing the right thing today. The concept of a recall ordinance may appear well-intentioned. In practice, however, it would be a disservice to our employees and would create long-term consequences to our regional destination as a whole. Here's why. First, it would dictate hiring decisions and create a bureaucratic, time-consuming rehiring process. This would result in hiring delays. Second, it would create a competitive disadvantage in our region. We compete with other regions of the state to recruit and retain a talented workforce. It's our world-class service that brings business and leisure travelers back to Monterey year after year. To maintain world-class service, we must be able to hire the best and the brightest. Third, the governor vetoed similar legislation in September, plus other jurisdictions are facing legal challenges. Finally, I want to thank the supervisors Adam and Phillips for their factual and thoughtful analysis. And finally, we would recommend that you not pursue an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up, we have Jorge Eduardo and then Chris Summers.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Madam, how are you? Thank you for hearing my voice. I just want to start off by saying that the Hospitality Ad Hoc Committee and employer committees will try to demonstrate to you that the recall and retain ordinance will cause undue hardship to hospitality employers. So as a hospitality employee for 13 years, from my own experiences, during this pandemic, both employees and employers have faced an undue hardship. Our symbiosis has been disrupted. We need the Board of Supervisors' support to restore this order. We need to restore equity among employers, employees, and unions. This is the best thing that we can do for our hospitality workers. Given the countless amount of hours, dedication, sweats, time away from families, dedication to their jobs. And from my own experiences, my wife has been laid off, making it very difficult to pay our monthly expenses living in Monterey County. I live in Marina. It's very hard to keep up with the rent at times. My mom is a hospitality worker laid off, and she, along many hospitality workers, are worried about finding another job due to her age. As we move to the orange tier, We need more support now than ever from employers and from the Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jorge. Next up, we have Chris Summers and then Gary's PC. Chris, you've been given permission to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
We can. Wonderful.
Oh,
Thank
right.
you.
Dear Chair, Supervisors, and public, my name is Chris Summers. I'm the Managing Director of the Monterey Plaza Hotel and Spa. And I think what we're all talking about today is extremely important to each and every one of us in the community, and that's getting our people back to work. I just feel that we need to focus on the right strategies to achieve this common goal, and a recall ordinance is not the right strategy. We closed the doors back in March of 2020. We laid off nearly 400 people. It was the darkest day in the history of the hotel to see people that we worked alongside with for years tell them that we're closing. Since that day, we've focused all our efforts and strategies to get the hotel open and our employees back to work. When we opened back up in June, we looked at each department and called them back based on seniority. I hope that you can all understand that we care deeply about our employees and understand that they are the single most important asset to the success of our business. I want to assure you that our business is slowly coming back, but we're a long way from recovery. Our hotel historically has had 40 to 50% of our business in the form of groups and meetings. And this is where we could use your help the most to continue to drive meetings and business to Monterey. The labor market is not what you may think it is. It's very challenging to find people to come back to work or to find new employees. As another hotelier mentioned, I have over 40 positions available at the plaza, so please feel free to contact us. We're looking to hire. I would like to thank the Ad Hoc Hospitality Committee of Supervisor Adams and Supervisor Phillips for seriously reviewing the ordinance and their recommendation laying out the clear reasons that this ordinance should not advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. The last comment that I have for Zoom is Marietta Bain.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for hearing us tonight. My name is Marietta Bain. We have owned and operated Fandango Restaurant for 35 years, which is actually 10 years longer than the normal lifespan of a restaurant. A large part of the reason for our longevity is the ability to stay flexible and to make immediate changes to the operations of our business. If it wasn't for this flexibility, we would no longer be relevant. Our employees are like our family. During COVID, we were able to keep and pay for our key personnel and supervisors, both in the kitchen and the dining room, because we wanted and needed to retain them at our own personal expense. Our employees are our lifeblood. Without them, we will fail. We understand that the idea for this recall ordinance has come through some other channels in California or other counties, and that it may feel that this was a good idea, but I can assure you that this is, if taken seriously, the burden it creates will only hurt more employees than it's intended to help. By allowing us to stay nimble, we'll be in a better position to operate our businesses efficiently and more productively so we can hire more people in the future as we try to grow our business. Until we can welcome groups and banquets, we will continue to operate with only the essential staff that we've retained through these difficult 14 months. We cannot be forced into hiring people that don't exactly fit what is needed for our business. After all these, thank you.
Thank you very much for joining our meeting tonight and for your comments. Okay, for anyone else who wants to speak, I have one last comment here on Zoom, and then we're going to wrap up our meeting for the night. I'm JRDE.
Thank you for having me. Yes, my name's J.R. DeVera. I've been a union organizer in the hospitality industry for close to 40 years. And, you know, I just want to bring this back to something really simple. Look, folks, you know, we've all dove in. You know, there's light at the end of the tunnel. For a year, folks have been laid off. The government, unions, employers, communities kicked in, have fed each other, right? Have nurtured, have pushed each other to get vaccinated now. And with going into the orange tier and hopefully back to normalcy, look, let's keep it simple. Folks got laid off because of something that has occurred you know, in something that's never been seen. And so I think let's wrap this up by doing the right thing for people who have been victimized, losing their jobs, employers losing the business, right? By, with the light at the end of the tunnel, let's hire back the folks that had no choice but to leave because of this pandemic. I believe it's simple, right? I believe that humanity with the Board of Supervisors, with the employers, with hospitality workers, all just want to do the right thing, get back to normalcy, become prosperous, and have a strong future for workers and their families. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm doing my last final call for Zoom comments because we will do Enriqueta, and then this is our final Zoom comment so that we can end our meeting. All right, Enriqueta, you may share your public comment. Thank you. You've been given permission to speak. It may be Enrique Ta, but you'll need to unmute your microphone so we can hear you. Okay, we're not connecting. So I think we've heard quite a bit of public comment. I'm going to go ahead then and close public comment, bring it back to the board for any final direction to our staff. Switch gears. Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Alejo, did you want to make any final comments?
My screen was moving around and I couldn't unmute.
Okay, thank you.
I did want to move that we table this for our next meeting in 2 weeks and allow the ad hoc committee to have a meeting next week on this and allow the public to comment and participate and get notice and get the agenda. But I thank everybody who came here, you know, the employers and certainly the workers. But this for me is a win-win. It's a win-win for the employer and it's a big win for the workers. I mean, this has been a difficult year. I think in some parts of state hospitality workers have been laid off up to 90% at some points over this last year during the pandemic. This is not a situation anybody wanted to be through, but there has been a lot of financial hardship, not to mention health hardship or the loss of loved ones or the hospitalization of loved ones. But there's been a lot of stress over the last year, and not only an inability to pay rent or not to get by on your the difficulty to get by on your unemployment insurance, but to have the peace of mind that you're going to have the right to be recalled and get your job and be put in the same position you were prior to the pandemic is big for each hospitality worker. This is reasonable. This is not onerous. I think if we pass this, almost every employer is going to follow it, and it's not going to be a difficult thing to do. But it's trying to protect those who are the bad actors who don't want to recall their dedicated workers, and it's a win for the employers because they're going to get their highly trained, dedicated workers right back to their companies. But they also have the ability to recruit others that won't make this too burdensome in the rehiring process. But we know we're at that point in time that is critical as the economy is reopening, as tourism picks up. The governor announced today that they hope to have things back to normal in June. You know, so we have to plan for that. But at the same time, we're talking about this because this is an unusual situation. We wouldn't be doing this had there not been a pandemic. We've had to take some additional steps to protect our communities. We're considering taking additional steps to protect these hospitality workers because we are in a very unusual, difficult situation, and they should have the right to get their jobs back and be put back into the same position they were. So on behalf of all these dedicated workers, I hope that this will not be opposed by our employers. We're not putting too much restrictions on here, simply giving notice to your workers that were already there, that have given years of their lives serving your hotels, restaurants, bars, greeting customers. I attend the hospitality dinner every year, and I've been proud that our hospitality industry has embraced, has rewarded, has acknowledged the hard work of our hospitality workers. I love that. I go into, and I don't miss it every year. I don't miss it any year. But along with that acknowledgement and those awards they give out, this is also critical to just give that promise to the workers that they're going to be hired back. And that would give them that peace of mind, only for themselves, but for their families, as we look to reopen our economy in these coming weeks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Hospitality Ad Hoc Committee, I want to thank all of you for being here this evening. I want to thank you for taking so much time on a Tuesday evening when you could be doing something far more interesting, I'm sure. Probably choosing to be with your families more than anything else. But I just want you to know that I have listened to the hospitality workers, as I had done previously, and I've listened to the hospitality business people. I just feel that this should not be the issue that it has become. I think listening to both sides, there are people who need to work, people who want to work, and then on the other side, there are businesses who need people to work. I really know that what the business folks were saying is really true. They're looking for people to come to work. It's been very difficult to find people to work because just as many of the people who came to speak this evening indicated, when the places closed down, people had to leave the area because they needed to find work. And they either found it in another industry or they found it in another area. Many of the people who had worked in hospitality here before have gone. And it's, I can remember being in New Orleans right after the horrible hurricane a number of years ago and going to a favorite restaurant where there were favorite people that we used to see working there, and everything had changed. The pandemic has done that to us as well. It's been a disaster. So many people have had to leave our communities. And I feel that that's one of the things that this evening has pointed out. Supervisor Phillips and I will look forward to convening another ad hoc committee meeting, and we'll ensure that we let everybody know about it. And we'll be able to listen to both sides again, and perhaps we'll be able to come forward with some good ideas that we can bring in to incorporate in some form of an ordinance that we'll be able to bring back to the full board for review. With that, I'll just say thanks again for being here. It's never an easy circumstance when people feel that they have been dismissed or they feel as if they have not been heard, and that's not the circumstance. And I just want you to know that. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Charles, do you have direction moving forward?
I think we do. I think it sounds like it's a desire of the board, or at least a couple of members of the board, to have all the materials for the board to consider put into the system so that it could be reviewed prior to the board meeting in 2 weeks, and then bring us back in 2 weeks. And before that time, have the ad hoc committee of the hospitality ad hoc committee meet with the public to take public comment, and hope that all can be brought back to the board then in 2 weeks, in addition to the written materials.
Okay, and written materials with something that the board could take action on.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Supervisor Alejo, did you have anything else to add before we end the meeting?
That's just on procedural questions, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask. I don't see Charles on the Zoom anymore, but I did the ad hoc committee even review the recall ordinance language that was submitted with my referral? Was that part of the process?
Yes,
it definitely was part of the process.
Okay.
And we looked at all of the different iterations.
And then the second question is, because an ordinance usually takes 2 readings. So if we bring it back in 2 weeks, it would still need to be agendized for an additional meeting if the board majority were to approve it, right?
Well, I'd leave that to council.
Yeah, Supervisor Les Gerard, we might be able to fashion it as an urgency ordinance. We'll work on that.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, any other last chance for comments? I see it says one hand raised, but I don't see any hands. So with that, I am going to check in with County Council to see if there's any readout from closed session from earlier today and ask if we can postpone our going back to closed session till tomorrow.
Yes, Chair. Your options, we have 3 items that we either didn't finish or didn't get to, 1B, 1D, and 1G on the agenda for today. You have 3 options. You can continue this meeting until tomorrow to finish up the items. You just need to figure out when do you continue it to. We have the special meeting tomorrow at 1:30. You could continue it to that same time, and we could take it up before or after the special meeting, or you could continue it to a different time, like noon or 12:30, if we needed to. The other option is just to come back on the 20th. I think all items could wait until the 20th, but I'm sorry, really 2 options, not 3. So continue to tomorrow, or we just come back on the 20th.
Why don't we just continue it till tomorrow at 12:30?
I agree.
And sorry, Madam Chair, is that enough time, an hour tomorrow?
We're going to get into scheduling. I can't do noon.
What time can you do, Supervisor Lopez? Could you do 12:30?
Pull up. I've got a commitment. I think it's from 12 to 1.
Okay.
Supervisor and Phillips and I are at the CASA press conference with Congressmember Panetta at 12:30 to 1 o'clock.
We could just continue it to the same time as the special meeting and then take it up at the end of the special meeting.
Yep.
All right, so we've got another long day ahead of us tomorrow. So we'll take it up tomorrow at the end of the meeting, and we've got another long day tomorrow. Okay.
So, Chair, we need a motion and a vote to.
I made a motion.
Could you make that motion again, please?
I move that we table this the hospitality right to recall ordinance to our next meeting, which is in 2 weeks from today.
Okay, so we'd already given that direction to Charles, and now we're moving on to whether or not what we do about we have more closed session that needs to be dealt with today. So I was asking that we not go back into closed session now, and that we postpone that closed session items till tomorrow at the end of tomorrow's workshop.
But point of clarification, Madam Chair, does that tabling, I thought it requires a motion.
So the question is whether to continue this meeting to tomorrow at 1:30, and that would be the motion.
Okay, no, but
No, sorry, we have 2 different items, point of order. So on item number 12, which was the right to recall ordinance, Charles, you had said that you had what you needed to move forward. Do you need motion from this board to bring that back in 2 weeks to this board meeting?
I don't think so. I think we're good to go.
Right.
Les, do you disagree?
I think you are, and of course the board can always take it up on you if you don't.
And in the meantime, Supervisor Alejo, you made a motion. Was there a second on your motion to table it? Although we're hearing from CAO and County Council, we don't need action.
We don't need to do a motion, Madam Chair.
Sorry, what was that?
If we do not need a motion, we don't have to take that action.
Okay, very good. So we've taken care of item 12. We're moving on to how we finish our closed session discussion. And the proposal is that we have scheduling conflicts tomorrow morning before our homelessness workshop. So the alternative would be to pick up those closed session items tomorrow at the end of the day.
So we would need a motion to continue those items until tomorrow at 1:30, and then we'd pick them up at the end of the special meeting.
So moved.
I will second that. All right, we have a motion and a second to table or to continue our closed session items till tomorrow's meeting. Do we need public comment? Anyone? Public comment on continuing our closed session items?
I don't want another long night.
Seeing no one in chat. Well, we can just keep moving forward. It's only as long as we talk. So public comment. We don't have any public comment. We'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right. So were there any readouts? So we'll do readouts tomorrow then.
Yes, but I can report there was nothing to report out today. And then
All right.
we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Nothing to report out today. And in closing, for our long meeting today, we will be adjourning our Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting today in memory of U.S. Army veteran Ryan Sparks, Leslie Garris-Gerard, and Josephina Akives. Supervisor Alejo, did you want to make some comments about U.S. Army veteran Ryan Sparks?
Yes, give me a second. If you could do it at the end, please.
Okay, I'll come back to you. No worries. Charles, would you like to make some comments about our adjourning in memory of Leslie Gerard?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just a point of order, we won't be adjourning today. We'll be recessing, and this official adjournment will be tomorrow, I think, if our county council would concur in that. I think he will. But I will make comments today regarding Leslie Garris-Gerard, because I think it's really important that we recognize the loved ones of those we love and the members of our family here in Monterey County. There's nothing more accurate to describe a parent than looking at the success and the character of their offspring. And obviously with our county council, Les Gerard, it shows what his parents were about, and it shows what his mother was about to raise such a an outstanding citizen and an outstanding, obviously an outstanding attorney, and somebody with the utmost ethics that are beyond reproach, somebody you want to have with you, somebody who is always a good a good colleague and friend, and it shows what Mrs. Gerard was about. And so I appreciate the board adding that item to our agenda today. To recognize, what, I didn't know Mrs. Gerard, but I certainly know her son, Les Gerard, and we know what an amazing woman she must have been.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Charles, thank you very much for those kind words. Just to let the board know, my mother back in the early 50s met a dashing test pilot and engineer who happened to be born and raised in our own Carmel Valley. That was my father, and we've had obviously many ties to Monterey County since I was born. My mother was loved by many, had many friends. I have an older brother and a younger sister, and we will miss her terribly. So thank you very much.
Our condolences, Les. Was Nick Chulo still on the line? Oh, you are. You're right here. You're present. You're standing in front of me.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I would like to discuss the mother of Norma Aceves. Norma is a management analyst in the cannabis program, and she's an outstanding employee and just a really good person. And her mother, Josephine Aceves, died as a result of complications from COVID just late last week, apparently. And I'll just read something very briefly. Josephine Aceves was born in Jalisco, Mexico, but lived most of her life in Soledad with her husband, Juan Aceves. She loved being with her family of 7 children and 28 grandchildren, and her home became a gathering place for many family and friends. She had an artistic talent for stitchery and gardening. Mrs. Aceves is the loving mother of Norma Aceves, who works in the cannabis program in CAO IGLA division. So, as Charles said earlier, you can tell a lot by a person's parentage by the person themselves. And Norma's a wonderful person. Her mother must have been a wonderful person, and I'm sure she'll be greatly missed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nick. And our condolences to Norma and her family. Supervisor Alejo, were you ready?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. First of all, I want to express my deepest condolences to our County Counsel, Les Gerard, one of the finest attorneys I've met in my professional life. And I know his mom must have been an amazing woman. I just didn't have the privilege to meet her in person, but she raised a good, remarkable son, a great leader for our county. And on behalf of me and all my staff, I wanted to express my respect and my love and my condolences to him and all his family and friends. And also, we recently lost one of our veteran leaders of Monterey County, relatively a young man, but somebody who came back from service and became very involved in serving veterans of his community and a wide range of other community events, including fundraising for fire victims. That is Ryan Sparks, who was our 2019 Veteran of the Year, recognized by our county and the veterans community. He had completed 2 tours in Iraq as part of the 82nd Airborne Infantryman Division. And he was a leader of several soldiers over there. And then was also an assistant battle operations NCO in charge of ordering and supervising 15 soldiers with planning and movement of the entire battalion. He had received 5 accommodation medals and also received the Honorary Colonel Award, which was the state of Kentucky's government's highest award to a civilian. He was the founder of the California Veterans Club, CVC, and had multiple offices. He was a member of the board of directors of the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery Foundation and a member of the United Veterans Council and a past president of the American Legion Riders Post 31. And he was the first vice commander of Post 31 as well. And this is what the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery Foundation wrote about him when they nominated him in 2019. They wrote, "Those who know Ryan describe 2 of his many outstanding qualities as persistence and dedication to anything he believes in. The Veterans Cemetery Foundation is pleased to nominate Ryan for Veteran of the Year and is grateful for his participation and leadership on the foundation board of directors." Ryan was happily married and was the father of 2 sons and was active in the CSU Monterey Bay and was completing a major in health and human services. We lost him to a tragic motorcycling accident off Highway 68 near the Highway 1. So I just wanted to express my deepest condolences to his wife, his 2 children, and all his friends and family. I know they will miss him dearly, and we will miss him dearly as well. And we are grateful for everything he did for our nation and for our veterans community and the people of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you, and our condolences to Ryan Sparks' family as well. And with that, we will recess this meeting until tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're having our homelessness workshop. So again, a lot of information to receive and looking for some direction from the board. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
This is a 12-hour meeting, a record.
Hey, there are some who take credit for the shortest meetings, and I guess I'm here to take credit for our longest meeting. So I'm not sure I want to repeat this, but I do think we did some good work today. I think that there was a lot of really good information shared. We gave the public an opportunity to learn more about what the county does and to make a lot of voices heard. So thank you all for bearing with us.
Well done, Wendy.